Well, well, it's Sunday. Sunday the fun day. And we are going to jump back into Rosewater. Really liked this game yesterday. Thought it was pretty fun. Pretty interesting. Started off quite slow. They were like, oh, can you go and interview this one dude? But really picked up the pace after that. Now, we're traveling across country. I wonder if we'll finish the journey today. It's a long-ass journey. There's no denying it's a long-ass journey. And then, I reckon, I don't know if we'll beat this game today. I don't know how long it is. But I suspect we won't beat it. But near the end of the stream, we'll probably play some Noita. Let's be realistic. So, we've got this map, right? We started off in Rosewater. And we are going to El Presidio. Why are we going to El Presidio? In Rosewater, there was a scientist. And he went missing. And he was rumored to have loads of cash. Loads of cash. So we've put together a posse. And we're kind of trying to find his cash. But we learned, after a bunch of investigating, A, he might have transcended to another dimension. But B, he's probably just gone to El Presidio. That's the more likely option. So, we hired a lady to take us all the way to El Presidio. Now, we're about, what? That's probably, I want to say, a quarter of the way there? A third of the way there? Somewhere in between those two numbers, for sure. And, the journey from here to here, I'm going to say it took us like, I don't know, 5 hours. So I don't know how quickly we'll reach El Presidio. But we've done a bunch of stuff on the way. We've met a bunch of interesting folk. Done a bunch of interesting things. And now, I'm trying to remember what the last thing we did was. I think it was getting the dog, right? Getting the dog? Where is the dog? Is it sitting up front?
Hey, Miss Johnson?
Yeah.
What is it?
How's the dog? She said don't talk to her unless it's super important. But she loves the dog. So we can probably ask her, like, how's the dog, and she won't mind.
How's our newest traveling companion?
Lisa Lou's doing just fine. Likes the wind on her face.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let you drive.
I'll let you get back to driving.
Good.
She doesn't like being interrupted when she's driving. What's cool about this game is, unlike most point-and-click adventure games, events aren't set in stone. So you can fail things. It's pretty cool. And also, we have money, which we can earn, which is not like a set thing. I'm not really sure what we use the money for the most part. But, it's pretty interesting. So, I wonder what our next event will be. Let's talk to the lady. We rarely talk to her because she's reading. I never want to interrupt.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley. Something I'd like to ask you. You seem quite well traveled. What's it like in a big city?
Depends on the city, really.
Well, everywhere's different.
Yeah.
I've never been to El Presidio before.
It's big. Well, from what I hear, not as crowded as cities back east.
Doubt it's anything you can't handle. Stick with us and you'll be fine.
That is something of a comfort.
Yeah. What did Mrs. Fortune have to say? That's right. She's trying to figure out where she came from. She doesn't know who her parents are or whatever. Or, well, I guess she knows who her parents are, but she doesn't know where she came from. But in our last, like, event on the road, a lady wanted to talk to her. So let's see what she had to say.
Did you get a chance to speak with Mrs. Fortine?
I did, for a short while.
What did she have to say?
Oh, she was just curious about my background. Told me about hers, that sort of thing. It was a nice conversation.
Didn't learn anything, no? What are you reading? It's probably a medical book. I'm gonna bet it's a medical book.
Good book.
I'm not much of a literary critic, but it helps pass the time. Danny told me you're a writer. Have you published any books?
Me? No, books are way beyond my reach. I stick to articles and essays. Have trouble enough with those.
You shouldn't underestimate yourself. It wouldn't surprise me to see a book with your name on the cover someday.
Well, that's kind of you to say. Guess we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Okay.
Huh. There's a lady running toward the road.
Ooh.
What the heck is she doing?
Is she running from someone?
Dios.
I'd better see what's going on.
Yeah.
What is it? Bandits? Highwaymen?
Worse. Performers.
Oh, it's a circus.
What's so good about it then? And what are you thinking? Running out in front of the wagon like that?
I apologize for the theatrics. I fear it's in my nature.
Did she really just jump in front of the wagon?
She really just ran out in the road?
Like a deer. She's lucky I keep the brakes in good condition.
Are you looking to get hit or something?
No, of course not. I suppose I'm, well, desperate.
Uh-huh.
That much is clear. You running away or something?
Heavens no, I could never do that. I'm the impresario of this theater troupe. Name's Kate Hatomi. Our show opens next week, and I'd be fibbing if I said it was going well.
So you want us to help, huh? The circus! This is where that other group went. The Fortunes. They were coming the other way, and they'd visited the circus, and that's where they got the dog. Okay. You want us to help?
So I'm guessing you want us to help you in some way?
Very astute.
Yeah.
All I ask is an hour of your time. We've been rehearsing this play for so long. We're all too close to the material.
Uh-huh.
We need fresh eyes and unbiased opinions. If you could but watch our rehearsal and share your honest, unvarnished impressions, you would be doing us a good turn. The performance will be gratis, of course.
Okay. Deal. We have a showman on board. Oh, we do!
Lucky for you, we've got Gentleman Jake on board. He's an expert showman.
The Gentleman Jake?
Yeah.
Why, it would be an honor to play for him.
What do you think, Miss Johnson?
I think it sounds like an excellent chance to get a few winks. I'll park just over there. Y'all have fun.
Yeah. The circus. I assume.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and all the Queen's Mid-Atlantic players, welcome! This is a peek behind the curtain, if you will, at a work in progress. I thank you most humbly for your indulgence and warmly invite you to share your impressions following the rehearsal. And now, please enjoy the show.
I will. Can we heckle?
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful and charming princess.
Oh, I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh, and the days are sunny and bright.
The princess was loved and admired by everyone in the land, except one. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom and kidnapped the princess, intending to marry her and gain the throne.
Ooh.
To ensure she could not escape, he summoned a terrifying dragon to guard her.
Nice.
However, all was not lost. For a young hero rose to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess.
Yeah.
That is, if my dear mother lets me. I said, if my mother lets me, of course.
Faye, that's your cue.
These guys
Faye?
suck.
Where the hell is Faye?
I don't know. Last I saw her, she was in her tent.
Oh, for crying out loud! I'm sorry, folks. I don't know what I was thinking. It's clear we won't be getting anywhere with this rehearsal. You can change out of your costume now, Dwayne. We're done here.
But I was
Martina,
invested.
Quentin, same goes for you.
But I spent hours on my makeup.
And I spent months on this show. Look where that's gotten us. Everything I do to keep all this together, and you lot can't even turn up on stage now and then to hit a mark and say a few lines. Off with you, I need to think.
Damn it, I was invested in that story.
I really must apologize for wasting your time. I knew the show needed some work. I didn't realize it wasn't fit to perform.
Maybe we can help.
There must be some way we can help with the show.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Are you sure? Much as it pains me, I can't honestly say we aren't in need of help.
Certainly.
Well, I'm curious to hear your suggestions. But right now, we need to find out what's wrong with Faye. The doctor friend went to examine her, but I think she's just having one of her tantrums. You know how actors can be. Or perhaps
Yeah.
you don't. In which case, consider yourself lucky. I'm going back to the stage. Come see me if you have any ideas.
Okay, we better get to see the full play if we fix this.
So, any ideas?
Perhaps. Excuse me. I'm going to have another look at the stage.
He's going to suggest fireworks for the dragon.
Danny and I are gonna go talk to the two fellers playing the wizard and hero. I think you should help Miss Redbird see to that Fey woman. Anyhow, we'll see if we can't get this show in halfway decent shape. Come on, Danny boy.
Yeah. We're going to fix up this show real good. But what's cool is it's kind of optional, I think. Because we can just say, nah, let's just leave. But why would you? Why would you?
Hello, Miss Martina, was it?
Yeah, Martina Holder. I am sorry we could not finish the show for you.
No worries. My companions and I are trying to help your director make it better.
Ah, good. We do need the help.
You need to enunciate better. How long have you been with the troupe?
When did you join this troupe?
Oh, about 4 years ago. Then my English was not so good, so I did not get many parts with words, but I am getting more and more lines in the new shows.
What did you do before?
What were you doing before joining this troupe?
I was living in Bright Bay, working as an art model.
Ooh.
One evening, the artist I modeled for took me to the theater to one of Miss Hatomi's shows. Afterward, he told me he was leaving to go to work for a new patron in Italy. He could no longer keep me.
So he took you out to lessen the blow?
Not exactly. It turned out he knew Miss Hatomi. He had painted some backdrops for her. He took me backstage after the show and asked her to let me audition. I was shaking. I cannot even remember what I said. I had never acted before, you see. But fortunately for me, Miss Hatomi decided to take me on. Otherwise, I would have been out on the street.
Okay. Tell me about your castmates. But you do need to enunciate better. Even your subtitles were like, what the hell?
I'd like to know about your castmates.
They are fine people, and I am lucky to know them. Mr. Ellis always has stories and jokes to make me laugh. He reminds me of a big bear. He's also a very fine actor, and he has performed on stages in great cities all over Europe.
Ooh.
Dwayne is very nice, but he's also very shy. He does not speak much with me or any of the others. I have always thought it is funny that an actor is so shy, but when he is on stage, one would never know. And Mrs. Davies is like a mother to me. She cares for us very much and wants to make sure everyone is healthy and happy. Although she does nag a lot. My real mother did not nag so.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely speaking with you.
Someone should tell her that the word "und" is "and" in English. I feel like that'd go a long way for her if she's trying to speak English.
photograph. It's for playing music on wax cylinders.
What's in here?
Oh, another visitor. Who are you?
Harley Legere. And you are?
Faye Davies. I don't expect it's a name you've heard.
Well, you'd be right.
And as I was explaining to your friend here, not a name I expect you'll hear very much in the future.
Stop getting drunk, lady.
Mrs. Davies, I would advise moderation in regards to that brandy.
Dear girl, I understand you like to dabble in medical matters. Let me assure you that this is the only medicine that works for me.
Have you tried, I can't remember what the medicine was called. We bought, like, a scam artist's medicine. We don't really have any. What do we have? We've got that tea.
Leftover tea from the other side of the world.
Yeah. Okay.
Mrs. Davies seems quite fond of this stuff.
Yeah, she sure does.
Let's see. There are a few wax cylinders here.
Cool. We'll decide which one of them to get later.
A poster for some show I've never heard of called The Dissembling Mechanism. Apparently it opened on New Year's Day.
Ooh.
Mrs. Davies?
What is it?
Why didn't you perform today?
Why weren't you on stage today? Is something wrong?
Something wrong. Something wrong. Exactly what aspect of my current condition would suggest to you that anything is right?
What's got you so upset?
I'm about to lose my place here, that's what. Turned out on the dusty road to fend for myself and simply overcome with the sheer injustice of it all.
I mean, you're not even showing up to set. You're not really helping your case, lady. What makes you think you're going to be fired? Apart from the obvious.
You think you're being dismissed? Why's that?
Oh, it's a long, long story, but what it comes down to is finances, or lack thereof. Kate has been tightening the belt lately. She says our performances haven't been attracting the crowds they once did. But even so, we aren't doing that badly. All of us have taken quite deep cuts to our usual allowance. It still doesn't seem to be enough. Naturally, I, being the most recent addition to the troupe, am the first up to the chopping block. If you ask me, something doesn't add up.
That's
I know
conjecture.
for a fact that our run in Guadaquivo is quite respectable. Yet apparently our financial future is dangling over the precipice by a fraying thread. It's all more than a tad suspicious.
You think she's pocketing the money? Or she's, having to pay it protection money?
So you suspect Miss Hitomi is taking more than her share?
We've all suspected it for some time, but I'm the only one who's willing to speak up about it. Everyone else knows I'll be the first to go, so they keep their heads down and wait to reap my share.
You've accused Miss Hitomi?
Of course not. I haven't got any proof. You can bet I would if I did.
What would that solve? Can you tell me about your castmates?
What can you tell me about the other players?
Oh, such sweethearts. They've taken me in like a second family. Martine, especially. She's the daughter I never had. Dwayne is a good boy, but he keeps to himself. Dear Quentin. He and I have something of a friendly rivalry. Although he can get quite competitive at times, the old ham.
Steamed ham? Rum ham? Can't think of any other ham. Okay, bye.
I'll just leave you to it.
What's this?
Someone kept a copy of a local newspaper.
Who? Why? For what reason? Oh God. Volume 35. Born on August 30th to Mr. and Mrs. Pierre Delaroche of Punta Blanca, their firstborn son, Pierre Auguste Jean-Paul Delaroche. Okay. In some years' time, the young Mr. Pierre Delaroche, heir to the Delaroche family fortune, is sure to become the county's most eligible bachelor. Ooh. Married. Mr. Charles Grayson, 27, to Miss Bella Levinsky, 18, on Saturday the 3rd. The bride was given away by her uncle, Mr. Abraham Levinsky. Dr. Roy Oakes, 73, to Mrs. Elsinora Snow, 81, widow of the late Frederick Snow, at the Snow family's Corona Beach mansion. The children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren of both the espoused are in attendance. Wow, that is an old marriage. Died. Local blacksmith Arnold Paget in a tragic boating accident. Oh well. Whatever happened to Bennett Clark? This seems like something we care about. Bennett Clark is the guy we're trying to track down. Once hailed as the Wizard of Aethericity, Dr. Bennett Clark has fallen from the public eye in recent years. After the public outcry following the deaths of 15 people in the Lamplight City Expo disaster of 47, he hastily relocated to Rosewater, where for a time he continued a series of public demonstrations, albeit to a diminished audience. No word's been heard of Clark in nearly a year. Despite the awesome destruction he wrought, he claimed his only wish was the betterment and protection of all mankind. By harnessing and taming the mighty dragon of Aethericity, Clark hoped to bring salvation to the common citizen. I wonder why some of these letters are capitalized. Wizard, protection, taming, salvation. Interesting. Let's see. Travelling players perform Camelot in the park before bemused onlookers. Picnickers, ramblers, and families intent on enjoying a leisurely afternoon in Las Virgenes Pelican Park last Sunday were doubtless left befuddled by a nearly incoherent, plein-air rendition of the chivalric drama Camelot, staged there by impresario Miss Hitomi's itinerant theatre group, the Mid-Atlantic Players. That's these guys! The polyglot players, hailing from all over Vespuccia and the far reaches of the globe, gargled and fumbled through their lines in a stilted, faux medieval patois, riddled with these and thous and forsooths, as they strove to bring King Arthur's court to life amid the palms and fountains of the West Lawn. Evidently in the habit of travelling light, the performers were obliged to make do with next to nothing in the way of sets, costumes, or props that might enliven the spectacle and in any way further the illusion of a courtly medieval setting for the drama. As to drama, the plot was paper thin, a stock tale of good overcoming evil, wholly lacking in subtlety and nuance, not to mention any trace of the courtliness and charm one might expect in a romance from days of yore. The legions of nappers, taking advantage of the late afternoon haze to doze on the soft grass, evidently found little in the way of thrills during the proceedings to rouse them from their slumber. Perhaps a more fitting description of the scene: days of bore. Okay. Ooh.
The desk is covered in papers. Lots of notes.
Let's search them.
What a mess. Most of these seem to be show notes. Here's a list of names. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
Beats me.
It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd. Must be one of Miss Hitomi's previous shows.
Oh, okay. So she's deciding what shows to do?
A poster for The Mystery at Delphi. Opened on November 6th.
Is that a hole in the ground? What is that? No, it's a box.
A traveling trunk. Looks like it's been quite a few places. All sorts of costumes, fake beards, and other theatrical accessories.
Yeah.
If my eyes don't deceive me, that's a false compartment. Just need to figure out how to open it.
Well, let's take the boxing gloves.
These might be useful.
Not sure how they'll be useful, but sure.
All sorts of costumes.
Okay, so we need to what?
A brass button.
Press these buttons in a certain order.
A brass button. A brass...
I assume. Yeah. Very cool.
A poster for the Mystery at Delphi. Opened on November 6th.
November 6th.
It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd.
2nd.
What a mess. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi.
It's a code! Carondelet was the 2nd. Delphi was the 6th. How many buttons are there? 8. Okay. So we've got Othello. No, we've got Carondelet, Delphi. We need Othello and Dissembling. Why do we want to steal this dude's gold? Just to make money, really. Why else? It started off, it was supposed to be ethical. Like, oh, he's gone missing, so there's no harm in taking his treasure. That's how it started off. That's how we were convinced. They did the comparison of if a pirate buried his treasure on an island and then died, would it be immoral to dig up that treasure and keep it? And we were like, no, that'd be fair. But now we know he hasn't gone missing. He's just moved to another town. And we're still going to steal his gold. Which means the premise of stealing pirate gold has gone out the window. Now we're literally just stealing his gold. So sad the guy wasn't a cannibal. Yeah, I wanted to believe as well. Maybe he was. Maybe we just... You know. It's definitely not a proven unknown. It's not a known fact that he's not a cannibal. So he could be.
Hey there.
Maybe he's in the ether with the luminous ones.
Hello.
That's true. We don't know that he went to this other town. So what we're doing at the moment is trying to help these guys put on a decent show. We've got a doubloon. It's true. We've got one doubloon. Do you think Hitomi is embezzling the money?
I've heard a rumor that Miss Hitomi might be keeping some extra funds. Know anything about that?
Oh, sure, I've heard that rumor too, but I don't much believe it. Miss Hitomi takes good care of us. She'd never cheat us out of our earnings.
Well, you don't know that. What's with the sword, buddy? I mean, you're the knight, right? So you're practicing.
What are you doing with that sword?
Practicing for the show.
Yeah.
Didn't get to do my big fight scene with the dragon.
I know. I was looking forward to it as well. You seem to be having trouble.
That sword seems to be giving you some trouble.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time getting the hang of it. The balance on this thing is terrible, and I'm always afraid of breaking it. I never liked working with prop weapons. But as long as we're doing medieval romances, I guess I'm stuck with this sword.
Yeah. Tell me about your castmates. We're trying to get the dirt on everyone.
What do you think of your fellow troop members?
Some days I hate them. Most days I love them. And any day, I would die for them. We're a strange little family, you know? Mr. Ellis and Miss Hitomi are a squabbling ma and pa. Dear boy, you must make more time for yourself. There are too few hours in the day as it is. Oh, leave the boy alone, Quentin. He can decide how to spend his time. And Miss Davies is our busybody aunt. Are you comfortable? Have you got everything you need? Is that costume too itchy?
So that would make Martina like your sister?
No, not quite.
You're a pretty good mimic. Yeah, I guess he is. You like Martina, eh?
Are you sweet on Martina?
With all due respect, that's none of your concern, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fair. You are a pretty good mimic.
Say, you're good at imitating other people.
Oh, thanks. It's always been kind of a specialty of mine. Used to get me in a lot of trouble back home, so I only do it for laughs nowadays.
Okay.
Thanks. You can get back to your training.
Thanks, ma'am.
So he wants what? A better weapon? A different show?
That thing's been through the ringer a few times. Suppose being an actor requires a certain attention to one's physique.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Oh, Danny boy. Did you like the show? Hey, Alex.
What did you think of the show?
Well, I'll put it this way. If one of Jake's shows went that way, I'd be looking for another job.
Yeah. What are you doing?
You fellas talking about anything interesting?
Dwayne's showing me his stunt sword play. He's supposed to battle the dragon at the end of the play. I've tried giving him a few pointers, but, it's not going so great.
Talk to you later, Danny.
See you!
Okay. So he needs to learn how to use a sword better. What we're doing now is we're trying to help these guys put on a better show. The lady asked us to watch the show and then, like, come up with improvements. But it barely got past the first scene because one of the actors didn't even bother to show up.
No mistaking who this wagon belongs to.
Yeah. Why are we bothering these guys? Who cares? Because they said they'd pay us. Well, they implied they'd pay us. Well, we implied they'd pay us. Which is sort of the same thing.
Miss Holder?
Yeah?
Yeah? Do you think Hitomi's embezzling?
Do you suspect that Miss Hitomi might be keeping money from you and your castmates?
Oh, yeah.
What? No, never. Mr. Tommy would not do such a thing. Who has told you this? Was it Mrs. Davies?
Well, yes.
I am not surprised. She said that of all of us, she is easily the most dramatic.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking with you.
Ja, das ist die Embezzlement. What did this say again? Was it Othello?
A poster for some show I've never heard of called The Dissembling Mechanism.
When was it?
Apparently it opened on New Year's Day.
So the first. Are you German? Ja! Ich spreche Deutsch. We need one more Othello. Bien. Oui. Je parle le français. I guess le is not meant to be there. Je parle français. Et tu? Tu parles français? No? Merde.
Phil?
Harley?
What do you think of the show?
What was your opinion of the performance?
It was not to my taste. However, with some improvements, it could be entertaining.
All right, see you later.
Are you thinking explosives?
I bet Jake wishes his show's backdrop was half as realistic.
Yeah, his did kind of suck. We need to find out when they were performing Othello. You should have guessed I was actually German from all the Scheiße, I say. Scheiße! True. Othello, 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 Othello. So Delphi was 6. Carondelet was 2. Dissembling was 1. We could brute force it, but you're probably not supposed to.
What a Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder
So
what
it's
that means.
something 2, 1, 6. They played Othello. You wonder if they did blackface for that. They've got a black guy in the cast. Maybe the newspaper. I don't think they were doing Othello in the newspaper. No, they weren't. They were doing Camelot. Othello, Othello, Othello. Also, why did we take these boxing gloves?
Some leather boxing gloves.
I don't know, but maybe we can give them to the other guy. Maybe he can beat up the dragon. Let's give it a try.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy right now.
Well, fuck you then, buddy.
Nice gloves. Maybe Dwayne would be interested in them.
He's not. Where is the dude? Him and Jake? Him and Jake. Where are they? You never read Othello? Do I know any cool quotes from it? I never read Othello either. Oh, here they are.
Ah, one of your companions has decided to join us.
This is Harley Legere. She used to be a performer of sorts herself, you know.
You don't say. What sort?
I was a fighter. Not sure that really counts.
My dear, if an audience paid money to come see you, that counts as performing in my book. I'm Quentin Ellis, by the by. Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Othello.
Quentin Ellis is Othello, premiering October 7th.
7. So it's 7... 7216. 7216. Seven, 2, 1, 6.
A brass button.
7, 2,
A brass button.
1,
A brass button.
6.
A brass button.
Damn it, we can't interact with them yet.
If my eyes don't deceive, just need to figure.
I know how to open it.
No way I can force it open.
But I know how to open it. I guess she hasn't figured it out yet. But I have. It's the buttons. Poop. Okay. Let's look in here. I'm back.
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, Harley?
What do you think of the show?
How did you find the show?
Well, there's definitely room for improvement.
Yeah. You must like it here, though.
You seem quite at home among these performers.
Sure, these are my kind of people. Old Quentin and I have been trading tales about life in showbiz. You ought to stick around and have a listen. You might learn something.
I'll just be on my way.
Okay. This guy might tell us about the chest if we ask him about embezzling.
Could I have a moment, Mr. Ellis?
Of course, my dear.
Do you think she's embezzling?
I heard a rumor that Miss Satoshi might be misappropriating the troops' funds.
Poppycock, pure hearsay. I'll bet Faye put that poison in your mind. I have known Katie longer than anyone. She is many things, but never a thief.
Okay, tell me about everyone.
I'd like to know about the others in your troupe.
Fishing for nasty gossip, are we?
Yep.
Unless you have a couple of glasses and a bottle or two of very good liquor stashed somewhere about your person, you won't be getting any of that from me. Truly, they are good people, and I cherish every one of them. We rely on one another. Granted, we have our occasional quarrels, but what family doesn't? It's true that none of them have my training and decades of stage experience, so naturally they look to me for guidance and mentorship.
Anna says, I wonder if the game will get as cool as the whole cannibal plot again. Yeah, which we made up. Maybe once you reach the ether stuff. I didn't get alcohol from the cannibal. Danny did, though. For sure. I think it'll get as cool as the ether stuff again. You should have seen the play these guys were putting on. That was pretty cool. If we can make it better, it's gonna be pretty good. That's true. Danny getting the booze is the same thing. I mean, you know, we are a posse. How long have you been with the troupe?
Just how long have you been a part of this troupe?
Why, since before its inception. That is to say, Kate and I have known each other since well before this incarnation of the troupe was formed. We met in Paris, you see, back in 27.
So you're both embezzling. Okay. What did you do before joining?
What did you do before joining the troupe?
I was classically trained at the York Theatrical Academy. I performed all over England before decamping for the continent. When I met Katie, I was touring Europe, playing before the crowned heads. Why, my performance as Othello received a standing ovation from Archduke Hubert of Austria.
Wow. Braggable. What was the fossil of petrified wood with the stain? We got it when we were digging for fossils. It's like a tree bark fossil or something. Did the fireplace poker come into play at all? I want to say no. I don't think it did. I think it was a red herring. I'm pretty sure we never used the poker. Did we? No, we didn't. It was a red herring, yeah. Maybe we'd have used it if we failed the acting. Yeah, maybe. Smacked him over the head. What made you want to act, buddy?
What drew you to the stage?
Ah, the eternal question. What drew you to the ring?
Money. Found out my tolerance for pain was higher than my tolerance for hunger.
I see. An empty belly is a demanding muse indeed. For me, it was love of the art. I was born with it.
Maybe you could use it instead of the harpoon. If you couldn't figure out the harpoon thing, maybe you could have, like, used it as a stand-in. You probably could, eh? How was Paris, man?
Paris, you say? What was that like?
Ah, those were the days. Wild and carefree. We found welcome from a public receptive to our more experimental forays. Nothing like the audiences you find here, mind. Dusty farmers and unlettered cowpokes, the lot of them.
Appreciate the chat.
The pleasure was all mine, dear.
Buddy. Do you have anything of use apart from the Othello thing?
Mr. Ellis seems rather versatile. That is quite a lot of makeup. Lots of notes and sketches of different costumes and disguises.
Okay. Let's go talk to Danny. You wonder if you run in lower screen res, it removes the border? Maybe. The border's only there for when you're inside, really. Possibly, yeah. Probably. I don't know, though. It does upscaling, I think. When you run in a higher res.
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Who did he say might want them? Dwayne. Who are you? Are you Dwayne? Dwayne the Rock.
Hey there.
Oh, hello.
Why did you join the troupe, man?
How did you end up on board with this crew?
Oh, I met Miss Hitomi and Mr. Ellis back east when they passed through my town in Appalachia. Snuck out of the house to see the show. I went backstage after to ask if I could audition to join. Miss Hitomi said no. So, after they packed up for the night, I stowed away in the wagon. Rode halfway to La Roche before they found me. That was when my real audition happened. Mr. Ellis spoke up for me. He said, "Now, Katie, my dear, you would be a bloody fool to leave the lad behind after a performance like that."
Maybe that's a really bad impression. What made you want to act?
How did you know you wanted to act?
I always liked listening to other people, hearing how they talked. Used to practice in front of a mirror and try to imitate them. Sometimes I'd dress up to get the look just right. Ma didn't like that much.
Uh-huh.
What were you doing before joining this troupe?
Working on my parents' farm. It was a rough life. Wasn't much to my liking. No glamour, no surprise, no fun, no opportunity to meet anyone interesting. And my father was very strict. All he wanted was for me to marry our neighbor's daughter so I would inherit his land and grow our family's holdings. Eventually, I realized I would die if I stayed any longer. My soul would die anyway, so I left.
Thanks. You can get back to your training.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah, but you'd have, you know, conned some dude out of his estates or whatever. Could have been pretty good. There's a thing we can do, right? I'm not sure what we need to do with it, but here we can pick a cylinder. Let's take the funeral dirge. Bum 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 bum.
A cylindrograph.
Yeah. Not really sure what this will do for us, but we can do it.
Oh, I do not like this one. It reminds me of sad times.
It is rather grim. Have you used it in a show before?
Nein, Miss Hitomi says audiences prefer happy endings.
Nein, das Music ist too sad. Okay, let's go through them all.
I don't want to be juggling these. I'll swap this for the one I've got.
Saloon sing-along. Maybe she's got a really good singing voice.
A cylindrograph.
Oh, I love this one.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first song I learned in English, you know.
You don't say. How does it go?
All of the little maidens go strolling along. All of the little boys come to sing them a song. All of the little children start dancing in line. And all of them have such a wonderful time. All have a wonderful time.
Okay, so she's not getting used appropriately for her talents.
Interesting. Her accent all but disappears when she sings.
Yeah. When they were performing the show at the start, even her subtitles were like, what the fuck is she saying? So she clearly needs to be singing her parts.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
What's wrong with Davies?
Did you examine Mrs. Davies?
I did.
And what's your medical opinion?
I couldn't find anything wrong with her physically. At least nothing that an excess of brandy wouldn't explain. But she's in no state of mind to be performing.
I don't believe one needs to be a medical professional to draw that conclusion, my dear.
What's your opinion of the show?
Yes, please tell us. Don't be shy. I'd like to hear what you think.
I didn't quite understand it, actually. Perhaps it would make more sense if we had seen the whole thing.
Dear girl, I truly doubt that would have made much of a difference.
You're just saying
I'll
that because
see
you
you
didn't
later.
show up. She didn't even show up for the show, which ruined the whole thing. She's not going to let us take this, right?
Unhand that brandy. I need it for my nerves.
Mrs. Davies?
What is it?
What do you do if you get fired?
If you were let go, what would you do?
Oh, God, please don't ask me such things. I can't bear to think about it.
It's a serious question. Everyone needs a backup plan.
I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, what will I do? Kate couldn't be so heartless. Will they really just let me go? Will no one speak up for me? God, help me.
Damn it, we need to get that boost so we can give it to the other guy.
There now. I'm sure there's a solution. How long have you been a member of this troupe?
Not long.
Not long at all. Less than a year. I was the last one to join.
She was the last of us. Where were you before?
What did you do before you were a Queen's Mid-Atlantic player?
I was with another outfit based up in Fawcett. The Davies Traveling Spectacular. 15 years we were together. Anton, my husband, was our director, and I was the star. When I got too old to play the princesses and heroines, Anton would cast me as the ravishing queen. He always made sure I had a spot on center stage.
Nepotism.
16 months ago, he passed away in a stagecoach accident. An enormous tragedy.
I'm terribly sorry.
So were we all. Anton was the fiercely beating heart of that troupe. Absolutely irreplaceable. The others couldn't imagine going on without him. So everyone just went their separate ways. Just like that, everything was gone. My heart's love, my director, my troupe, my livelihood. I'm sorry.
So, how did you come to join Miss Otomi's troupe?
Oh, the traveling theater world is quite small, you know. We all know one another and meet on the road from time to time. Kate heard what happened and wrote me a letter of condolence. We corresponded for a while. Eventually, she said she was passing by Fawcett and offered to take me in. Quite simply, she took pity on me.
Anna says, you really can't ask Danny to use the alcohol. What's the point of the rewards if you can't use them? It's his reward. Now, granted, sometimes we can ask them for some of their gear. We can use our own rewards, I think. We got the tea chest. But I'm not sure what we'd use that for here.
What drew you to the stage?
I've known I wanted to act since I was a girl. I would put on shows for my parents and the village children. I traveled to Fawcett to audition for Anton Davies' Traveling Spectacular. He had just formed the troupe then. First, I became his star actress, and soon enough, his wife.
I'll just leave you to it.
Don't suppose you want any tea?
Please, I haven't the time to be looking at your knickknacks.
How can we steal her booze? Let's go talk to the one lady. We need to accuse her of embezzling. Also, we should talk to that one guy as well.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
When did you start the troupe? I can't accuse her of embezzling.
When did you put this troupe together?
As it exists now? Oh, it's been about 5 years, I should say. That's when Quentin and I came over to Vespuccia.
What do you think would make the show better?
God, where do I begin?
Yeah.
Faye's in a black mood. Quentin thinks his character lacks depth. Martina's unintelligible. And Dwayne's swordplay doesn't even rise to the level of farce. And naturally, theater's all about imagination. But with the quality of our set and props, I fear we are asking rather too much of our audience in that department. I'm this close to packing it all in.
Well, Davis thinks she's going to be fired.
had a chat with Mrs. Davies. She seems to think her position's in jeopardy.
What? Why would she think that?
Are you saying you're not planning on letting her go?
Of course not, especially not so close to opening night. What a ridiculous notion! Honestly, I don't know where Faye gets these ideas.
Well, embezzling. Okay, let's go tell her.
So long.
Take care.
Also.
Miss Holder?
Yeah?
Yeah, you have a very nice singing voice.
I must say, you've got a beautiful singing voice.
Oh, why thank you.
I couldn't help but notice how clearly your words come out in song.
Yeah, you're not the first to say this to me. I cannot explain it. It is just something which happens.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking with you.
Okay. Right, tell her she's not getting fired.
Mrs. Davies?
What is it?
You're not getting fired, lady.
I spoke with Miss Hitomi, and she said she has no plans to let you go.
Well, of course she would say that. That's how it works in this business.
I mean, that's
All
true.
seems well and good until the monthly budget is drawn up, and then the trapdoor opens beneath you and you swing.
So you don't trust Miss Hitomi's word?
I don't trust anyone's word. Only ink on paper.
I'll just leave you to it.
Fair enough. Let's play Messenger again.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
What did you do before?
What were you doing before starting this troop?
I spent some time in London, then went traveling around Europe doing this and that.
Oh, she
Until I
should
met
fire
Quentin.
her, for sure. She definitely should fire her.
Have you performed yourself, or do you stay out of the spotlight?
Me? Oh no, I haven't been on stage since...
The incident.
Well, since Paris. Quentin and I used to do a little magic show, if you can believe it.
Ooh.
No fooling?
It was a very long time ago. Not worth remembering, honestly.
But you could incorporate magic.
I want to hear about your cast.
Oh, they all have their talents. They wouldn't be in my troupe otherwise. But I don't hold with talking about people behind their backs. Why don't you get to know them yourself?
I have. Okay, the swords aren't working out. We need to do something with these boxing gloves.
You don't think the sword play is good enough?
Setting aside that our prop swords are as likely to crumble to bits or give the players paper cuts as they are to make it through a scene intact,
It's just not very convincing or compelling. Dwayne either needs to get more adept at handling them, or we need to rethink the whole sword thing.
thank God this play doesn't feature a real sword fighting duel.
But it does need a big climax where the hero slays the dragon. How are we supposed to do that without a sword?
Magic! Magic!
What can we do to make your set and props better?
The best thing we've got is the dragon head, but it's not exactly intimidating, is it?
Nah.
Your friend over there said he might have an idea to make it better. Honestly, at this point, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
What's the problem with Martina?
Weren't you listening? She doesn't so much say her lines as chew on them and cough them out.
She's a sweet girl, and her physical performance is outstanding. The things she can do with just her eyes. I'm loath to cut her part or take away the few lines she already has.
But unless she finds some way to magically rid herself of that blasted Teutonic accent, I may have to.
She can sing. She can sing.
What's wrong with Quentin's character?
Not a thing! Everyone loves to hate the evil wizard. He's a guaranteed crowd pleaser. But Quentin thinks the role lacks depth. That his talents as an actor, and they are considerable, are going to waste. And yes, perhaps he has a point, but for God's sake, this is not the Royal Arcadium!
We performers have a saying.
There are no small roles, only small-minded, puffed-up thespians who suppose that entertaining the common man is somehow beneath them. I love Quentin, really I do, but I've had it up to here with his carping and grousing. He doesn't listen to me, but you're welcome to try bringing him down to earth if you'd like.
Yeah, okay.
So long.
Take care.
So we remix things. There is no sword fighting. Something about a boxing glove.
I bet Jake...
She sings, the other lady. We just need to prove to that one lady she's not getting fired via a contract or something. And then we need to bring the other guy down a peg.
Phil?
Harley?
Had any ideas to make the show better?
Yes, I believe so. This dragon head is amusing, but with some pyrotechnics, it could really impress a crowd.
You want to make it breathe fire?
Ah, indeed. Far more effective, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Definitely. But how do you intend to pull it off?
I can rig it up quite easily, but I need a fuel source. If you can find me some high-proof alcohol, we should be set.
The brandy!
All right. See you later.
So that's what the brandy's for.
Miss Holder?
Yeah?
Yeah. Why don't you sing your lines?
Say, I've just had a crazy idea. Rather than speaking your lines, why not sing them?
Sing them? That is an interesting thought, but would it not be strange?
Yes.
Strange. Haven't you ever heard of opera?
But if only I am singing and no one else?
It's a little unorthodox, sure, but isn't that what art is all about? Being expressive, doing the unexpected. I think it will really bring some emotion to the role.
Yeah.
It'll be like your character is too pure to just say words. The feeling is so strong she has to sing them.
Yeah, I think I see what you are saying. Very well. I will try this next time.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking with you.
Yeah, I will sing the lines. That will make me the good actress. Yeah? 9. But give it a try anyway. Cool. 1 down. 3 to go. Can she please put together that we need to press those buttons? Because I know we do.
What a mess. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
Please put it together. We need to press these buttons. Carondelet is 2.
It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd.
Unless the months matter. Maybe it's the month. I've been looking at the dates, but it might be the months. So that would make it 5. Delphi was...
A poster for the Mystery at Delphi.
Okay, it's definitely not.
Opened on November 6th.
Because we don't have 11 buttons.
What a... Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
Othello was... I don't remember. 7? Othello was 7. Dissembling was 1. Carondelet is 2. Delphi is 6. Maybe I got the numbers wrong. So it's 7... 7, 2, 1, 6. I'm pretty sure I did 7, 2, 1, 6.
A brass button. A brass button. A brass button. A brass button.
See, we need to learn that we need to press them, right? We need to learn that you press them. I'm not sure where we get that intel from.
The actor's life doesn't seem to allow for much in the way of comfort.
Okay, let's have a chat with this guy about not using the sword.
Hey there.
Oh, hello.
How about you try boxing? Yeah.
How do you feel about boxing?
I'd be happier doing any kind of unarmed fighting style, really. But how am I supposed to box a dragon?
With style and panache, that's how. It's all about confidence.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you'd look much more confident without that sword.
You don't think the audience would be confused?
Who cares?
It's your job to make them believe it. They just want a good show.
I don't know. We've never done a boxing scene. I don't really know a lot about the form.
I used to do some boxing back in the day.
Yeah, we
Could
did.
Show you some moves if you like.
Heck, sure. Why not? Now, this whole sword thing clearly isn't working for me. But I'd rather not do it bare knuckle. Not really into the whole suffering for my art thing.
Right. I'll see what I can come up with. Thanks. You can get back to your training.
Thanks, ma'am.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got boxing gloves for you.
I found some boxing gloves in Miss Atomi's trunk, if you want to practice sparring.
Oh, sure. That'd be great.
Danny, how'd you like to help out?
Sure.
First, your stance is all wrong. Stagger your feet, 1 foot in front, weight evenly balanced, knees slightly bent. Good. Now, show me what you can do. Not bad. Not bad. Try not to let your elbow flare out, Dwayne. Protect the ribs. I think you boys are getting the hang of it.
Danny didn't change his stance.
He's busy right now.
2 down.
I've got nothing to ask him.
Yeah, fair enough.
Could I have a moment, Mr. Ellis?
Of course, my dear.
I heard you used to have a magic act. Yeah.
Is it true you used to have a magic act?
Why, yes, it is. Funny, I'd almost forgotten. Katie and I briefly tried our hand at stage magic. She was quite adept at sleight of hand, but in the end, it wasn't our true métier. Too much meticulous planning and bulky, specialized equipment. No room for spontaneity and delight. No emotional connection. No, it wasn't for us. Now Katie uses the old magic trunk to store costumes.
Oh, there is a sword on the floor. Yeah, we should try and take it.
Miss Hitomi said something about you being unhappy with your character.
Oh, don't get me started. The evil wizard is a stock villain, paper thin, a cipher. All I do is tromp on stage and glower at the audience. He wants to rule the kingdom and kidnaps the princess, all right. But why? What motivates him to do it? Drama comes from a rich depth of character. Complexity, not caricature. I need something I can work with, something to sink my teeth into.
Maybe we can do it.
What if Jake and I came up with a better history for your character?
Do you think you could?
Yeah.
Sure. Harley's got the gift of writing, and I've been known to spin a yarn or two.
Very well. I must admit I'm curious to see what you come up with. Why does the wizard want to rule the kingdom?
He wants to save it. He wants to save it. Everyone's good in their own mind.
He doesn't want to rule. He wants to save the kingdom.
Yeah, in his mind, he's the real hero.
Yeah.
Oh, intriguing. A subversion of our expectations.
Like Thanos.
All right, but why does he kidnap the princess?
Cliched. 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 He's trying to protect her from the dragon.
He's actually keeping her safe from the dragon.
Unexpected. I like it. And how does the dragon fit into all this?
I guess he's trying to tame it and harness its power for good. The others don't really make sense.
The wizard wants to tame the dragon and harness its power to serve the kingdom.
Ah, I see. So truly he's just misunderstood. Yes, yes. Oh, this is a much more interesting and complex figure. The wizard is human, like any of us.
Yeah.
He has his own needs and desires.
Exactly.
He is conflicted.
Totally.
He strives to do the right thing, however that appears to him. He is the protagonist of his own story. This I can work with. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing of it. Appreciate the chat.
The pleasure was all mine, dear.
Every character should be the protagonist of their own story, really. Otherwise, what are you even doing? We better be getting royalties from all this help. Yeah, exactly. You should always write your characters as if they are the protagonist. Cool. I do need to figure out how to get into that box, though.
He's busy right now.
No, he's not. I guess I can't take the sword. Okay. 3 down. 1 to go. Now that he told us about the box, maybe, just maybe, I think I need to
A traveling truck.
somehow learn that that these are buttons. I'm not sure how I'd learn it, though. How would I learn that they're buttons?
A brass button. Mr. Ellis said this was Miss Hitomi's old magic trunk.
Uh-huh.
Maybe these buttons aren't just for decoration.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying all along. Fuck, I did that wrong. What is it? It's 7216.
Well, I'll be. Quite a bit of cash in here. So Miss Hitomi is skimming off the profits? Perhaps that book might shed some light on things. Seems to be some kind of diary or ledger. I'd better take a look at this.
Agreed.
Huh. It seems Miss Hitomi's keeping the extra money to invest in the show. She calls it a rainy day fund, and she has a separate space for emergency salary reserve. So Mrs. Davies was wrong. I ought to show her this. Maybe it'll calm her down.
Yeah, totally. And then we take the booze. And then we live the dream. It's all coming together.
I found this ledger in Miss Hitomi's trunk, along with some cash.
So I was right. This is exactly the proof I was looking for.
No, you were
It's
wrong.
not quite what you think. Look at the entries.
Rainy Day Fund. Emergency Salary Reserve. She isn't keeping this for herself.
She's setting it aside to help you all.
Oh dear, how embarrassing. What a fool I've been.
We all make mistakes. So now that you know your position is safe, will you get on stage and perform?
Yes, of course. Thank you for clearing up this misunderstanding. I really do appreciate it.
I mean, maybe the lady's actually smart. And rainy day fund is code for something. Like, I'm gonna skip town and take all this money with me. And that'll be the rainy day. You never know.
I don't think she'll be needing this anymore.
Nice. We've solved all the problems. It only took an hour. Ugh.
Here, how about this for some fuel?
Yes, this will work. Excuse me, I must go backstage and set up the prop.
Yeah. I hope we get to see the full play now. We almost certainly will.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
Are we ready? Yeah, I think we're ready.
I think you can try a second rehearsal now.
Really? You sure?
Oh, yes. I think so.
Positive. Let's get this show going.
Oh, yeah.
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful and charming princess.
How I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh, and the day sunny and bright.
The princess was loved and admired by everyone in the land, except one. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom and kidnapped the princess, intending to marry her and gain the throne.
Hark! You may think me evil, but wait until you discover my true intentions.
To ensure she could not escape, he summoned a terrifying dragon to guard her.
Cool.
However, all was not lost. For a young hero rose to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess. That is, if my dear mother lets me.
My dearest boy, proud as I am of your bravery, I worry so for your safety.
Fear not, mother, for I shall return victorious from battle.
I want to see him
And
punch
so
the dragon.
brave lad rode to the castle and confronted the mighty dragon.
Foul beast, your end is nigh.
With the dragon defeated, our brave hero rescued the princess and vanquished the wizard.
Curses! My plans have been foiled.
Oh, my brave son has returned.
Ah, your highness, I am smitten by your beauty. Will you marry me?
Yes, yes, gladly will I marry you.
And they lived happily ever after.
Boo!
Well, at least we made it through to the end that time. Your fixes made a big difference.
Yeah.
It's given me a lot to consider. Quentin has offered to do some rewrites. I'm sure he'll get us in good shape by next week.
Glad to be of service.
I'm curious to know how it all turns out. Send me a note at the Rosewater Post after you premiere.
Gladly.
We should be on our way. Miss Johnson has surely awoken from her nap by now.
True enough. Break a leg next week, Miss Hitomi.
Thank you. Safe travels.
Yeah, there were no stakes or suspense. It was kind of a lame
We
play.
did what we could for Miss Hitomi and her folk.
We did do what we could, that's true. You can only polish a turd so
In
far.
the end, they formed a strange kind of family, and they seem determined to keep on going. We've kept on going too. The oppressive, arid heat is beginning to give way to fresh breezes and forested slopes as we leave the desert scrub behind and cross into the mountains.
Cool.
Onward and upward.
Yeah. For real though, look how far we've got to go. The entirety of yesterday's stream was going like this far. Ooh.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
Do you think the show will be a success?
In your professional opinion, do you think Miss Hitomi's show has what it takes to succeed?
Oh, sure. We really dazzled it up for him. If it ain't a hit, I'll eat my hat.
Okay. It's a bold claim.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
Oh, Danny boy.
Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure.
What do you think?
Think Miss Atomi's show will be a success?
I sure hope so. It still needed some work, but I think we helped out a lot.
Yeah, we
We're
did.
slowing down again.
Do my eyes deceive me?
What is it?
That establishment by the roadside. It is flying the flag of New Spain.
Oh my god.
Come, Harley. Let us have a look inside. Ándale. Now we are talking. Come, let us have a drink, Harley.
Sure, be right there.
As we received some presents, they should be on display. That's true. They didn't give us any presents, right? They didn't even give us any gold. They just said, oh, thanks for the help. Our presents are on display. The ones that we've actually got.
Must have been a spill at this table.
Yoink.
Looks like he's already had too much.
Madre de Dios.
No point. He's fast asleep.
Oh, our tea isn't on display, but it's in our inventory.
It's got a nice fruity aroma. Kind of sweet.
Don't know if we'll be able to use it. Like, I don't know if we'll be able to use the doubloon. Or the
A piece of petrified wood from the desert.
petrified wood. But maybe we will.
Yuck. Looks like it hasn't been cleaned in months. Hey, that kind of looks like Phil.
Maybe it is Phil.
Wonder if that's the mascot.
No.
Gives the patrons something to look at, besides each other's ugly mugs.
Oh yeah. Let's go into the back room.
Harley, what are you doing? Come, have a drink.
Alright, buddy. Calm yourself.
Surprisingly well stocked for such a remote place.
Yeah, almost too well stocked. Are these guys cannibals?
Tell me, Harley, have you ever had real tequila?
You mean the stuff you put in Danny's chili?
No. That was mezcal. I am talking about the stuff made from blue agave. Bartender, 2 shots of your finest tequila, if you please.
Can we afford his finest tequila?
To what shall we toast?
What do you think?
I, can't think of anything. Any ideas?
And here I thought the writer might grace us with some fine words to stir the soul.
Huh. Well, extemporaneous speaking is something else altogether. Surely the spontaneous, soul-stirring words of inspiration are more in the line of a battlefield general?
Yeah.
That may be so. Very well. Let us toast to our health and a successful journey. Salud!
Salud!
What do you think?
I thought tequila was supposed to burn like hell.
No.
Only the inferior kind. Good tequila is smooth as water.
Yeah.
I like this place. Reminds me of home.
You must really miss it, huh?
It is a wound in my heart. But I cannot go home until I know I am not leading my men into a massacre at the border. Until I have more recruits and sufficient supplies and equipment, my only option is to stay here and plan. Yet, every moment I remain in exile, the corpse of the revolution rots.
Yeah, it's a real pisser. Also, yeah, tequila's like one of the least burny drinks, right? Least burny spirits. I used to love a good bit of tequila. Back in my drinking days. Write a manifesto, yeah. I mean, it's probably pointless, but...
Instead of lamenting your exile, why not do something about it from here?
Like what?
Send word to the people back in New Spain? Publish a manifesto? Something is better than nothing.
I am a fighter, not a writer.
I can help.
That's what I once thought, too.
All well and good, but I am not like you. For me, the sword is mightier than the pen.
But we can help.
Shall we have another?
Sure, buddy.
Absolutely.
Bartender, 2 more, please.
Let's get wasted.
I have one other thing to toast. To the success of the new Spanish Revolution. ¡Viva la Revolución de Nueva España! Salud!
La revolución.
Sí, señor.
Hernandez.
Friend of yours?
Friend? That man is a traitor. Traidor! Toma!
Hey!
Should be a better shot than that, General.
After him. Do not let that snake escape.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We don't know what he did wrong. But okay.
Bill?
Over here. He cannot have gone far. There is no way out of here, but it is too dark to see back there.
What's this about, buddy?
Who is that? And what's happening right now?
No time to explain. We need to find Hernandez quickly. That traitorous bastard is hiding in the dark like the rat he is. We must flush him out so he cannot take us by surprise.
I'll see what I can do.
Yoink.
Oof! It's heavier than it looks.
Why would we smash the light? That'd be counterproductive, right? We must flush him out.
Smells of alcohol. There. That should help.
I know, I'm a genius.
That's better.
Where are you? Whatever your
The
name
blood
was.
trail ends here. He's either in that back room or behind those crates. You take one, I will take the other.
Okay, he's almost certainly behind the crates.
Aha!
Phil, wait!
Wait for what? This man is a traitor, pure and simple. And there is only one way to deal with traitors.
Por favor, no me mates. Te lo ruego. Tengo familia.
What's he saying?
He's begging for his life. Says he has a family. Clearly a lie, or he would be with them instead of face down in his drink. No me mientas, bastardo.
I'm not lying, I swear.
Oh, so you finally learned some English, did you? What other tricks have you learned since you deserted, I wonder?
Look, what happened?
I feel like I'm missing something. What's the story here?
The story is this man is a deserter. He abandoned his compadres when they needed him the most.
No, it is not like that.
Cállate, cabrón.
Look, I helped you find the man. At least tell me what happened.
Yeah.
Fine. Hernandez was one of the revolution's best defenders. I thought he was loyal.
I was. I am.
But he was among the first to flee when the Spanish army came to Jicotea.
No, I can explain.
So can I. You chose to run like a coward instead of staying and fighting like a man. It takes a low sword to abandon someone who is counting on you. You said so yourself, Harley.
That's true. I mean, you're not wrong. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
That's true, but everyone deserves a chance to tell their side of the story.
I do not understand. When Stokes left us to the Otham, you weren't interested in hearing his explanation.
I was.
Yet now, you are willing to listen to this traitor?
I mean, I would want Stokes to explain himself. We never got to hear his side of the story. I would have liked to hear his side of the story, honestly. I think it was pretty uncouth of the game to not let us hear it. So...
You can damn well bet I'd demand an explanation from Stokes if I ever saw him again, but I'm pretty sure I'll never get that chance. You've got it now. Don't squander it.
There is some truth to what you say.
Yeah.
Rare is the opportunity to confront those who have wronged us. But I don't care to listen to his excuses. His actions told me enough.
So you're just going to kill him?
No, I am not just going to kill him. I am bringing a traitor to justice.
General, please. We were outnumbered 10 to 1. It was hopeless. I have a family who needs me. What was I meant to do?
You were meant to fight for your freedom. For your family's freedom. To die for it if necessary. Do you know how many of your brothers gave their lives so you could run off and make merry in some alpine cantina?
As many as gave their lives so you could do the same.
What? How dare you?
I heard about the massacre at Jicotea, and yet I see you standing here before me. Did you stand and fight? Did you die gloriously for freedom? No, you ran, just as I did, because there was no victory possible. The only difference is that you justified your cowardice by calling it a retreat.
I mean, he does have a point. Sort of. Except the general at least tried to fight. Whereas he legged it before the battle, right? I thought he was going to have a better argument. I really thought he was going to have a better argument than there was too many of them, so I ran away. This guy at least gave it a try.
Don't pay attention to him, Phil. He's just stalling. I don't think you're a coward.
Yeah.
I am not so sure anymore. I assessed the situation and made strategic decisions. That is what a general does. If our front line had not broken and scattered before the enemy, more lives might have been saved in an orderly retreat. But I preserved what forces I could to fight another day. I wept for every man, woman, and child who died at Jicotea. I should have died alongside them, but I didn't. Yes, I survived, damn you. I kept the revolution alive.
And so did I. I ran to Vespuccia, just like you, because New Spain is no place now for revolutionaries. Was I a coward? Yes, and I cannot escape that shame. If you feel you must execute me for that, then so be it. But a traitor? Never. I love my country, and my heart still beats for her freedom. I will gladly return to fight for it, if you will have me back.
Ay, Hernandez. Why do you do this to me? I never doubted your loyalty until you broke. But now, what would you do if you were in my position, Harley?
Should have become Zorro. Well, that's the thing, right? The general, yeah, he left. But he's doing something to, like, return to the fight. Whereas this guy's just fucking getting drunk in a bar. You know? I think giving him a second chance to rejoin the fight is a liability more than anything. However, I don't know if I'd put a bullet between his eyes. Yeah, let him go take care of his family. I mean, that's what he should have been doing in the first place. I don't know why he went and got drunk.
Have some mercy. He may not have been a great soldier, but that doesn't mean his life is without value.
Yeah, he was just in the wrong job.
Seems to me your government would like nothing better than to have one less rebel in the world. Why give them the satisfaction? Let him go be with his family. After all, isn't that what you're really fighting for?
I am sorry, Harley, but I cannot. His treason cannot go unpunished. Let him be an example to others whose faith would falter.
No! No!
Oh well. Can't say I didn't try.
It had to be done.
We should leave, quickly.
You will get no objections from me. Vamos.
This guy's ruthless.
Why don't you go on ahead? I'd like a minute to collect my thoughts.
Very well.
I mean, whatever, I guess. It's none of our business. Are we collecting our thoughts? I really thought we'd be able to do some in here to collect our thoughts. Oh, we got to keep that newspaper article. That's weird. Okay, I guess we collected our thoughts.
Oh, good, you're back. We're low on food. If we want to eat tonight, we'll need to hunt for more. I'll let y'all decide what we're after. Round here, the fishing's pretty good, and there's plenty of rabbits and pheasants. Personally, I'd suggest rabbits. Easiest to catch and prepare.
I wouldn't be opposed to some pheasant. Danny makes a mean stew.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What kind of fish are common around here?
Mostly salmon.
Ah, then fishing gets my vote.
You don't get a vote.
I vote fishing as well.
And you, Legere?
Well, she gets a vote. He doesn't get a vote. He just murdered a man for, like, arguably no reason. There's some long pig in a cellar. Yeah, that's true. These two get a vote. He doesn't get a vote, which means she's outnumbered. She's outnumbered. So I guess we go with pheasant.
I think pheasant sounds great.
Then it's decided. The three of you who wanted pheasant, take the rifles in the wagon and get hunting. Rest of us will start making camp.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this'll be a good place to hunt. You alright handling that thing, Harley?
He was a traitor. No, he wasn't a traitor. His heart was in the right place. He didn't flee because he was a traitor. He fled because he was a coward, which is different. He joined the revolution thinking, oh yeah, I'll totally fight. And then when it came to it, he was like, actually, I'm not really cut out for this. You don't shoot someone in the head for that, I think. I think that's excessive. I think letting him go home to his family, it's like, okay, man. At least you showed up, hey? But you're clearly not cut out for it, so we don't want you in the revolution anymore. But just go home and, like, I don't know, write a poem, you know? But this guy was like, nope, shoot him in the head. That's what the Ruskies did. That's the communist mentality. Shoot people if they flee. You can't be doing that shit. Then people won't join up because they don't know if they're going to flee or not. It's a disincentive, isn't it? We did it too. Well, yeah, probably. But still, disincentivizes. If anything, it incentivizes you to fucking shoot your commander in the head. Like, oh, I'd rather shoot my commander in the head than go out there. You know? Your entire squad's going to be like, we don't want to do this. Let's just kill that fucking guy who's going to shoot us if we run. It just ends... It doesn't end well. If they don't want to fight, just go fine. Don't fight. But you don't get any of the glory. That's the trade-off, innit? I won't be fine. If this is another shooting thing, I really won't be fine. And I'm not going to bet I shoot more birds than him, because that's just not realistic. Although, Jake is a shit shot. And I don't really want to throw shade at Danny.
I'll be okay, but what about Danny? You haven't got a rifle.
Don't need one. My pistols will do the job just fine.
Let's get to it.
I'm gonna whiff this so hard.
Everybody ready?
No.
Time to shoot us some supper.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
This rifle's pulling to the side like... I think it needs a cleaning.
I'm not gonna get any. I'm actually not gonna get any.
We'll be eating good tonight.
Never mind.
Woo-wee!
I mean, how many pheasants do we need?
Well, I'll be. Well, I'll be.
I'm a god.
Not a bad haul. Plenty to go around.
What was that?
Oh, shit.
Wombles was right.
Whoa. What do we do?
Keep your heads. No sudden moves.
I think it wants our birds.
Give it one.
Let's back away slowly. I think that's what you're supposed to do with bears.
Sure. But I've got a clean shot.
Give it a bird. Give it a bird. Jake is shit.
I'm backing away some more.
Okay. Nice and slow.
You can't trust Jake to shoot.
What if you threw at one of the pheasants, Danny?
Yeah, just
Might
one.
be enough to distract it so we can get away.
We got loads of them.
I think we're clear. Keep moving back slowly.
And he thought this game had no headshots. I was headshotting all those birds.
That was close.
Way too close for my liking.
But we live to see another day. And that's what matters.
Yeah.
At least we still have plenty of food for supper.
Yeah.
And a hell of a story to tell.
Yeah.
Speaking of, we should get the fire ready.
No, they should have done that already. That's what they said they were going to do.
Now that was some good eating. Wonder if that bear feels the same. So, I've been meaning to ask, what's everybody planning on doing with their share of Clark's stash?
Jake, is that something we should really be talking about?
Look, I ain't deaf. I've known about your little treasure hunt for a while. Far as I'm concerned, that's your business, and I want no part of it.
Good.
You paid me to get you to El Presidio, and that's what I'm doing.
We should offer to cut her in. Maybe it'll take that stick out of her ass.
Miss Johnson's been a valuable member of this group. I think we should cut her in.
You're kind, Leger, but I ain't interested. I was taught to earn an honest living, and that's what I intend to do.
Anyhow, the question stands.
I think I'd like to buy a new pair of six-shooters. Maybe a horse. It'd be nice to travel the countryside, too.
Have we not been doing that?
Well, sure, but I meant for pleasure. What about you, Phil?
My share will go to the revolution, of course.
Yeah.
I do not know how much it will help at this point, but I must do something for my people.
That's good of you, Phil. I think I'd like to open my own clinic.
Dr. Redbird, eh?
Well, no, I can't practice as a doctor without a medical license.
That's what I was
But
going to say.
I could continue as an herbalist, or maybe a midwife.
So get your medical license. You're already worth 10 of those frontier quacks out there. They're all practicing with some scrap of parchment they paid some fancy school for. You could just write in for one. You'd never have to attend a class or show your face.
Perhaps that's something to consider. You sure you aren't interested in joining us, Miss Johnson? The extra money could let you stay in one place for a while.
An interesting thought. But I don't mind moving around, at least until I find something worth staying put for.
What about you, Harley?
Max says, so the driver's allowed to call her by something weird, but the general isn't allowed to call her senorita. What did the driver call her? What would we do with the money? We would make our plans once we have it.
I'm not much for chasing dreams. I'll let you know my plans once I've got the money in hand.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And you, Jake?
Oh, you know, I haven't really thought about it.
But you asked the question.
Yeah.
Sure, but because I was curious about you folks. Truth be told, I ain't in much of a hurry for this trip to end.
Well, that's awful sweet.
I'll lay off, will you? All right, folks, I'm turning in. See y'all in the morning.
All right, Jake. Commit the perfect crime. We'll have done that if we get the money. Who's a good dog?
Atta girl.
You murdered someone. In cold blood. The coldest blood. How you doing, Danny?
Doing all right, Danny?
I think so, yeah. That bear was something, huh?
I'll
Yeah.
say. But I'm glad we all managed to keep our heads. And you cooked up those pheasants real nice.
Oh, thanks. I'm feeling pretty tired. Think I'll hit the hay.
Leger is what she used. That's our name. Our name is Leger.
Glad to see you and Lisa Lou getting along so well.
She's a great pup. Suddenly the road feels a little less lonely. Ain't that right, girl?
It's not the killing, it's the not looting the body. Well, that as well, but I don't think he had anything. Although he probably had some money. He was getting drunk, right?
You okay, Nadine? You seem lost in thought.
Oh, I was just contemplating what Miss Johnson said about me getting a license. I never really thought about it before. On one hand, it's exciting to think about all the possibilities, but it's also just as terrifying to consider the unknown.
Just go for it.
Well, I think Miss Johnson has a point. You should try for your license. Anyway, isn't considering the unknown all part of being a doctor?
Yeah.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll give it some more thought.
Yeah, you do that.
It seems I'm sleepier than I thought. I should get to bed.
We're not going to say already, but you didn't even drink. Just good night.
Fair enough. Get some rest.
Good night, Harley. Please excuse me. I'll see you all in the morning.
Bye, Nadine. Okay, let's call him out on his BS.
How are you feeling, Phil?
Oh, well, I have had much to think about of late. The incident with Hernandez has left me uneasy. Perhaps I was too rash in dealing with him. The penalty for treason has always been death, but perhaps I should have spared him. And what of the revolution? Or the mystery of the Fort's Aurum shipments?
Oh,
I
yeah.
have yet to hear from Lieutenant General de la Vega regarding either. So many questions and so few answers.
Sounds like you really do have a lot on your mind.
Indeed. Would you like to join me in a toast to the fallen?
Nope. But I'll salute their memory. Sorry, buddy. What, you're going to toast that guy who you just shot in the head?
I'll pass on the drink, but I'll join you in saluting their memory.
A curious custom you follow. But, all right. A los caídos. Salud. I have been meaning to ask. More than once now, you have refused to imbibe during a toast. Now, where I am from, this could be considered anything from a social misstep to a downright insult. Why do you do this, Is this a common thing among Vespuccians?
Yeah, alcohol shouldn't be necessary, man. You're buying into the big alcohol propaganda.
Not so common, no. There are so many social rituals where you're expected to fill yourself up to the gills with liquor just to take part. That never sat right with me. I'd rather enjoy my friends' company and mark important occasions with a clear head, not all fogged up with drink.
Fascinating. What a refreshing and unusual perspective. It is always a pleasure to raise a glass with you, my friend, whether there is anything in it or not. I believe I will retire for the evening.
Good.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, you murderer.
Looks like you and I are the last ones standing for a change.
Imagine that. You going to bed?
Guess so. You?
Not just yet. Time to get in my nightly walk.
Can I come?
All right. Enjoy yourself. See you in the morning.
Good night, Legere. Come on, girl.
Yeah, no option to say fuck you, buddy. She's gonna have gone missing, right?
Morning. We ready to head out?
We should be once Lola returns. She said she was going to go scout down the road a ways.
That was a while ago. Maybe we should go check on her.
I'll go look for her.
You sure?
Yeah. Be back in no time.
Maybe I can throw a dagger in her leg. Take her other eye.
The breakfast fire's still going. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah. Just some damn vandals making trouble.
What do you mean?
Vandals? I don't follow.
Just have a look. Somebody's desecrated this traveler's shrine.
What's a traveler's shrine?
A custom of the road. Folks set 'em up for lots of reasons. Some think they bring luck. Others use them to pray to St. Christopher. Sometimes they have gifts or supplies you can use, provided you leave something for the next traveler.
Can we fix it?
We can't just leave the shrine like this. Can we fix it?
Yes, I think we can. Whoever did this probably just scattered everything around. We can search the area for what's missing.
What exactly are we looking for?
Well, the icon of St. Christopher, for one. See all that writing on the boulder next to the shrine?
Yeah.
There was probably something people used to make those marks, but that's also gone. And the offering box is empty, so we should put something in before we go.
All right, let's get to work.
Why do I have to put something in? That should be her job. Here, do you want... something useful? But if it's useful, I want it. Okay, let's look at the scribbles.
It's covered in writing. Mostly place names, but a few messages here and there. What's all this writing mean?
Folk usually write the name of their destination on a nearby surface.
The cannibals didn't get her, but they're going to get someone. Just wait. I'm confident there's going to be cannibals.
Nice little pond.
Yeah.
Keep your distance. That's poison ivy.
Okay. Fair enough. Is there anything here?
Someone left some oranges, but they've gone moldy.
Great.
That must be where the supplies go.
Okay. An owl?
This bottle's still intact.
Yeah, I'll take a bottle. Can never have too many bottles.
Interesting looking mushrooms.
Very interesting. Especially if you want to poison somebody.
Yeah, we should take one.
Watch out for the broken glass there.
People have no regard.
Yeah.
There's a big hole in that tree.
An owl hole.
Nothing inside but dead leaves and insects.
Can we put the bottle in the hole? No. You never know. Have I watched the 2000-ish movie Ravenous? No. No. Robert Carlyle. Who's Robert Carlyle? The name rings a bell. Robert Carlyle. Robert Carlyle. Oh! I used to date his cousin. Back in the day. Ravenous is so good. I haven't seen it. Have to look it up. It's a horror western with
Trees
cannibals.
covered in moss.
That does sound pretty good. Like that one western with cannibals. What's it called? What's it called? Where they split the guy in two in a totally excessive scene. It's got what's his name in it? What's that movie called? It was more recent. It was really good. Bone Tomahawk? Bone Tomahawk. That's a really good western with cannibals.
A pile of dead leaves.
Can I take some?
Hey, a piece of chalk.
Well, that'll do for writing on the grave. I mean, the shrine.
What's this? Looks like I found St. Christopher.
Good.
And then we can fill the bottle with the pond water and live the dream.
Yuck. What's that?
Probably a squirrel or chipmunk.
Okay. We could tidy up the glass. Let's fill the bottle from the pond. Don't know if it's safe, but whatever. We're not going to be here.
Hope you ain't thinking of drinking that.
Something wrong?
That water's stagnant. Unless you want to be running out both ends, you better boil it first.
All right, all right. I will. Anna says, I was so ready to play this game after the whole cannibal mystery. If the ether thing doesn't live up to it, I will be sad. Yeah, me too.
I'm heading back to camp for a spell.
All right, then.
I gotta boil this water.
This shouldn't take long.
She is pushy, yeah.
There, nice and clean.
We should probably stock up on our own water as well. Didn't you say we were low on, like, supplies? What's stale water? You know, stale water. Stagnant water. Where it's not been flowing. So it, like, I guess algae and stuff grow in it. That's why you should only really drink from flowing water.
There. Now the next thirsty traveler can have some clean drinking water.
I drink from flowing water quite often. When I go for walks on the moors in the countryside. There's like rivers and waterfalls that I drink from. It's good. Nothing better than some countryside water.
Nope, that doesn't go there. There you are, St. Christopher. Back where you belong.
Any sheep around? Yeah, there's wild sheep that just roam around. Loads of them. Loads of them. They're not penned in or anything.
Someone left some orange. Right? I think that's everything.
So it's not pure water. So? You don't see animals
going to write
drinking pure
something?
water.
Yep.
And they're usually fine. It's probably beneficial to drink not pure water. It's probably good for the immune system or something. Either way, it's never done me any harm. And I've been doing it since I was a kid. Why not write El Presidio? Yeah.
You didn't write El Presidio? How come?
That's where I'm taking you, but it's not where I'm going. I'm asking for safe passage to wherever I end up.
And where's that?
Damned if I know. Right now, the only way I'm going is forward. We all got our paths in this life. I'm just trying to forge mine.
Depends on your definition of pure. Yeah, exactly. It's like natural water, at least. It's probably the best kind of natural water you're going to get. It's like I heard when I was a kid that you should drink water that's just come off a waterfall. So that's what I tend to do. I doubt there was any truth in it. But that's what I do anyway. And it's pretty great. Oh, drinking from a waterfall is so good. It's like the best tasting water you'd ever get. It is kind of nice to be free and unattached.
I get what you're saying. Not having anything to tie you down is nice, in a way.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience?
You could say that. I've never put down deep roots.
Yeah.
I'd only been in Rosewater a day before we started this trip. Before that, I lived in Pierre a few years after moving from Rampton. But I grew up in New Britannia.
Lamplight City? So you're one of them tough gals, huh?
Yeah, they used to call me Spitfire Harley.
Well, there was a time I boxed under the name Spitfire Harley.
No kidding. Guess that explains a few things. We should head back to camp and get a move on. Sun's already higher than I'd like.
After you, Miss Johnson.
Call me Lola.
In the mountains of California, you used to drink from the river. Yeah, it's nice. I like drinking nature's bounty. Hey, look, we made it well far in that one. Cool. This is new, I think.
Jake's luggage. I could put everything I own in that suitcase and it would hardly cover the bottom.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
It's an autographed ferrotype of the Queen's Mid-Atlantic Players. Miss Hitomi gave it to us before we left.
Oh, cool. It's that one guy's head. We took it after we murdered him.
None are in the red, so I guess that's good.
How you doing, murderer?
Phil?
Harley?
Did I ever see the Moor horses? They're like tiny donkeys. No. That does sound pretty cool, though. I never imagined we'd run into one of your soldiers, man.
What were the odds we'd run into one of your former soldiers?
Not very good for him. Please, let us not discuss it further.
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Let's read a book. We've never read a book.
I don't think I've read most of these. Scooch over a touch, would you, Phil?
Yeah, Phil, stop hogging all the room.
We're slowing down.
Oh, good. I was thinking we were about due for a stop.
I could use a walk.
Me too. Let's go have a look around.
We're not far from Hellfire Pass. The road gets mighty bumpy, so I thought we'd take a rest here.
Appreciated, Miss Johnson.
I'm going for a wash in that river, just down that way, in case any of you feel so inclined. Lord knows we could all use it.
That sounds like an excellent idea. I think I'll join you. I mean, I'll go too. After you.
Come on.
How about you boys?
Well, give the ladies their privacy.
Well, I'm going for a walk. See you later.
Yeah, so long, fools. Except Danny, he's alright. Let's look at this guy's shit. Size him up before we talk to him.
Lenses of various shapes and sizes. A contraption with a small bell and a dial with numbers around it. Oh, one of those gyro whatsits. I haven't seen one in a while. Judging by the smell, these are full of chemicals.
Cool.
Good day to you, sir.
Ah, hello there, young lady. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Indeed, Mr.
Ah, where are my manners? The name is Treadway, Rupert Treadway.
I'm Harley Legere.
Absolutely delighted to make your acquaintance, Miss Legere.
You're dressed awfully fancy for the woods.
Pardon my asking, but you're not accustomed to being outdoors, are you?
Am I that obvious? What gave it away?
I've never met a frontiersman in a three-piece suit before.
Aha, yes, of course. Well, you're right. I come from El Presidio. Perhaps in future I should trade my stovepipe for a coonskin cap.
Anything I should know about El Presidio?
I just so happen to be on my way to El Presidio right now. Any advice for a first-time visitor?
Stay away from the wharf if you value your money or your life. Otherwise, it's a charming city. I'm sure you'll enjoy it very much.
Probably going to spend loads of time in the wharf.
Is that contraption some sort of camera?
Goodness, what perspicacity. It is indeed, my dear, but no ordinary camera. This is my own patented design, the Rapograph.
Ooh.
The what now?
It's a portmanteau, you see, of rapid and photograph. Well, the name isn't necessarily final. The point is, my camera can capture images instantaneously without the need to hold a pose. I'm then able to combine these instant images to create moving pictures.
My God. Moving pictures?
Moving pictures? I've heard some whoppers in my day, but...
I assure you, it's true. Allow me to demonstrate.
Wow. Does it use ethericity? Maybe. Hopefully. How did you do that? Look, I feel like flipbooks would have been a thing before film. In fact, I'm very surprised if it wasn't. Flipbooks are like one of the most obvious things in the world. To us, at least. Maybe it wasn't to them back in the day. But I don't think she would be amazed by it. Like, wow, you got a flip book. The fact that it's made out of photos, yeah, that's pretty cool. But I don't buy that she would be that amazed by it to say, are you a magician?
Now just how in the ether did you pull that off?
I'm glad you asked. I take a sequence of individual images and quickly cycle through them to create the appearance of movement.
It's so smooth and lifelike.
Quite. Not since the Renaissance maestros discovered the vanishing point has there been such a revolution in the science of imagery.
Buddy, I don't believe that you came up with it. I just don't. I'm sorry.
I don't suppose you'd let me borrow that booklet of yours.
I'm afraid not, Miss Legere. It's nothing personal. I just can't afford to let my prototypes fall into the wrong hands.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just what is it you're photographing here?
Anything I can. This forest has offered prime specimens for my study of animal locomotion. I've done some preliminary work with human subjects. Unfortunately, I've not been able to procure many volunteers.
We'll volunteer.
If you need a human subject, I'd be willing to assist, provided there was some financial compensation.
I appreciate the offer, but you are not the sort of subject I'm looking for.
Why not?
As I am primarily interested in the movement of the body, the joints and muscles, I require my subjects to pose in the nude. Thus far, I've employed paid ladies, but recruiting male models has proven more difficult.
Jake'll do it.
It's not so easy to convince them that my intentions are academic, not erotic.
And are they? Academic, I mean.
Oh, of course, of course. My work will benefit science, train practitioners of the medical arts, inform the labors of visual artists. It will serve mankind. There is nothing prurient about it.
So if I found you some male models...
Then I would happily pay 5 crowns each.
Sounds like a deal. I'll see what I can do.
Methinks he doth protest too much. Those cameras take an age to take a picture, like 1 minute exposure. Not his. His is a special prototype. The Rapidgraph.
Say, what's that doohickey on your wagon? The one with the bell.
That? Oh, that's my timer.
How does it work?
You simply turn the dial to set how many seconds you wish to count down. When the time has elapsed, the bell rings. It's far more convenient for my purposes than an hourglass.
So long, Mr. Treadway.
Au revoir, my dear.
Okay, let's convince the guys to pose in the nude. You have to say no homo. Yeah.
Hey, Phil, how'd you like to make some easy money?
What are you talking about?
There's a fellow nearby needs some help. I'm trying to find him some volunteers.
To do what, exactly?
He's developed a new camera that takes ferrotypes in quick succession, capturing movement. He's looking for some models to help study human locomotion.
And he's offering payment?
Oh, yes.
That's right. 5 crowns per model.
What is the catch?
How'd you know there was one?
Because there is always a catch. So, what is it?
He wants his models to be nude.
Wait, you're joking, yes?
I'm not.
Vete a la chingada. You expect me to take my clothes off and be ferrotyped by some pinche pendejo you met in the woods? How do you know he's not some miscreant seeking additions to his personal erotica collection?
If I thought that was his angle, I'd never have asked.
Yeah.
I am sure you are a fine judge of character. But unless you have something to back up your impressions, I will remain right here.
So we need to prove that he's not a gay man who's trying to perv on them. Fair enough. We'll do it.
Danny, I've got a favor to ask. There's a fellow just down the way who's looking for willing participants to help with his research.
And you want me to volunteer?
That's the idea.
What sort of research are we talking?
He's developing moving images.
Danny will be up for it.
Really?
Yep, he's got a special camera and everything. Just needs models. Thing is, he wants them to be nude.
Why?
Something about accurately capturing the body's movement.
I see. I don't know.
What's wrong? Are you shy?
Come on, Danny, what's the problem? You shy.
I just don't make a habit of undressing in front of folk.
But do it for science.
So, let me get this straight. Danny Luo, one of the best sharpshooters I've ever seen, helps knock over a government supply wagon, jumps into a river to save a kid's life, manages to escape a grizzly bear, but balks at the idea of taking off his clothes? You're as brave as they come. What's one little science experiment?
Well, when you put it that way. Okay, fine, I'll do it.
That's the spirit. I'll inform Mr. Treadway.
Shit, we're gaslighting him. I bet Treadway is a perv. Jake will be up for it. He's up for anything. Jake will do anything for 5 crowns.
Hey, Jake. How'd you like to help a gentleman in need?
How do you mean?
I met a fellow just down the way who's doing some research involving ferrotypography.
Intriguing. Just what is this gent in need of?
He asked me to find him some models. He'd like to capture you in motion. Thing is, he needs you to do it in the nude. It sounds strange, but he's got his reasons.
I'm sure he does. So this feller wants some spicy pictures of old gentleman Jake in his birthday suit. Is that it?
Yeah.
Well...
You can go ahead and let him know it will be my pleasure to oblige.
Oh. Okay then. Great.
See, I told you he'd be up for it. Right. Now we just need to prove that he's not doing anything sus, even though he may very well be. The book would prove it, sort of, in a way. Well, not really. It's the best we'd be able to do.
Mr. Treadway?
Madam?
One of my friends may be up to helping, but he needs some convincing. Could you maybe come back with me and explain it to him yourself?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid I can't leave my camera here.
What if I guarded it?
I'm sure you're trustworthy, but it's too great a risk.
Couldn't we just take it with us?
The camera's already assembled and calibrated. The process of disassembly, transport, reassembly, and recalibration would take ages.
Okay, I get it. I'll figure out another way to convince him.
And I know just the way.
So long, Mr. Treadway.
Au revoir, my dear.
Au revoir, my dear. Set that, then steal the book.
What? What's going on over there? Oh, it's the timer. Did you set it, Miss Leger?
No. Of course not.
Odd.
I'll just borrow this for a while.
Yoink. Odd.
Mr. Treadway's fascinating little book of moving drawings. Look at this.
Santa Maria!
Impressive, isn't it?
What is this devilry?
It's not devilry, it's science.
So this is what your friend in the woods is doing?
Yes, now are you convinced?
Not entirely, but at least it appears he's not just some nut. Or if he is, he's an unusually industrious one. Very well. You may tell him I will pose for his pictures.
Good man.
Dude's gonna be like, right, I need you all to pose for me. Can you stand behind that guy? And, Danny, can you bend over? And Jake, can you, like, crouch in the corner? And, jerk off. Nude but the hat stays on. Yeah. You can leave your hat on. Okay, we're gonna give him his book back.
Mr. Treadway?
Madam?
So long, Mr. Treadway.
Au revoir, my dear.
I'm gonna give him his book back just in case, like, he doesn't pay us because we stole his book. Never mind. It's gone.
Mr. Treadway?
Madam?
Madam?
Well, Mr. Treadway, I got you some models.
Wonderful. Bring them over and we'll get started.
They really made him sound creepy.
Yes, this is perfect.
You're sticking around to watch?
You kidding? Wouldn't miss this for the world.
I cannot believe you talked me into this.
You're making a valuable contribution to the arts and sciences, young man.
All right, Mr. Treadway, just say the word and we can get going.
All right, let's begin.
They're supposed to be moving. What are they gonna do?
Spectacular. Your performance exceeded all expectations.
I have to admit, I've never seen such flexibility. So, about that payment?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
We're taking the money.
Much
Thanks,
obliged.
suckers.
Thank you again for your invaluable assistance. Enjoy your time in El Presidio.
Now he's got blackmail material against the general. Okay, do you reckon it's all going to kick off in Hellfire Pass? Probably, based on the name. I love how we took the money. We were like, hey guys, do you want to earn some extra cash? And they're like, yeah, okay. And then we just keep the money. Sorry, suckers.
Phil?
Harley?
How was it modeling for Treadway?
I hope your modeling experience wasn't too harrowing.
I confess it was rather awkward at first. But in truth, it was no different to fighting alongside my compadres in battle. We are at our most vulnerable, conquering our fears. It does wonders for camaraderie.
That guy's voice is really familiar. Like, really familiar. Do you not think? It's super familiar. I'm trying to think where I've heard it.
How do you think Miss Atomi's show will do?
I believe it has a chance to succeed. If nothing else, the new pyrotechnics for the dragon will distract the audience from the acting.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
His voice is so familiar. It's like beyond familiar. Can I tell her that they posed in the nude?
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
No. I've learned a lot about coyotes recently.
I have to say, I've learned quite a bit about coyotes lately.
They are fascinating creatures, aren't they? I'm sure you can understand why there are so many stories and legends about them.
Yeah.
Think Miss Atomi's show will be a success?
I'd like to think so. We certainly left it better than when we found it.
True.
How have you been liking our journey so far? Nice change of scene for you?
I feel as though I've seen and done more in the past few days than I have in my whole life.
Leger, get up here, would you?
I really want to remember where I've heard the general before.
What's the matter?
Bridge is out. We'll need to take the detour north through the mountains. Hey, you there. What happened to the bridge?
Just fell down the other day, damnedest thing. Heard a big boom, and next thing I know, no bridge. You know, if I was you, I'd just turn right back around.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the detour?
That road's haunted or cursed or something. Nobody who goes that way ever comes back.
You can't be serious.
That's what the last person who came through here said. And wouldn't you know it, I ain't seen him since.
Maybe they made it to their destination. I mean, asking if he had anything to do with the collapse, he's just going to say no, but maybe he'll say it in a sus way.
The bridge mysteriously collapses and you just happen to come along and warn people about a haunted road? Seems to me you know more than you're letting on.
Oh, I'm just trying to be helpful.
Look, if folks take that road and never come back, it means they made it where they were going.
That's what I
Now,
said.
If everyone who went that way did come back, then you'd know there was something wrong.
Huh, never thought of it that way.
If you'll excuse us, we've wasted enough time.
Well, hold on, there might have been...
What was that all about?
The bridge over the canyon's collapsed, so we're taking a detour through the mountains.
Who was the old guy?
Just some nut. Tried to convince us the road was cursed.
Oh my god, what if it is cursed?
You really do meet all kinds out here, huh?
We seem to be blessed in that regard.
The curse is real!
What the hell was that?
Are you okay, Harley?
Yeah, I'm fine. We'd better go see what happened.
How bad is it?
Santa
Bad.
Maria!
One of the front wheels caught a big hole in the road. Front axle's completely split. It's gonna take some time to fix. I suggest y'all find a good camping spot. We might be here a couple days.
Well, this is just fantastic.
Maybe we should have heeded the warning.
Guess we should have listened to that old man after all.
Wouldn't surprise me if he dug that hole himself.
Hey, folks.
Hold it there. Who the hell are you?
Hey, easy now. I mean you no harm. My name is Jerome Hawkins. I come from the settlement just up the mountain. I saw your predicament. Came down to see if we could lend a hand.
Cannibals!
A settlement? Up on that mountain?
Yes, sirree. We don't see new faces often, so everybody would be dying to meet you.
I can repair the axle. I just need time.
Oh, nonsense. We'll send somebody down to see to your wagon. In the meantime, I invite you to come up and be our guest for supper. We can offer you a safe and comfortable place to rest tonight.
Much appreciated, Mr. Hawkins.
Wonderful. Follow me, then.
Womble says this part was in the trailer. Yeah, but who watches trailers? It's a perfect way to
Greetings, friends. I
spoil
hope you're
games for
well.
yourself.
I might shaken up, but tolerable well otherwise.
I can only imagine. Brother Jerome said it looked like your wagon was in bad shape.
Nothing that can't be fixed.
Of course. But in the meantime, I invite you to stay with us here in New Bethel. I'm Joanna Taggart. On behalf of the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, I bid you welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Taggart.
Please, call me Sister Joanna.
Are you a religious sister then, Sister Joanna?
We are all brothers and sisters in God here, none placed above any other, although I do provide spiritual counsel to the community here. We can get further acquainted tonight. We're preparing a welcoming feast in your honor. You may wander freely as you please, but as this is a place of peace, we ask only that you relinquish any weapons you carry.
Cannibals!
Brother Jerome will store them safely for you. Sister Bridget, could you please show our guests around and get them settled?
Yes, Sister Joanna.
I look forward to seeing you all at the feast.
Everyone's dying to eat you. I mean, meet you.
Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, may I introduce our honored guests. At this table, we have Miss Harley Legere and Mr. Jake Ackerman. With the Rangers, Mr. Danny Lowe and Mr. Phil Marquez. And with Sister Bridget, Miss Lola Johnson and Miss Nadine Redbird. Please join me now in prayer. O Lord, we give thanks for sending these fine people here for safety in their time of need, and for this food prepared by loving hands. We give thanks to you for blessing New Bethel by raising it up on this mountain, above the troubles of the world below. For as we know from Psalms, the mountains will bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. As we partake of this food, we pray for health and strength to carry on, and try to live as you would have us. This we ask in the name of God, our Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen.
And now let us feast and celebrate the arrival of our new friends.
Imagine if there was an apocalyptic flood while we were up here, and it became Waterworld, and we really had been saved by God by coming up here, and the whole tone of the game changed. It'd be sick. And we turned our little steam car into like a steamboat. How you doing, Danny?
Enjoying yourselves, boys?
This place is incredible. Jerome was just telling me.
It's Brother Jerome, if you don't mind.
Oh, right. Brother Jerome was just telling me all about the Rangers and what they do.
And what do you do?
I'd be happy to show you both in the morning. We can go on patrol.
That sounds great.
Sure. We'll see. Quite the welcome we've been given.
These are good people. Very generous.
We're very happy to have you.
The Hawkins family has offered to let me stay with them, and Sister Sue Ellen is going to show me the communal garden in the morning.
Yes, you should come have a look as well.
Maybe I will.
Oh, we're gonna have to choose what we want to do in the morning.
Hey there.
Hello, Sister Harley. I'm Bridget Doran. I hope you're having a nice time.
I am. Thank you.
So where they got you staying?
Oh, she's with me and my son Patrick. We have an extra cot.
What about you?
I got the cabin up on the hill, nice and private.
It'd be cool if, like, because they said we'd be here for a few days. It'd be cool if, like in the morning, we do something, and then one of the group goes missing, but it's like in an innocent way. Like, oh, the Rangers haven't come back yet with Danny. I guess they're out looking for stuff. And then in the afternoon it'd be like, oh, so-and-so, Jake, and the farmers are working late in the fields. And then it got to the point where it was just us. And they were gradually taking us away and putting us in the cellar.
I truly hope you're enjoying the feast, Miss Legere.
I am. Thank you.
Allow me to present my husband, Captain Perry Cloud Smith.
Good to meet you.
Likewise.
I am so delighted that God saw fit to bring us together. Already, you and your friends have given us so much joy.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering...
You must have many questions, I'm certain. But tonight is for celebration. Questions and their answers can wait until tomorrow.
How convenient.
He's popular tonight. Hello. I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
Oh, of course. Please forgive me. I'm Eliza Taggart.
Taggart? You're related to Joanna?
Yes, she's my mother. I wonder, could you tell me something about your friend with the guitar? I find him rather intriguing.
He's a murderer.
I'd set my sights elsewhere. Bill's something of a loose cannon.
Oh, I see. I appreciate your honesty. Now, if you'll excuse me.
May I have everyone's attention, please? What a feast we have had. What joyous celebration. Alas, the hour grows late, and we must retire. God bless you all. I shall see you all bright and early for our morning sermon.
Like, why'd she take our weapons? That ain't right.
Leger, you in there? Get out here, now.
Alright, calm yourself. But I bet you found something sus. Yoink.
Not very comfortable. I hope we don't stick around here too long.
Leger.
Alright, alright. I'm coming. That meat had an interesting flavor. Yeah, exactly. We'd love to have you for dinner.
What's going on?
We got a problem. I tried going down to see about fixing the wagon this morning, but the path's guarded.
Guarded? By who?
The boy, Patrick.
I knew there was something fishy going on.
Damn. I had a feeling something wasn't right about this place.
Wish we'd come to our senses sooner.
I did.
Feel foolish. We gotta get down there somehow.
You want me to take care of him or something?
No, I want you to come with me to the wagon. We need to get one of the others to cause a distraction.
Right. But who?
I'll leave that for you to decide. Let's get moving.
They really do have a boat up here, eh? Like half a boat. Jake would be best for causing a distraction, I think.
Looks like they've got a garden up there. Looks like they've got a... Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Yeah, Noah's Ark, exactly.
What do you think of New Bethel?
This place, it's so welcoming. Everyone is from someplace different, but they've all come together into a whole. I could see myself being happy here. Perhaps I'll ask Sister Joanna if I might come back after we've completed our journey.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
I feel like that tree would need more than the amount of dirt they could put in that box. I just don't think there's enough for its roots.
Cucumbers, huh?
Yes. These'll need harvesting before the cold sets in.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
She drank the Kool-Aid. She definitely did.
Can you tell me about the Dorans?
Oh, well, they ain't had it easy. A few years back, James got a nasty gash in his leg while he was out hunting.
We had to amputate.
The wound got infected. I did all I could, but he didn't make it. Poor Sister Bridget has been so strong through all of it. Brother Patrick's adjusted about as well as can be expected. I'm just thankful Jerome's been such a good mentor to him.
She looks funny sitting down. It doesn't look comfortable, that's for sure. Look how thin that wood is. You'd be better off sitting on the ground. This is a cult, yeah, for sure. We went into a pass. We went into like a mountain pass, but the bridge was mysteriously down. So we took the side route, and then our wagon mysteriously hit a hole and broke. And then these guys mysteriously showed up and were like, oh, you can come and stay with us for a few days while we fix your wagon for you. That's about it so far, but they are almost certainly cannibals. You know how it is.
I'd like to know about you and Jerome.
I'm the healer here, and Jerome is a ranger. We do our part to make sure everyone is healthy and safe.
Bill's a paladin. And Jenna is a mage.
Could you tell me about the Taggarts and Captain Perry?
What can I say? Sister Joanna is our fearless leader. She keeps this place running, even if she can be severe sometimes. Eliza is a lot like her mama that way. Brother Perry is the friendliest of the bunch. He's always good for a chin wag. Sometimes I wonder how somebody like him ended up with Sister Joanna. Of course, that's really none of my business.
Yeah, it really isn't. And it's not very culty of you to be hating on your fellow cult members. Does that make us a cannibal? Maybe. Maybe we only ate the bread.
Are you in charge of the garden? It's beautiful.
Thank you. It's everybody's garden, but I spend more time here than most. I find tending the plants very soothing. Plus, I have my special plot of medicinal herbs.
You've got quite a collection. Some of these I've never even
Marijuana.
Be glad to tell you all about them sometime.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it anytime.
Those apples look delicious.
They are. Hopefully Sister Bridget will make us one of her delicious apple pies soon.
I wasn't talking to you, lady. Okay, she's not going to cause a distraction. She's loving the place.
It's full of rainwater. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
And just what are you doing out here?
What's it look like? I'm guarding the path.
And why are you doing that?
Sister Joanna's orders. Nobody's allowed down the mountain without a ranger. You go down there by yourself, you're as good as dead.
Come on, it can't be bad as that.
There's heaps of wolves. They're big and fierce with pointy ears and huge fangs. They'll gobble you right up.
How do you like it here?
It's great. I get to live inside a big airship. You know how many secret places there are to play in?
No.
A lot. And I'm not telling you where, so don't get any ideas.
Secret places? I need to know about the secret places. Did we try the delicious meat pie? I don't think so.
I'd like to know about your mother.
I don't like seeing her so sad all the time. She doesn't want to let me see, but I know she really misses Dad. I mean, I do too. With all my big brothers and sisters, it's like having a bunch of moms and dads, so I don't get lonely.
It's not really the same thing, kid.
Do you like Joanna and her family?
I sure do. Sister Joanna and Brother Perry are always real nice. And Sister Eliza's almost like my real big sister. Sometimes we play hide and seek. She's real good at it. One time it took me hours to find her.
What do you think of Jerome and Sue Ellen?
Brother Jerome's the greatest. He taught me everything I know about being a ranger. And Sister Sue Ellen's nice, but she doesn't talk to me much. Sometimes I catch her staring at me with this real sad look on her face.
Keep up the good work, kid.
I will.
Let's go look at this grave.
Isabella Wood. Amelia Grimes.
Isabella wouldn't.
Stephen Wood.
Stephen wouldn't.
Abraham Levinsky.
Abraham Diansky.
Oliver Thackeray.
I don't have one for that.
Lucy O'Hanrahan. James Doran. Aaron O'Hanrahan. Tiny crosses. One for baby Hawkins, another for Katrina, and the last for Zachariah. How sad.
That do be sad. They wouldn't have even made a full meal. Woodrow Wilson, yeah. Stephen got turned into wood. Yeah, that's pretty good. William Wallace. Wascally Wabbit.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Paying a visit?
I'm tending my husband's grave.
My condolences.
Losing James was hard, but the community gives me strength to carry on. I thank God for them. Not just for my sake, but for Patrick's as well.
Willy Wonka, yeah. Willy Wonka. Wano Winters. That's a good one. How did your husband die?
I hope this isn't too forward, but what happened to your husband?
His leg was wounded in a hunting accident and it got infected. Sister Sue Ellen did her best to heal him, but it wasn't enough. We don't have much in the way of medicine here.
Again, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. He's with God now.
Well, in that case, why are you sad? If he's with God, why are you sad? Surely he's living the dream.
Tell me about yourself and Patrick.
I'm raising my boy the best I can. I'm blessed to have the support of the whole community, but it's not the same without James. Patrick will follow in his father's footsteps and make a fine ranger someday.
Maybe.
I'd like to know about the Taggarts and Captain Perry.
Sister Johanna is an inspiring leader.
She's not
you
the leader.
Met her, so you've seen her kindness and compassion firsthand. And Brother Perry, well, it's sweet to see how devoted he is to Sister Johanna. He was just an outsider in the beginning, but they hit it off early on.
Cult leader, yeah. She explicitly said, I'm not the leader, but people do come to me for spiritual advice. AKA, I am the leader. But I think technically, if there was an organization chart, she wouldn't be so bold as to put herself at the top of it.
What can you tell me about the Hawkins family?
Brother Jerome and Sister Sue Ellen are good people. Brother Jerome has been kind enough to take Patrick under his wing and train him as a ranger. And dear Sister Sue Ellen, I only wish we were closer.
I'll leave you to your thoughts.
God go with you.
Anna says, this doesn't seem like a sex cult, so it has to be a cannibal cult. Yeah, exactly. It's one or the other. And cannibal cult, it just has to be. They said the words eat in combination with you too many times when they talked to us. They were like, we'd love to have you for dinner. It's too obvious. They did actually say that, yeah. Well, maybe they did. They definitely said something similar, and I implied they said that. But I'm pretty sure they did say it.
Bridget standing with a man.
My God.
A handsome-looking man. This must be James. This must be Patrick's. It's full of all sorts of wooden toys.
I need to find the secret rooms. If they aren't cannibals, you'll be upset. Yeah. But it just means someone else is cannibals. For sure there's going to be cannibals. But we're getting quite close to the place. Are we ruining the game by expecting it to pop off in this specific way? No. Because when it does, we'll be justified.
Good morning, Joanna.
Oh, good morning, Sister Harley. I hope you slept well.
Well enough. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Of course. Tell me what's on your mind.
Why is the path being... no, why are you calling me Sister Harley? We're not part of your cult.
Not to be rude, but why are you calling me Sister Harley? I thought that was just something between members of your community.
While you're here, you are a member.
Wrong.
We're all children of God, after all.
A better question is, how did the ship get there? Yeah, it is a good question, right? A ship on top of a mountain? Maybe it is Noah's Ark. Didn't they say they found Noah's Ark in, like, Turkey, I think it was? I think it was Turkey where they were like, we found Noah's Ark. Pretty sure.
Why is Patrick guarding the mountain path?
A ranger, or ranger in training, is always posted there. This is to prevent anyone from going down into the valley alone. It's quite dangerous down there, as you well know.
Okay, but if we go in pairs, it's fine then, right?
Any updates on the wagon repairs?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know. Eliza has been tasked with handling that. But don't worry. However long it takes, you're always welcome here.
Mm-hmm. Anna says, I will buy this game on Steam and refund it just to leave a negative review saying not enough cannibals if it doesn't have any. Yeah, but it will have them, so that's fine. Turkey, for sure, for sure. The real Ark. Pay 5 pennies to see it. Yeah. It was I mean, I think it was a scam, but it might not have been. Maybe all the stuff debunking it is the real thing that needs debunking. Think about it. I think there's a very strong case to be made, right? Maybe not strong, but a reasonable case to be made. That maybe God did create the world, like 3,000 years ago or whatever. But people are really invested in setting things up so that we don't believe it. So that we go to hell. It's really the perfect crime. If there is a devil, and he wants everyone to go to hell, getting everyone to believe that the world is really old, and science disproves all the religious stuff, it's a pretty damn good way to do it. Do you not think? It'd be a hell of a scam. Who put the dinosaur bones there? The devil. Exactly. I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying it's true, but I am saying it's possible. It's definitely possible. It could be true. How long have you been living here?
Just how long have you folks been living up here anyway?
This is our 12th year in New Bethel, but the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn came together before that. I founded this community back in Bright Bay.
How did you get here? We came in this giant boat.
So how did you get from Bright Bay to this mountain?
It was God's will. When Eliza was a small child, he sent her a vision. She saw a distant shore, the sun rising over the hills and shining on the water of a new ocean. It was clearly a sign to journey west, to the coast. I chartered an airship for Las Virgenes, but God had other plans for us.
Oh, it's an airship.
Our ship suffered mechanical problems en route. We were forced to make an emergency landing on this mountaintop. It was by the grace of God that we all reached the ground again safely. The ship had done its duty delivering us here. It would never fly again. So we salvaged it and built our new homes from the wreckage.
Oh, and the tent's probably made out of the, what would you call it? The giant balloon on top.
So you just decided to stay here and not finish the journey?
It was God's will.
But you see, we did reach the end. Eliza later told me she'd had another vision. This time she saw great cities on the shore belching smoke and noise, the ground cracking open and the hills spitting fire. Her first vision had been a clue to go west, just not to the coast as we had thought. Our promised home was east of the sea, where the sun rose over the mountaintop.
When did Eliza have this second vision?
Midway through the voyage. She was on her way to tell me when the airship malfunctioned.
She sabotaged it.
Couldn't be clearer that this was God's plan for us all along.
She sabotaged it. Yeah, let's go through all these, get her opinion.
I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I have been chosen to lead the community.
False.
It is a sacred responsibility. I see to it that every single person here is safe and well cared for.
False. In that case, what happened to that one guy?
Tell me about your husband.
I love him. What more is there to tell?
I mean, what are his interests? Where is he? When did you get married? What's he a captain of? There's plenty you could tell. In fact, you didn't tell us about him. You told us about you.
What can you tell me about Eliza?
My dear daughter, her life has not been easy. I can only hope that New Bethel has brought her the peace and happiness she deserves.
Why hasn't her life been easy?
Our life in Bright Bay was turbulent. You'll forgive me if I don't elaborate further.
No, I won't. But tell me about Bridget and Patrick.
I'm curious about Bridget and her son.
Ah, yes, Sister Bridget. I pray for her and little brother Patrick every day. Losing Brother James was very hard on them both. But Brother Patrick will be a great ranger one day, and Sister Bridget has blossomed into a pillar of the community.
If only someone had been there to care for Brother James and keep him safe, eh? Oh well.
I want to know about the Hawkins family.
Brother Jerome is one of our best rangers, and Sister Sue Ellen is a gifted healer. I thank God every day for the blessings of their fellowship.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
They're humanizing them a lot. You don't think the game will get to the whole cannibal thing? I mean, it humanized that one traitor guy and then shot him in the forehead. So, you never know. Plus, games like to be anti-Christian, right? They love it. It's the devil's work, but they do love it.
An old ship's bell, probably used for getting everyone's attention.
They're planning a sweet, sweet 180.
If you're showing Brother Denny the ropes today, I'll take morning patrol.
You be careful out there.
I always am, brother. Ah, good morning, Sister Harley. So nice to see you up. We missed you at this morning's sermon.
Don't call me sister.
All due respect, but just Harley will do.
Nonsense. While you're our guests, you're also part of this community.
You're very kind, but our aim isn't to stay here much longer.
I do not consent.
I'm sure you're eager to get back on the road, but I urge you to take some time and appreciate the little respites God gives us. May I share a story with you?
Sure.
Go on.
When I was a girl, I lived with my parents in Bright Bay. My life, though happy enough, seemed to me quite dull. I dreamed of something more exciting. Unfortunately, my wish came true. One day, while my parents were away on business, the police raided the home of the woman who was caring for me. She ran and I was taken into custody. The police failed to locate my parents and sent me to an orphanage. Then I was off to a workhouse. Those long days of toil, the beatings, the meager food, the nightly chorus of children sobbing themselves to sleep. I longed for the quiet, ordinary life I had taken for granted.
I'm so sorry. But you found your parents again?
Eventually, after more than a year in the workhouse. Once I was back home, I did nothing but thank God for the respite he had given me. So you see, it's important to take advantage of the calmer moments, the ones you may consider dull. You never know quite how much you value them until they're gone. If you'll excuse me, I need to start my patrol. But please, make yourself at home. Help yourself to some tea. And don't worry about your wagon. Today is the Sabbath, but I'll put my best rangers to the task first thing tomorrow. Speak to you soon, Sister Harley.
I said don't call me sister. She really rushed through her lines, eh? Do you reckon it's because they were modulating the pitch so that they could use the same actor, but modulating the pitch made it have to go faster for it to sound natural? Maybe. It's possible. Also, that totally does look Illuminati-esque.
The sun rising from behind a mountain. Must have some special meaning to these folks.
No, it's a nuclear blast going off halfway up a mountain. You're reading it wrong.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
Feeling okay without your guns, man?
Sorry about your guns. Must be weird to be without them.
Oh, not so much. This isn't like last time. I know where they are, and Jerome told me I could get them if I really needed to. Not that I will, of course.
Yeah, exactly. You can get them if you need to.
How are you finding New Bethel?
It's impressive how the community has overcome a bad situation and grown from it. They all take care of each other. Everybody's been so kind. I already feel like I belong here.
We haven't even been here a full day yet.
I know. That's the most amazing part.
See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
Danny, you sucker. Jake's not going to be falling for it. Actually, Jake falls for everything. Remember when Jake fell for the pond that would give you 10 times the strength of a man? Jake's totally going to have bought into this place. The only person who isn't going to have is the general, maybe? Giant Pac-Man face planting a mountain. Yeah, it could be that.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
I'm not sister.
What are your duties as a ranger?
Well, we hunt and provide for the community. Anything that requires leaving the safety of the settlement. My most important task is to help protect everybody. That means patrolling the woods and making sure nobody goes out alone.
So you're New Bethel's lawman?
Not quite. We don't enforce the rules. That falls to Sister Joanna. We're more like New Bethel's guardian shepherds. In our case, that includes guarding against actual wolves.
But you do enforce the rules. You've got a guy guarding the entrance, so we can't leave. That is the definition of enforcing the rules. She comes up with the rules. You enforce them. Harley's right.
I want to know about you and your wife.
We're just trying to get by like everybody else here. Sue Ellen's a great healer. Keeps everybody fit and healthy. I do my part as a ranger. We came to New Bethel later, but nobody bothers about those distinctions. We're just as much a part of this place as our brothers and sisters from the airship.
Well, I doubt they see it that way.
If you weren't part of the original voyage, when did you arrive?
Oh, around 10 years ago, we were one of the first new families. 6 other groups came after us. You folks are the first new faces we've seen in nearly 5 years.
Liar. That's not credible. There is definitely something going on here because people come through here and they never go back. Although we did point out the flaw in that guy's argument. But still, I think it was true. I was just pointing out the flaw in it to be a dick. I think he was correct.
Tell me about the Taggarts and Captain Perry.
Yeah, they survived a terrible disaster and built a thriving community up from the ashes. Doesn't get more admirable than that. Brother Perry is a good friend. Sisters Johanna and Eliza are, more reserved.
I'd like to hear about the Doran family.
Now there's a couple of iron souls. Brother James taught me all I know about being a ranger. He was a good man. After his passing, it seemed only right that I should pass that knowledge on to his son. Sister Bridget don't much show it, but James's death hit her hard. Brother Patrick's a good kid, smart and eager to learn. He'll make a fine ranger.
Appreciate your time.
Beware.
They really felt Brother James's death in their gut.
A strainer and teapot. Just need to add some tea leaves and hot water to brew a cup.
I've got tea leaves.
There. Just need some hot water now.
I'm not sure why we'd be making tea, but...
It's full of what appears to be tea leaves. Smells kind of bitter.
Our tea leaves didn't smell bitter.
An old tin cup. A kettle hanging over the communal fire. Not much use when the cup is empty.
Alright, alright. Let's go get some rainwater. Finally, one of our rewards is useful. Maybe. I don't really know why we're making tea. But there must be a reason. Maybe we can poison it? I mean, we could have made tea with their tea leaves, I guess, but I feel like using ours was the right play. Can I get more of ours?
There's still some tea left inside.
Yes.
It's got a nice fruity aroma. Kind of sweet.
See? Theirs is better. I ain't trusting that.
Now to wait. One cup of hot water, all mine.
Oh, yeah. Now, I'm not sure why we're making tea, but the fact that we can definitely implies something.
Now to let it steep for a few minutes. There, a nice hot cup of tea.
Yeah.
Tea, Ceylon, hot.
We can pour it out and make new tea. That means you can probably make the bitter one, and they'll be like, ugh. Or you can make the good one, and they'll be like, ah.
Hello there. How are you? Is everything all right?
Miss Leger, please don't talk to him. He's not in a fit state for it right now.
Why? Hey, buddy.
Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all. I was just writing a song for Eliza.
You two hit it off then?
Indeed. Despite your efforts.
Beg pardon?
She told me what you said. I'm a loose cannon, am I?
You shot a dude in the head.
Well...
It is all right. I think that made her like me even more.
You shot a dude in the head. Of course you're a loose cannon, man. You're like the definition of a loose cannon.
What do you think of this place?
I admit I have not had much of a chance to explore. Eliza has kept me occupied.
Right. I should have realized.
Great, he's banging.
I'd like to hear more about Eliza.
Please, I do not kiss and tell.
I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to know if she told you anything about this place.
Ah, certainly. We had a very stimulating conversation after the party. This community was founded upon the ideals of independence and freedom. There is much to admire.
Dude's like, I don't kiss and tell. Like 30 seconds before that, he's like, I've been spending all my time with Eliza, if you know what I mean.
How about a preview of your song?
Well, all right. I only have the chorus so far. Eliza, Eliza, brown hair and green eyes, your smile can light up the room. Eliza, Eliza, you make my heart rise. Your radiance chases the gloom. What do you think?
I think she'll like it, because she'll like anything.
That's very flattering. I'm sure she'll be impressed.
Ah, you really think so?
Sure.
That is a relief to hear. I feared it was rather bad.
I'll let you get back to your writing.
Try not to get into any trouble, eh?
It wasn't as bad as shooting a dude in the head, so you'll be alright.
Phil's shirt, jacket, and hat. Seems they came off rather quickly.
She's a trap. Yeah, she is.
Hey, what are you doing? Have you no respect for privacy?
Okay, sorry.
I mean, clearly we don't have respect for privacy.
This was clearly taken at least a decade ago. It's Joanna, Eliza, and some man I don't recognize. Certainly makes a statement. These are mostly nursery books. Educational primers, moral fables, Bible stories, and the like. Guess Eliza hasn't had much opportunity for book shopping as an adult.
primers, lady. Primers. They prime you. They're not primers. But fair enough. Eliza, Eliza, I like your vagina.
Hello, Brother Perry.
Oh, you don't have to worry about all that brother-sister stuff with me.
Good.
Feels strange only having just met. Be nice for someone to call me Captain Perry again.
He's going to be the most evil one of the bunch. Because he's seeming like the most laid back.
Am I right to assume you were the captain of this airship?
Very astute, Miss Leger. Of course, it's been ages, but I still like the title. After all, I went down with my ship, didn't I?
You did. You did. How did the crash happen, man? I'm pretty sure it was caused by your wife.
How exactly did the airship go down?
Oh, I'd rather not dredge that up. Especially not with someone I barely know.
Fine.
Do you miss captaining an airship? Sailing the open skies?
Every day. Please understand I'm quite happy here. But watching the sun rise over the same horizon for 12 years, let's just say I wouldn't mind getting a glimpse of another part of the world now and then.
That man chopping wood, is he all right?
Yes, he's fine. He's just being disciplined. Maybe we should attend to his example.
If he's fine, why did you say he wasn't fine when I tried to talk to him, buddy?
Can you tell me about the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn?
Fine folks, all of them. You'll get to know everybody yourself in time.
But I want to know your thoughts.
I'm not much for gossip, especially with folks I'm barely acquainted with.
See you later, Captain.
Okay, we
Goodbye,
need to
Miss
acquaint
Leger.
ourselves with him.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
What are you doing out here?
Keeping the party going, chatting with Captain Perry, getting to know the place, same as you.
Not the same as me, buddy. Not the same as me.
Thoughts on New Bethel?
Charming place, really. Nice folk.
I'm surprised. Wouldn't have figured you'd go in for all this biblical stuff.
I'm certainly not what you'd call a religious man myself, but I can respect their beliefs.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
Jake's bought into it as well. Damn it. We still need to convince someone to cause a distraction.
SS Rowena. I remember hearing about this airship vanishing. That must have been a decade ago.
Let's go check out her hut. I wonder what we're going to do with this tea.
It's full of curios. Lots of crosses and a nativity scene. The big man himself. A constant reminder that God is watching.
A spy hole.
A few Bibles and some other religious texts. There's a box on the wall with a small hexagonal hole in it. Odd.
Can I pick it?
That's not the right shape.
Damn it. Eliza, Eliza, I like your eyes. I can't remember how the song went. It was something like that.
Lola?
What is it?
Where's Lisa Lou?
Around here somewhere. She was raring to explore the woods around the cabin.
This place is really something, huh?
It's something, all right. They're very hospitable, but everybody's too much in everybody else's business. Creeps me out.
Yeah. I concur. Let's give him the tea.
tea. Salon. Hot.
Maybe then he'll respect us more.
Hey, Captain. How about a nice cup of tea?
Is it more of that nettle stuff?
Nope.
No, this is from my own private store. It's from Salon.
No kidding. How'd you come by that?
We recently met a former whaler. He had souvenirs from around the world. He gave me a caddy as a memento, and it had some tea left in it. I thought you might appreciate a taste from another part of the world.
Yeah.
This is delicious. I don't know what to say, aside from thank you.
My pleasure.
Please, join me. Have some tea and we can chat.
I'm more of a coffee drinker, but I'll gladly take the conversation.
I apologize for being so abrupt before.
Yes.
If you still have questions, I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability.
Yes. How did the crash happen, man?
Do you think we could talk a little about the airship crash now? I'd really like to understand more about the origins of this community.
Yes, that's understandable. Of course you're curious to know what kind of place you fetched up in. All right. 12 years ago, Johanna chartered my cargo ship to take her group from Bright Bay to Las Virgenes. But late one night, still half a day from our destination, the boiler failed. We started losing altitude. We were already crossing the mountains, and all around was rocky peaks and forest. No safe place to set down. I was forced to make an emergency landing, more a barely controlled crash, really, on the side of this mountain. And here we are still.
Wow.
The Rowena was wrecked beyond hope of repair, but somehow nobody was hurt or killed in the crash. A miracle, as Joanna reminds us, if we ever forget.
Do you know what caused the failure?
Yes, I'm certain I do, but it doesn't matter.
Well, why doesn't it matter, man?
What makes you say it doesn't matter what caused the crash?
It was a long time ago. So much has changed, and I've forgiven and forgotten. To tell the truth, that final voyage was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because of it, I met and married Joanna. I got to watch her blossom into a truly inspirational leader, and I found a new home. She's the captain of this ship now, doing a far better job of it than I ever could.
Buddy, you've been brainwashed. She brought it down. The reason none of her people got injured is they all knew about it. So they were all, like, braced for impact or whatever.
I imagine it wasn't easy for you to adjust to this life.
It took some getting used to, I admit, and not just for me. Many of the original passengers found it hard to live up here. They thought they were headed for a sunny coastal paradise, not a barren mountaintop surrounded by ferocious beasts. Joanna tried to keep morale up, but that didn't stop a group of dissenters from forming.
Are they all dead?
They began challenging her, spreading rumors and confusion. In the end, she had no choice but to discipline them.
Are they all dead? Is it all the dead guys?
How exactly did Joanna discipline the dissenters?
She had them stay in the cabin over yonder, isolated from the rest of the community and kept under guard. She wanted to give them time to cool down and reconsider, but I could see that wasn't going to happen. They had made up their minds to leave. Keeping them prisoner was only making things worse.
So what happened?
They escaped one night, under my watch.
Oh. No, I'm pretty sure you murdered them all, man. And they're in a secret room. She definitely did plan it all, yeah. 100%.
You expect me to believe the dissenters escaped?
Joanna believed it, still does, despite the rumors and hearsay. That's all that matters.
Were you punished in any way?
I was under the silence for a week for failing to protect the dissenters from the dangers of the wilderness. Small price to pay for both the good of the community and those poor souls who left.
Who left the earth.
The silence? What's that?
A custom Joanna and Eliza came up with. You can't speak, and nobody is allowed to talk to you for however long your silence lasts. Bit of a funny punishment, but I can appreciate the idea behind it. After all, a captain needs to keep discipline among the crew.
Seems alright. He's our best shot of escaping. No, he killed them all. He didn't let them escape. He killed them all. That's why he said, that's what she believes. We said, so they escaped, and you expect us to believe that? And he was like, well, that's what she believes, at least. He didn't let them go. He fucking killed them. And then served them up as a meal. Maybe.
Is there anything you'd be willing to share about the people of New Bethel? Who's who, their relationships, their history? There's so much I don't know.
Suppose it couldn't hurt. Go on, then.
This guy's gonna spill all the beans.
What did you do before coming here?
I piloted this ship, the Rowena, before it became our home. Drifted from port to port, doing odd transport jobs. Never imagined I'd stay still for more than a month, let alone 12 years.
I'm not wrong.
I know a little bit about what that's like. I never stayed put long either.
Well, this community put an end to my wandering ways. Maybe it'll do the same for you.
Those bushes going up the hill look like graves. Yeah, they kinda do. I'm telling you, that secret hexagonal thing is going to open a wall where all the bodies are kept. Or all the evidence of the bodies is kept. Like it'll be all of their gear or something. All their belongings. Will be in a secret compartment. For sure. 100%. Zero doubt in my mind. I am not wrong. I'm 100% correct. He killed them.
Tell me about Joanna and Eliza.
I got to know Joanna on the voyage here. Over dinner in my quarters, she told me all about her thoughts and philosophies on life. It was fascinating to meet someone so passionate and high-spirited. After the crash, I got to know and respect her more. She emerged as the spiritual leader of New Bethel. We married a few years after. As for Eliza, she's always been utterly devoted to her mother. We get along, but I'm mindful about giving her space.
Oh, that guy's probably under the silence. That's why we weren't allowed to speak to him. He's under the silence, right? Also, Anna, you've totally bought into the propaganda. Just like James and Danny and... what's her name? Nadine. You've bought into it. At first you were like, these guys are well sus. Now, you're like, these guys... nah, they're humanizing them too much. Nah, these guys aren't doing this. Anything too sus. No, they're doing something super sus. It's a cult. He's the only good guy. That's how they're misleading you. He's not a good guy. He murdered them. Never forget when we said, you expect me to believe that they escaped. He said, well, that's what she believes. So that implies they didn't escape. Or it implies he let them go. But then why would there be a secret that we can find in the cabin, which is where they were staying? Huh? Why would there be a secret in the cabin? He didn't let them go. He let them go to heaven.
What can you tell me about Bridget and Patrick?
The boy seems happy here. I'm glad Jerome's seeing to his training. Bridget has more than readjusted to life here. She was originally one of the dissenters, you see. But she and her husband James returned that winter with their newborn son. Seems Bridget wasn't aware when they left that she was with child. Having a baby out there in the wilderness changed the calculation, I guess.
Okay, maybe he did let them go.
What's to know about Jerome and Sue Ellen?
Good people. They came to New Bethel a couple of years after the crash. I believe they met with trouble on the road, much as you did. And lucky thing for us, they stayed.
Uh-huh.
They're both vital parts of this community.
See you later, Captain.
Goodbye, Miss Legere.
I don't trust a word he said. I just don't believe it. We need to find the hexagonal key.
No point. He's under the silence.
I knew it. Do you reckon we can carve this to be hexagonal?
Just a regular piece of firewood.
Who would have a knife? Who would have a knife? We need to carve this to be hexagonal. Oh, the lady's got one. She's whittling, right? I think she's whittling. She might not be. Maybe she's sewing. No, she's totally whittling.
There's no reason to give this to Nadine right now.
Yes, there is. She did carve the coyote, yeah. I'm surprised they let her keep her knife. Okay, let's go and try and stick the stick in the hole, and then she'll be like, no, this needs to be more hexagonal.
That's not the right shape.
Exactly, so let's go make it the right shape. Maybe we need to talk to her and say, hey, I noticed you're carving wood.
Nothing to say, really.
We do have something to say.
There's no reason to give this to Nadine right now.
Fine. I guess we've got no motivation to see what that does yet, because these guys haven't spilled the beans.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
But rest assured,
Hello, Harley.
beans will be spilled. What's the silence?
Can you tell me what the silence is?
Oh, that's Sister Joanna's punishment for anybody who crosses her. You ain't allowed to speak to nobody or be spoken to. There's extra chores, extra prayers, and fasting. That means you get cut to 1 meal a day.
Sounds harsh. Have you been under the silence?
Plenty of times. Sister Joanna and I don't always see eye to eye, and she don't appreciate back talk. Jerome tells me I ought to keep my thoughts to myself, but that ain't how I do.
Yeah.
I spoke with Jerome, and he told me you two came after the original Voyagers.
Yes, that's right. We don't much talk about that. Sister Joanna likes to say that everybody here has always been part of New Bethel, even if they didn't know it yet. Some of our brothers and sisters are still on their way to us, even now. We got here about 2 years after this whole thing started. Other families came after, but we were about the first newcomers.
The first suckers.
What exactly were the circumstances that led to your arrival?
Jerome and I were coming down from Shivering Pines, heading for the coast in search of a new life. But our wagon broke down on the road through the mountains.
Uh-huh.
You didn't take the canyon bridge?
Is there a bridge now? Wasn't one when we came through.
Normally, yes, but it recently collapsed. That's why we went through the pass.
Huh. Well, Brother James came and found us and brought us up the mountain. At first we had every intention of keeping on, but we didn't have any real plans, and folks here were so welcoming. We never really made the decision to stay. We just never left.
What about the other families?
Same story, more or less.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it any time.
We've got her doubting her existence. Exactly. Who took the bridge down? Exactly. Exactly that. It was your best friend, the captain.
Excuse me?
Yes?
I've heard about something called the silence. What is that?
When one of us falls into sin, they must find their way back to grace. In the silence. Sister Johanna determines how long is needed. While someone is under the silence, they may not speak or be spoken to. There are other requirements, but it's not my place to share them.
Oh.
Is it true that Patrick was born in the wilderness?
Who told you that?
The same person who told me about letting you and the other dissenters go.
I see. Yes, it's true. I was unaware of my condition when we left. Otherwise... Anyway. We came back, along with another family who left with us, and a third we met on the way. Sister Johanna forgave us, thank God. She is truly an angel among us.
She is among us, all right. Kind of convenient that your husband died, eh?
What compelled you to leave in the first place?
It was my husband.
We were following someone we thought knew better than Sister Johanna, but as it turned out, he didn't. That's his grave over there.
Uh-huh.
Abraham Levinsky.
Who was he?
Just a strong-willed fool who felt our journey was incomplete. He convinced us to continue to Las Virgenes on foot.
What became of Abraham Levinsky and the other descendants?
Take a guess.
Those poor, poor souls. They died out there. Every last one.
Uh-huh.
Sister Johanna sent my husband back to Abraham's camp to try to convince them to return, but all he found was carnage. Wolves, it was. When I think of how horrible it must have been, and how lucky we were to escape that fate.
Yeah.
Enough. Let us speak of something else, please.
I'll leave you to your thoughts.
God go with you.
So all the people who
Please
escaped
excuse me, Sister Harlan.
died.
I need to get back to my quarters.
Okay. See you later, I guess.
I'm just saying, it's looking more and more like I was right. Let's dig up his grave.
James Doran.
Levinsky. Dyinsky.
Abraham Levinsky. Wait, haven't I seen that name somewhere recently?
Haven't I seen that name somewhere recently? We were told about it, but I don't think we've seen the name recently.
This article mentions an Abraham Levinsky living in Las Virgenes, which is where he intended to go, according to Bridget. But if he's buried here, it can't possibly be the same person.
Yeah, totally. Can't possibly be. Curiouser and curiouser. Tell you what, reading those obituaries really paid off. Did they die by the wolves? Allegedly. Let's show her the article.
She's busy.
Yeah, but this is kind of important.
She's busy. Bridget standing with a man.
Okay, who else can we show the article to? The bean spiller. The guy who spills all the beans. Here, read this paper.
I sometimes forget there's still an entire world out there.
Yeah. Oh. We need to show the lady, I think.
Thanks, but no thanks.
We need to show what's her name. The lady who doesn't want to cut the profits. Spill the tea. Yeah.
I got no use for that.
Oh, come on, somebody. Okay, we can ask the guy. Come on, spill the beans.
Captain Perry?
Yes, Miss Legere?
What happened to Levinsky?
Could you tell me about Abraham Levinsky?
Oh, dreadful business. He led the dissenters who split from the community. Some changed their minds and came back. Johanna sent James to Abraham's camp to try to convince the rest to return. But all he found was Abraham's body and signs that wolves had attacked the camp and killed the rest. We had a funeral for Abraham and buried him in the graveyard.
Did you ever
Johanna
see the
didn't
body?
let anyone see the body.
Ah.
It was too roughed up by those wolves.
Sounds awful.
Thankfully, we have the rangers to protect us, so nothing like that ever happens again.
See you later, Captain.
So they
Goodbye,
didn't
Miss
die.
Leger.
She lied.
Something feels wrong here.
Mhm.
Maybe the Abraham Levinsky in the article is the same one that's supposed to be in the grave.
To stop people from leaving.
He intended to head to Las Virgenes, and Joanna refused to let anyone see the body. What if... Suppose there's only one way to find out.
Dig up the grave.
A kettle.
So she just said they all died. And James was in on it. And then she had James killed. It's kind of the perfect crime.
Lola, keep a lookout. I'm gonna search this grave.
What? Why on earth?
Call it a hunch. I think something's going on here.
Be quick then, and try not to draw any attention. Lord alive.
It's empty. It's empty! Well, there's a wolf in there.
I knew it! There's nothing here.
Excuse me?
This grave is a fake. The whole story about Abraham Levinsky is probably fake too. The question is, why go to all that effort?
Why indeed?
To stop people
We
leaving.
need to figure out what's going on here. But I'd be careful who you tell about this.
To stop people leaving, for sure. Be careful who we tell about this, huh? Jake's a loudmouth. Mexican guy is in love. I mean, Spanish guy is in love. It was fed to the wolves, so they have a taste for long pig. Yeah, maybe. But no, we know he's alive, right? He was there for the wedding ceremony of that person, like, last week or something. We could tell the captain. We could tell the captain.
Nothing else to say to him right now.
We couldn't tell the captain.
Phil?
Harley?
Listen to me, Phil. There's something off about this place.
How do you mean?
Sue Ellen told me we aren't the first people whose wagon broke down on the mountain road. In fact, she and Jerome wound up here much the same way we did, along with several other families.
It seems a stretch. You saw the condition of the road. I was not able to see any evidence of sabotage.
I've learned that Joanna isn't quite as nice as she seems. She jailed a group of dissenters and forces anyone who displeases her to undergo the silence.
What is that?
A punishment where the person can't speak or be spoken to, gets less food, and has to do extra chores and prayers.
Perhaps this community isn't as idyllic as it seems. This does seem suspicious, though it could all be a coincidence. I do not think this proves anything sinister. There is still too much doubt.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I've got you. Icarus says, something's off around here, and not just your singing.
Joanna and the others told me a story about Abraham Levinsky, the leader of a group of deserters. He was supposedly killed by wolves and buried in the graveyard, but the grave is empty.
Slow down a moment. You dug up one of the graves?
Not so much dug as moved the rocks, enough to see there was nothing underneath.
I see. I suppose you had your reasons. And you say there was no body?
That's right. I also have proof that Levinsky is still alive. Look.
Very well. I have heard enough. Clearly these people are hiding something from us. I will see if I can coax any information from Eliza when I see her again.
So will you let me search this place now?
Yes, go ahead.
Cool. He's gonna spill the beans, and then Eliza's gonna be in on it.
A Bible. I'll leave that right where it is. And what's this? Some kind of lens. Better take it.
Ooh, is it hexagonal?
This looks like the type of lens that would fit in a spyglass.
Okay.
Can't think of anything to ask.
Yeah, that's fair. A lens that'd fit a spyglass. I'm really not sure how that helps us.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
I think there's something strange going on here.
What do you figure?
I spoke to Jerome and Sue Ellen. They told me their wagon broke down just like ours. What's more, several other families who came after them experienced similar breakdowns.
So you think there's some sort of conspiracy?
It's happened too many times to be a coincidence.
I can't say I agree with you there, Harley. If it was intentional, and these folks were sabotaging wagons and trapping people, they'd have lots more captives, don't you think?
Yeah.
Maybe, but...
But nothing. We'll be on our way soon enough. Enjoy this little rest while it lasts.
You would think that there'd be more bodies. I mean, more people.
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And Sue Ellen told me about a harsh punishment called the silence, where people are shunned and can't speak for days if they upset Joanna.
That all? Shoot. That don't sound like much. She's the leader here. And if that's what it takes to keep the peace, so be it. It's hardly cause to think we're in any danger.
Okay, look, buddy.
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
What you mean fake? A memorial?
No, a fake. A man's supposed to be buried there, but he's not.
Why would someone go to the trouble of making a fake grave?
Exactly what I want to know.
I admit it's suspicious, but that's not enough to start stirring up the pot.
That's all I know right now, but I'll tell you if I learn more.
I have no doubt you will.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
What more do you need, man? Danny, you'll believe us.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
You're a bit too close to this guy, Danny.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
Do you know anything about what happened to Abraham Levinsky?
Afraid not. That was all before my time.
Can you tell me what the silence is?
Nothing you gotta concern yourself with. Just keep on the straight and narrow and you'll be fine.
Appreciate your time.
Be well.
She's going to sentence us to the silence. It just makes sense. Wait, there's another exit. Same exit. No. These two are too close to people. I mean, I guess... She definitely hears every fucking thing we say.
Looks like they've got a...
She did say be careful who you tell.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
I have the feeling something's not right here.
Why would you think that?
You heard what Sue Ellen said about the other families arriving here the same way we did. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you?
Yes, I suppose it does. I hate jumping to conclusions, though. If there really is something amiss, I want to be certain.
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And you heard what Sue Ellen told me about the silence.
That sounds like how it was at my old school. The nuns were quite strict as well. Every religious community has its methods of discipline.
Damn it.
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
You dug up someone's grave?
I looked under the rocks.
Why would you do such a thing?
But I told you there's nothing underneath.
Still, it's just wrong.
I haven't got anything else, but I'll keep looking.
All right.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
Do you know anything about Abraham Levinsky?
I've only heard a few stories. He ain't too highly regarded round here. So many didn't survive that first winter after the crash. If the dissenters hadn't taken so much away with them, things might have gone different.
I'll let you get back to your garden.
Come enjoy it any time.
I will. I guess I can talk to Danny. Maybe I should try and talk to her. She seems busy.
She's busy.
Yeah. Okay, well, Danny's the only one left unless we accuse her, which we're not going to do. Oh, Danny boy. Can you step away from this guy?
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
Would you give us a moment, Brother Jerome?
Of course.
Oh, good.
I don't want to alarm you, but something about this place isn't quite right.
What do you mean?
Sue Ellen told me about how
Go
she
through
and
the
Jerome
list.
got here.
Oh, sure. Jerome told me too. How the wagon broke down and all that.
It didn't strike you as familiar?
Sure, it sounded like what happened to us. Are you saying it's not a coincidence?
Yep.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Come on, Harley. Really? Mountain roads are full of rocks and things. I'm not surprised the wagon would break down there.
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And Sue Ellen told me about a harsh punishment called the silence, where people can't speak for days if they upset Joanna.
Huh. That does sound pretty extreme.
Yes.
But I don't know, it doesn't seem that strange to me.
Damn
Is
it.
there anything else that seems off to you?
Yes. Come on, Danny. You're our guy.
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
You searched his grave?
Yes.
I had to find out if the story was true.
That's just wrong, Harley. Maybe you misunderstood and the grave is just a memorial.
It's not. Trust me.
Please, I don't want to hear any more about it.
That's all for right now. I'll let you know if I hear anything else.
Okay.
You can come back now, Brother Jerome.
We're done collaborating.
See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
Danny, keep your mouth shut.
Lola?
What is it?
Something's just not right around here.
Yes, I've had the same feeling. But we ought to tread lightly. Stay alert.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello again, Joanna.
Hello to you, Sister Harley.
I saw a portrait in Eliza's quarters of the two of you with a man. Who is he?
Oh, that's Eliza's father, Jonathan. I allow her to keep the portrait because she should remember him, but I would prefer not to.
Why not?
I'd rather not speak of it. It's too painful.
What if I give you some tea?
Exactly what happened to Abraham Levinsky.
Oh, poor brother Abraham. He was tragically led astray. He and several others began to question God's plan for us. They ended up leaving New Bethel. Some saw the light and returned, but the rest were not so fortunate. God punished them for their lack of faith. The wilds claimed them. Brother Abraham was the only one whose remains we could recover. Brother James brought his mangled body back to New Bethel. We laid him to rest among our dead, praying God would grant him forgiveness.
I've heard about something called the silence. What is that?
It is a method to discipline those who fall into error. When one undergoes the silence, they are prohibited from speaking with anyone except God. That way, they are encouraged to reflect on their actions and to seek his forgiveness. Once they have done so, they're welcomed back to the community as stronger, better people.
Who's James? James is, you know, the woman who was at the graves? James is, or was, her husband. And he had a quote-unquote hunting accident and died of his infected wound. Did Eliza tell us she was sent to an orphanage? Where even is Eliza? Oh, Eliza... Who the hell is Eliza? Is Eliza the lady in the house who I can't talk to? I don't remember her saying anything about an orphanage. I really don't remember her saying anything about an orphanage. Yeah, I know who Eliza is, but I mean... she is Eliza. But I don't know conceptually who she is. Or I guess physically who she is. Is she James's wife? Ex-wife? Widow? You make my hair riser. Totally.
Eliza told me a story about her being sent to an orphanage.
Please, let's not speak of that. She clearly trusts you if she shared that with you, but that's deep in the past. It was a dark chapter in our lives.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Yeah, God bless you too.
An old ship's bell. Nothing else?
I'm running out of things to do.
Can't think of anything to ask.
I really feel like I need to whittle the stick. But I need more evidence. More sweet, sweet evidence. I do have the spyglass, but I don't know what I do with it. We've only got the lens. We don't have the full spyglass. I guess we could talk to the kid again. Maybe he'll spill some beans unintentionally.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
I saw your toy chest in the cabin. Nice collection.
Those aren't even the best ones. The real good ones are in my hideout.
Uh-huh. Hexagonal thing.
You've got a hideout?
Yup, but it's a secret. I go there when I want to be alone. It's where I keep my best stuff.
Does anyone else know about it?
Just Eliza, but she's real good at keeping secrets. Don't tell.
Keep up the good work, kid.
I will.
What happens if the science person talks to God and God says it's alright to talk to everyone? Yeah, it's a good question. God probably doesn't speak to them. They'd be accused of blasphemy if they said that, probably. He probably only speaks to Joanna. Yeah.
She's busy. This must be Patrick's.
The secret. Eliza knows about it. That's not Eliza, I'm sure. Where the hell is Eliza? I feel like if I can find Eliza, I'll have cracked the code. But I don't know where Eliza is. Haven't I looked like and been like everywhere? Is there another exit I don't know about or something? There are 2 doors, but I can't get into the other one. I mean, that's clearly his hideout.
There's a box on the wall.
Come on, put 2 and 2 together, please.
It's full of curious.
Eliza must be here. She's getting name dropped so often. Maybe we can ask him where Eliza is.
Can't think of anything.
No.
These are mostly nursery books. Guess Eliza hasn't had much opportunity for book shopping as an adult.
This is Eliza's room. Eliza, Eliza.
According to Joanna, this is her and Eliza with Eliza's father, Jonathan.
Yes.
Certainly makes a statement.
Yes. I want to see if I can get her to whittle the thing now that we've got uber suspicions. The desk is where we got the spyglass, right? The lens. There is an exit behind the kid, but he won't let us out. We're probably going to have to blackmail him somehow.
There's no reason.
There is reason.
Nothing to say, really.
There is stuff to say. Okay, let's ask the kid if we can leave. It's the only thing I haven't said to, like, anyone.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
I want to go down to our wagon.
Sorry, but you can't.
You just said I could if I was accompanied by a ranger.
The rangers are all busy today. Maybe tomorrow.
What about you?
Me? I'm not a full ranger yet. I'm still in training.
Keep up the good work, kid.
I will.
It's not often I do this, but... yeah, pretty good picture. He blabbed about a secret hideout. I have a notion to see it for myself. If you don't want something found out, never make it secret. It's just too tempting. Yeah? I do have a notion to see his hideout. Where the fuck is Eliza? Oh, the desk. We can't interact with the desk.
Bridget standing with a man.
We know the man.
A handsome-looking man. This must be James.
Yeah.
Bridget and Patrick's beds.
Yeah, so she's Bridget, not Eliza. Eliza, Eliza. Okay, look, I didn't want to do this, but I'm ringing the bell. Oh, I guess I'm not ringing the bell. I've run out of ideas.
This looks like the type of lens that would fit in a spyglass.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's only one thing left to try. Even though it doesn't make sense. Put the lens in the hole.
That's not the right shape.
Yeah. Poop. What am I missing? I've really talked to everyone. They're all like, "Oh, you need more evidence."
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
Ah.
The mountain path's being guarded and I can't get down.
Why would you want to?
I want to make sure the wagon's being repaired.
Shoot, just ask Joanna. She said she'd take care of it.
Already did. She told me to ask Eliza.
Well, then go ask her.
Already did that too. She said nobody was working today because it's the Sabbath.
So we wait an extra day. El Presidio's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and neither are we. Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
I already spoke to Eliza. I already spoke to Eliza. But I didn't. I don't even know where she is to speak to her. Okay, well, let's go and tell our one ally. Now that we've got this new option.
Phil?
Harley?
That boy Patrick is guarding the path down the mountain.
And? Why would you want to go?
Come on, man.
To check on the wagon, for starters.
Jerome said he would take care of the repairs. More hands do not always make for faster work.
I'll let you get back to your writing.
Try not to get into any trouble, eh?
I thought you were with us. Okay, the wagon lady will care.
Not now, Leger. We gotta get down to the wagon.
I agree. I told Joanna that Eliza told me a personal secret. Yeah, the orphanage thing, right? But the game's implying that I talked to Eliza, but I'm pretty damn sure I haven't spoken to Eliza. I don't even know what she looks like.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley.
I have to find a way to get down the mountain. Patrick's blocking the way.
Why do you want to go down there?
To check on the wagon.
Oh, right. Jerome was talking about that earlier. I wouldn't worry about it.
See you, Danny.
Bye for now.
Hi, Brother Jerome.
Sister Harley?
Patrick's not letting me go down the mountain path.
Good. He's not supposed to.
Why not?
You need a ranger to go with you, and Patrick's still in training.
Couldn't you be my escort down the mountain?
Is there an emergency?
Yes.
No, I just want to check on our wagon.
Don't worry about the wagon. It's in good hands.
Why would you say no?
Worth going down there for, believe me. Anyhow, today we're honoring the Sabbath.
Why would you say no? You'd say, yes, it's an emergency. I left my medicine in the wagon.
Has Patrick told you about his hideout?
Oh, he's mentioned it once or twice. Don't know where it is, but I know he keeps his little treasures there.
What does Patrick consider a treasure?
He loves his little wooden figures, that's for sure.
Uh-huh.
Especially animals.
A trade.
Your time.
Beware.
A trade. She can definitely do wooden animals. Could it be the game bugged and didn't spawn Eliza? Yeah, maybe. Either that or she's Eliza, but I don't think she is.
She's tending the garden. I'll leave her to it. Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Would you be so kind as to carve me something?
I'd be glad to. Just bring me something to carve.
Totally.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
I've got this piece of wood. Think you could carve something for me?
What did you have in mind?
A hexagon.
I think I'd like a wolf.
Very well. I'll have it ready in just a while. Here you are.
Beautiful work, Nadine.
Nice. That is pretty good.
Nadine carved this for me. It's a little wolf. Here, I thought you might like something for your collection.
Oh, wow, a wolf! And look at those fangs! This is great! I'll be back in just a minute. Don't get any ideas about going down the path. I'll know if you do.
Mm-hmm.
Better not try calling his bluff, but let's just see where he goes.
Yeah. Exactly. Follow him. Then we'll have a reason to get a hexagon.
He's going towards the cabin. Interesting.
Uh-huh. Ah, that's where he hides his key. Maybe there is no Eliza. She's a psyop. Yeah, maybe. But we spoke to Eliza last night. I just can't remember what she looked like.
Looks like I found your secret hideout.
Yeah. Maybe it's not got bodies in it, though. But we're definitely going to be able to use it for something. But maybe the spyglass, we'll be able to use it up there. And see the bodies. See something. See that they're not working on the wagon.
Let's see what Patrick's got hidden back here.
See that they're not working on the wagon.
Interesting. A small crank handle.
You're a small crank handle. Yeah, they're not going to be working on the wagon at all, right? Although I guess they said it's a Sabbath, so they weren't going to, so...
Open sesame.
Yes.
Rather cozy up here, and you can't beat the view. Patrick's collection of extra special figurines.
He didn't even put the wolf there. What a jip. Unless that's the wolf, from a forward perspective. That looks like a turd. But it's probably a cat. Okay.
A perfect fit. What a surprise.
Yes.
Let's have a look. That's the base of the mountain near where we broke down. Hello, and who might you be?
Eliza?
Well, that's not suspicious at all. I don't see anyone else down there.
Maybe that was Eliza. Are we going to re-crank it, or are we just going to leave it like that forever? Okay. I don't really know what that did for us. But let's tell everyone about it.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
I still think something's rotten in New Bethel.
What's got you riled? Speak up.
I caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure sneaking into a secret cave down on the mountain road.
Yeah.
I have a feeling there's something important in there.
A secret cave, huh? You might be onto something there. We can't just sit around then. Time for action. What do you suggest?
Miss Johnson and I are trying to get down to the wagon. We need you to help us distract Patrick.
Easy. Lead on.
Nice.
We just need you to get the kid out of the way long enough for us to get down the mountain without being spotted.
Leave everything to me. Excuse me, son. I was wondering if you had a minute.
Sure. What do you need?
Just need you to come with me for a second. Captain Perry wants a word.
Oh, okay, if it's quick. Sister Joanna won't like it if I leave my post long.
Isn't Captain Perry immediately gonna go? Nah.
Now's our chance. Let's go.
Anna says, this effing guy, you gave him all the evidence and he insisted you're wrong. You tell him about a secret cave and he's sold. Yeah, totally. They took all the wheels. I guess maybe that's part of the repairs.
No!
No, they're totally stripping it for parts, right?
What have these people done to my wagon?
It's clear they don't want us leaving New Bethel.
You said there was a cave down here?
Looked like.
Then see if you can find it. We need to figure out what we're up against.
Yeah. It was in a bush. But I want to look at the hole.
Nasty pothole. Can't believe it took out the wagon.
I swear that wasn't there when we drove through. I ain't blind. I would have seen and avoided it.
There's a bunch of grass at the bottom. Seems it was covered. This is way too small for anyone to fit through.
Yeah, but it's close enough. It's probably here.
Ow! Damn thorns.
Well, don't give up just because there's thorns.
Here we are. This bush was put here deliberately.
By Jesus.
Hey, look! I found the cave.
Good. Now see what's inside, and be quick.
A shovel and pickaxe. Perfect for digging potholes and dirt roads. It's a hand-drawn map of the area. That's the road, and it's been marked with several X's. This is exactly where we broke down.
This is how they took out the bridge.
It's full of dynamite and wires. Someone has been making explosives. What's this? Looks like some kind of handbook.
How to serve man.
A printer's proof copy. It's stuffed with guns and ammunition. That's not a good sign.
Yes.
The Saboteur's Handbook by JT and JR. My God, I need to show this to Lola. Now.
Well, now's a bit of a stretch.
These look like they were placed here recently. Wait a minute. These are our wheels.
Okay. We're gonna get caught as soon as we step outside. I'm calling it right now. Well, I stand by what I said. We're getting caught.
You won't believe what I found in the cave.
Try me.
A printer's proof of something called the Saboteur's Handbook. Have a look.
Written by J.T. Joanna Taggart.
Must be, but who is J.R.?
Jesus Christ.
Jonathan Red?
Who's that?
Who's Jonathan Red?
Seriously? You never heard of the Redites?
No.
They're a bunch of anti-steam tech thugs who went around sabotaging machines and factories a few years back. They were mostly active in New Britannia, but they got their start in Bright Bay.
So you think Joanna knew Jonathan Red?
Not just knew him. I think they worked together. Maybe more than that.
And that's how she sabotaged the
Get a good
airship.
look at that Eliza girl? She's got a certain resemblance to that Mr. Red.
Hang on. Joanna told me Eliza's father was named Jonathan.
And there you have it.
That's how she sabotaged the airship.
These are all instructions. Sabotaging vehicles and laying road traps. Low-grade bombs for controlled explosions. Creating concealed hiding spots in the wilderness. Remind you of anything?
Well, one thing's for certain.
There's a saboteur in New Bethel. I mean, all these basically say the same thing.
We're dealing with a saboteur.
Yes, but who?
That's what we need to find out.
Lots of pages have
Joanna,
notes scribbled in
obviously.
margins. Some are from JT, others from JR. Looks like they had some ideological differences.
Oh?
Joanna thought things were going too far. She objected to giving instructions for explicitly violent stuff. Here's
Eliza.
a note on the bombs page where she says, "Too dangerous to print." Same time, Red's written things like, "This information is a tool for a righteous cause," or "No revisions, too late for cold feet." But there's another set of notes in somebody else's handwriting.
Eliza's.
Here, on this recipe for an acid compound, Joanna crossed out some ingredients. This other person tried to fill in the missing information.
So this third person is probably our saboteur.
I'd put money on it.
It's Eliza! It's Eliza! We need to find out who it is. We're not telling Joanna. She'll just silence us.
I think our top priority is figuring out who this person is.
I agree, but we gotta be discreet. We can't just go around interrogating everyone hoping for a confession. We need solid proof identifying the person you saw going into that cave.
My brother was the detective in the family.
Well, now's your chance to do him proud.
So what should our next move be?
Round up the others and come to my cabin. We need to talk.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get back up the mountain before anybody notices us missing.
We've been a while. I don't think Jake's ruse would have lasted that long.
And so this saboteur is the reason we're here.
We need to uncover who it is and tell these people. They deserve the truth.
Now wait just a minute. This is all very serious for sure. But these folks have a whole way of life they're accustomed to. We expose it all as a lie. Why, we're ripping the bottom out of their world.
Jake's got a point. It could tear this community apart.
I think Lola's right. Not knowing your true history is no way to live.
At the very least, Joanna should know about this. As the community's leader, it falls to her to decide what to do with this information.
Wrong.
We gotta be able to prove who the saboteur is first. Could be the rot goes all the way to the top.
I have a strong suspicion, but I'll see if I can confirm it.
Once you do, you can tell Joanna the truth, assuming she's not the one behind it all.
Or you could try talking to the saboteur. Maybe get him to lay off without having to upset the whole community.
I'll see what I can find out.
No, we're bringing this place down. Out of principle.
Nothing else to say to him right now.
Fair enough. Let's go to Eliza's cabin. Easy Pete did it for letting the other people escape. Red Cloak!
Wait a minute. This is the same cloak I saw through the spyglass. Got you now, Eliza.
Yeah. Although it really is just our word. Against, like, anything else. Can we get more evidence? Hey, kid.
Sorry, can't talk. I gotta do my job.
But I want to ask you who's been down the mountain.
She's tending the...
Fair enough. Or I could try speaking to the saboteur. Yes, I could speak to Eliza. If such a thing is even possible. She's busy.
She's busy.
Yeah. How am I supposed to speak to Eliza when she doesn't exist? She's ephemeral. Oh, there she is. We're snitching. She's gonna get put under the silence. You hope we can eat them all, it's only fair. Yeah. I don't need to talk it out with the saboteur. They've already ruined our day, slowed our progress.
Hello again, Joanna.
Hello to you, Sister Harley.
Broken Phil's heart.
Joanna, I'm afraid I have some disturbing news.
What is it?
Can you call together the community? This is something everyone needs to hear.
What is this about? I would be glad to make an announcement once I know what it concerns.
I'm afraid I have to insist on addressing everyone at once.
As you wish. I'll call an assembly.
Yeah. I thought she wouldn't allow it. Like, what if it's anti-her? If I was this cult leader, I wouldn't allow it.
Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, Sister Harley has asked me to bring you all together to hear her words. Tell us, Sister Harley, what news have you for us all?
For all she knows, we're gonna call her out for something. There's a wolf among you.
Since you all came here, you feared wolves in the forest below. But I'm sorry to tell you that the real wolf has been living among you all this time.
What are you saying?
Eliza has been pulling the strings all along. She's been manipulating us all. She's been setting traps in the road to capture wagons and bring their passengers into New Bethel.
What? How dare you?
I saw her enter a secret cave at the base of the mountain. It was full of saboteurs' tools, along with spare wagon wheels, and this.
What? Eliza, what are you doing with that?
Claiming my birthright. Just because you disavowed father doesn't mean I did.
So it was sabotage. I always ask myself if our breakdown was really an accident. You've been lying to us all these years.
No, I swear I didn't know anything about this.
Then why did you prop up the lie about Abraham Levinsky?
Yeah.
What lie? Brother Abraham was killed when he left the safety of New Bethel.
Oh, really?
Torn apart by wolves.
Who told you that?
Who was it that told you this?
Why, Brother James. He found their camp after it had been attacked. He returned with Brother Abraham's mangled body and buried it.
So you never actually saw Levinsky's body?
No, I put my faith in Brother James's word.
There was no body because Levinsky never died. There were no wolves. In fact, he made it safely to Las Virgenes. Just weeks ago, he was in the papers announcing his niece's marriage.
Yeah.
It was just a story concocted to keep you all here. To keep you afraid.
Yeah.
He was trying to protect you. He was trying to protect all of us. Brother James was the one who had the idea to bring in new members. He understood that a community can't thrive without them.
James was a saint. He loved this community. And you, Sister Johanna. There's nothing he wouldn't have done for you all.
I think that is becoming very clear.
Eliza, I don't understand. Why would you do this?
The outside world is a horrible place, Mother. You should know this better than anyone. Look at what we've built here. How we've grown and flourished. We had to keep that safe. That's why you had to make sure no one ever left the mountain. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I only wanted people to share in our joy.
But you did it without asking us if we wanted a part of it.
Yeah.
A community without trust ain't no community worth living in.
Yeah.
Joanna, my love, there's something else you probably ought to know about. I never said anything because after a while it didn't seem to matter. But after the crash, I examined the boiler and, well, it had clearly been sabotaged.
What?
We were headed for disaster. I saw it in my vision.
You mean you saw that we were going to crash? That someone was going to sabotage the ship?
No, Mother, you don't understand. I saw the sun setting in the west and the sea became red with blood. We were going to make it to the coast, but the land was already tainted, cursed. It was the mountain that was our true home, a citadel of holy peace. I just had to make sure we ended up here.
So, you brought the airship down? Eliza, you could have killed us all.
But I didn't. I gave us a new life, a better life.
And you can keep it. Come on, Jerome. We're leaving this rock. Anybody who wants to come with us is welcome.
What? You can't just leave. Where will you go?
Anywhere but here.
You won't last 2 minutes out there.
Silence, Eliza. Until further notice.
But
I said silence.
You've been
Return
silent.
to your quarters immediately. Wait for me to come find you.
Yeah.
Please, Sister Sue Ellen, don't be so hasty. It breaks my heart to hear what my baby has done, but now that I know the truth, there's no reason we can't start over. We can continue to live here without the fear of the unknown below.
That ain't gonna work, sis. Joanna, not now. We're way past that.
Yeah. Look, do what you want. We just want our wagon fixed.
Whatever you all decide is your own business. We just want our wagon fixed so we can be on our way.
Yes, of course. I'll arrange to have it ready by morning.
Damn right.
Thank you, by the way, for opening my eyes.
I'm sorry it had to be this way, but I couldn't keep silent.
I think perhaps I've relied too much on silence. I am sorry to see you go, but I understand your desire to continue your journey.
Thanks, Joanna.
She should impose the silence on herself. It's the only way anybody'd ever respect her.
That was quite the experience.
Better now it's over.
Hopefully they'll put a stop to Eliza's tricks.
I had my suspicions about her.
Didn't let them hold you back.
Yeah.
Come on, we've lost enough time here.
That's why I was banging her. So I could get intel.
Our sojourn in New Bethel has left us all somewhat shaken. Thankfully, we have only to cross Hellfire Pass today, and from there, it's a straight shot down into El Presidio. With our goal so near in sight, we can all focus our attention back to the task of locating Dr. Clark's fortune.
Yeah, I'm sure Hellfire Pass will be easy. How hard could Hellfire Pass be? Sounds like a great place. Will I finish the game tonight? I don't know. Depends how much stuff there is to do once we actually get to the city, right? I'll be right back. Anna says, it's going to be like Baldur's Gate. The real action starts once you reach the gate. No, Baldur's Gate, if you're talking about 3, becomes pretty boring once you reach the gate. Acts 1 and 2 are where it's at. Baldur's Gate 1... Yeah, the real action does begin once you reach the gate. That's true. Although you do drown all those people in the mines, which is pretty good, before that. And you pretend to be a bandit. There's quite a lot of cool stuff that happens before you reach the gate in Baldur's Gate 1.
Joanna gave me this cross as a memento of our time in New Bethel. I could... Hey, Jake?
Yeah,
Jake
Harley?
the Snake.
I must say, seeing you model for Mr. Treadway was quite the diversion.
I can't say it was something I expected to occur on this journey. Sure hope a little celebrity endorsement benefits his research.
How do you suppose the people of New Bethel will fare?
Honestly, I've tried putting the whole affair out of my mind. I rather pity them. Kinda wish you hadn't shattered their illusion. Then again, it ain't so easy living a lie.
Yeah.
Hell of a trip this has been so far, huh, Jake?
Sure has. Ought to give you plenty to write about, huh?
Oh, yes.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure.
How did it feel to model for Mr. Treadway?
It was strange at first, but also kind of freeing, I guess. Don't know I'd ever do something like that again, but it wasn't so bad.
Been quite a journey so far, don't you think?
I'll say. Jake and I travel around a lot, but it's never as eventful as this.
How do you think the people of New Bethel will fare?
I don't know. I just hope they manage to stay together. I guess it's better to know the truth, but it's going to be hard to keep the community together after that.
Yeah.
What the?
My God, Hellfire
Something
Pass.
wrong?
Some fellers on horseback are blocking the pass up ahead.
I'll have a look.
Is it going to be that gang that was mentioned right at the start of the game? Can't remember what they were called.
Is there some trouble?
No trouble at all. Let us keep it that way, huh? I'm Agent Carson of the Blackburn Investigation Bureau.
That's the one, the
I'd like
Blackburns.
to ask you a few questions.
What's this about?
I will explain everything. First, I must ask that you and everyone inside the wagon kindly step outside. Come out quickly, please. No fuss.
Would you kindly step outside?
I appreciate your cooperation. I will be brief.
How can we be of service?
As I told your driver, this won't take long. I have a few questions. First off, where are you folks headed?
Is this about the stolen gold? I mean, the stolen weapons?
We're going to El Presidio.
I see. For what purpose?
I can't see how that would concern you.
I would not be asking if it weren't important.
We're going on business. I run a little show, and we're looking for a new venue.
Where did you set out from?
East of here.
I can see as much by your direction of travel. Where, specifically?
From Rosewater.
I see. You've had a long journey. You must have encountered quite a number of people on your trip, yes?
A few? Why do you ask?
We're looking for some folks, and I wonder if you might have seen them.
It's us.
Easy now, pup. No need for all that. Control your animal, would you?
Tell us who you're looking for.
Gladly.
Shh, Lisa Lou? There's a good girl.
We are tracking a couple of men.
They must be dangerous fellers if you Blackburns were called in.
Quite. These men are ruthless bandits who raided an army supply wagon. The attack happened near Rosewater, and as it happens, you folks are coming from there. So naturally, I must ask if you know anything about the incident.
News to me.
First I hear of it.
Same. Can't help you there.
Then I wonder if you might have seen these men on the road. See, a trapper family reported they'd camped a few days ago with some folks fitting our description.
Traitors.
They said they were traveling in a wagon, much like this one, bound for El Presidio.
And what is the description of these men?
One's a tall white man with brown hair and a well-trimmed mustache.
Bad question to
the
ask.
Other's a short, swarthy New Spanish fellow with a beard.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, gents.
Oh, I believe you do, Mr. Ackerman. In fact, I would be very interested in hearing your account. That goes for Mr. Marquez and the rest of your party as well.
You can leave Miss Johnson out of this. She doesn't know anything.
We will determine that for ourselves. Will you quiet that mongrel?
Lisa, shh, girl.
Now, if you'll all kindly step away from the wagon, hands where I can see them. We will start our questioning with Mr. Ackerman.
And then what? Jail?
No, Mr. Marquez. Do you take us for the provincial sheriff? Besides, the jails are much too crowded with lowlifes these days, don't you think? Country's full of vagrants and foreigners. You really stepped in it when you decided to pick off that wagon. Truly you did. Did you know who you were messing with, I wonder?
I advised against it, for the record.
You'll tell us all about it, and then we will see that you don't tell anyone else. Quicker we do this, the better for all of us. Believe me.
Exactly, the Blackburns were foreshadowed by Jake. He's going to shoot the dog.
It, would you?
Take cover.
Damn.
Everyone's still alive?
I knew he was going to shoot the dog.
Anybody seen Jake and Nadine?
I can go look for them.
Not until we do something about these Blackburns.
It doesn't add up. We robbed an army wagon, sure. But why call in the Blackburns? If the army wants us, why not send soldiers?
Good question. Maybe we can ponder that later if we're not dead.
Danny, are you not helping, no?
Danny?
Hmm?
Are you okay?
This is just like it happened last time.
You mean with Petey and your old gang?
Yeah, I hid then too. Left them all to die.
Look, we can survive this, but we need you. Nobody can shoot like you can.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can.
What do you mean? You're a great shot.
Yes, but only with bottles and juggling balls. I've never shot a person before. Not for real.
They're not real people, they're Blackburns. We've got to throw a juggling ball at them.
Lola?
What?
Have you got anything that might help?
Yes, and I'm shooting with it. Quit distracting me.
How many are we up against?
5 left. You could help us out here.
Alright, alright. They're robots, bureaucrats, exactly. Is that a Rick and Morty reference? I think it is.
Phil?
This is not the best time, Harley. What do you want?
You've got explosives, right?
Got anything on you that could help?
As a matter of fact, I do. Here,
Your flask?
liquid courage. Does wonders.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Give it to the kid. First episode, season 1, yeah.
Now's not the best time, Harley.
Fine.
Damn, I needed that.
Yeah.
He's not in the mood to chat. These woods are lousy with Blackburn agents. Phil?
This is not the best time, Harley. What do you want?
So, General, battlefield assessment? What do we do here?
If we could take them all out at once, we might stand a chance. But my dynamite is back with the wagon.
I could go get it.
You think you can make it there?
Got any better ideas?
I do not.
Where do you keep the dynamite?
In a storage trunk, on the back right, behind the rear wheel.
I'll need some cover to get to the wagon. Can you help?
I am not well positioned for that here. One of the others would be better.
There we go. Danny can do it.
Danny?
Hmm?
I need you to cover me while I run to the wagon. You don't have to try to hit anyone. Just lay down some fire to keep them from shooting back. Can you do that?
Yeah, all right. I don't think I'll be able to cover you the whole way, though.
Better than nothing. Thanks.
But if you do manage to hit one of them, you know, it'd really help out.
Lola?
What?
Nothing. You didn't cover us at all, you son of a bitch.
These woods are lousy with Blackburn agents. Thanks for the cover, Danny.
Oh, I guess he did.
Damn! Carson's over there. Guess it's too far for Danny. I need to distract him somehow.
Posing like Hitman is more important, yeah.
If I'm gonna throw something at Carson, it needs to be something that'll keep him occupied long enough for me to get past.
Well, I'll be honest, we don't really have anything. Gold? Doubloons?
If I'm gonna throw some...
The dog? An arrowhead. He'll think it's the engines.
If I'm gonna throw
Okay, look. We're out of stuff.
a patch of dry dirt on the forest floor.
Look, I'm gonna be honest.
No point putting that in the dirt.
There's no point putting anything in the dirt. Unless he thinks this is a grenade if we make it dirty.
Sorry, Phil, but desperate times and all that.
What are you doing?
Yuck. All right, Harley. If ever there was a time to make your aim count, this is it. Hey, Carson!
Well, that's one way to do it, I guess.
Got him. He ran farther into the woods. I should be clear to get closer to the wagon now.
Yeah.
Not far to the wagon now.
Yeah.
Nadine, are you okay?
Yes, I'm unhurt. What about you and the others?
All accounted for except Jake.
I think he's up near the front of the wagon. We need to do something about these men.
Working on it.
Yoink.
Hey, Nadine?
Yes?
Phil's had an idea to get rid of the Blackburns. He needs some dynamite from that trunk behind the rear wheel.
How will you get over there?
Still trying to figure that out. You said you saw Jake at the front of the wagon?
He ran that way when the shooting started. He dropped his hat in the commotion. I picked it up for him. Seems silly. I just did it without thinking.
Can I have the hat?
Think I could hold on to Jake's hat for a spell?
Of course. Here it is.
Thanks.
I hope this works as a decoy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nadine?
Yes?
Think you can make it to the trunk?
Not while that man has a clear shot at me. I might be able to if you can distract him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nadine. I've got an idea. I'm going to get Carson's attention with this. While he's distracted, you make a break for the trunk.
Okay.
Ready? Here we go.
Worst distraction ever.
Nice going. Now toss me a stick of dynamite, would you? Thanks.
Don't light it first.
Sit tight and keep your head low. I'll get this back to Phil.
All right. Good luck, Harley.
Thanks for the help, Agent 47.
Mission accomplished. Got the dynamite.
Excelente. Give it here.
Catch.
You know, we could have brought more than
Everyone
one.
down and cover your ears. Dynamite! Run!
Sorry, fellas.
Anda. That has taken care of them.
Nice work, Mr. Marquez.
Gracias.
That's all of them?
All the ones I saw. Carson, you're the last one standing. Give yourself up while you got the chance.
All right, damn you. I know when I'm beat.
Come on. Let's find Nadine and Jake.
Yeah. Was Jake being a coward?
No sudden moves. You're outgunned.
I am well aware of the situation, ma'am. I hope you all realize just how much trouble you're in. You've killed 4 good men.
Well...
My client will be very displeased to learn of this.
How would your client even find out?
You're not in any position to be making a report.
I'm not an idiot. I've already informed my client of your identities. If I'm not heard from, they'll know exactly who to blame.
Enough, Leger. We need to end this.
Yes, make an example of him. Send a message to his
Come on, buddy.
We don't have to kill him. The Blackburns aren't well liked in El Presidio. We could turn them into the police there. Whoever sent them, it wasn't lawful. They tried to murder us.
Do what you like. It won't make a lick of difference.
Alex says, back from chores, what did I miss? Kind of presumptuous to assume that I know when you left, man. But, what's behind the wall with the octagonal hole? Bodies. Lots of bodies. I was right about the whole thing. They were killing everyone and putting them behind the, hexagonal wall. But it's fine, we got rid of them all. We solved that problem. Someone take his gun first.
Before doing anything, we need to disarm him.
One last thing before you do.
No! The dog's gonna save us. Jake's gonna kill himself. That wasn't Jake. Was that Nadine? He shot Nadine!
Nadine! Are you alright? Say something.
Give her some space. I will try to stop the bleeding.
He shot our medic. How
I'm going
ironic.
to check the wagon, see if I can find Jake. Stay with us, Nadine. Please. Jake!
Oh, Harley. Glad to see you in one piece. Things got real rough back there, but we made it out all right.
No, we didn't.
Everyone is all right, right?
No. No, man. Where were you?
Things might have gone better if you'd been around to help. Where were you when the shots started flying?
Me? Oh, well, I was holding a position at the front of the wagon, you see. I was aiming to push forward, looking for my opening. Then you folks took care of everybody. Mighty impressive how you handled yourselves, I must say.
Anna, why'd you have to snitch like that? Alex would have believed that and there would have been no harm in it. It was a white lie. Shame on you, Anna. It's a trope the medic gets hurt. Yeah. What's in the bag, buddy?
What have you got in that bag?
Oh, this? Nothing, just some supplies.
Supplies? For what?
Well, you can never be too prepared, you know?
He's a traitor!
Are you running away?
What? Preposterous. Gentleman Jake does not run away.
Then what are
I
you
didn't say we ate them.
Why, I'm acting in accordance with my true nature.
I knew he was a fraud.
I'm a coward, Harley.
What?
Don't make me say it again.
So you are running away.
That is about the long and the short of it.
Why?
I already told you. Now just let me tuck my tail under and go, would you? Do we need to drag this out?
Look, buddy. You don't want to let Phil know that you were going to run away. It won't end well for you. What about the treasure hunt, man? The Blackburns. Now they're involved. There's no way.
Hang on. What about Clark's stash?
Shoot, look. There never was a stash,
What?
all right? The job was to track down Clark himself and deliver him to the client. There was always going to be a payday at the end, but nothing more or less than payment for services rendered. The whole treasure hunting deal was just a way to spice things up, make it more interesting. This was meant to be a simple job. Find out where Clark went, get paid. Nobody said nothing about crossing the army or getting shot at by goddamn Blackburns.
So the great gentleman Jake turns tail as soon as things get rough? What about all those legendary feats?
Legends, as you say. Tall tales to liven up the stage.
Told ya.
I'm a showman, after all.
So, the Bleachbone Gulch Showdown?
Only reason I was last man standing is because I hid behind a rock. And that's the shameful truth.
Oh, just like Danny.
Duel with Billy Boakes.
His gun jammed. Otherwise, I'd have been a goner.
And what about that Gentum mine you found? For the orphans?
Never happened. Hope there's no hard feelings.
There are. Look, you can't leave us now, buddy.
You can't just up and leave. Not after all we've been through.
I was never much for sentimentality, Miss Leger. We had some good times, sure. But the truth is, you're all better off without me.
No.
What about Danny? You're gonna walk away and leave him behind like this?
The kid deserves a better life than following an old fool like me around. A chance to bolster his confidence and make something of himself. Hell, just knowing you folks these past few days has given him that much. Well, I'd best be off. Good luck getting to El Presidio.
He's going to redeem himself. It's fine. We never even told him Nadine had been shot.
How is she?
Hanging on, but barely.
Nadine? Nadine!
We have to get her to El Presidio. She needs a hospital.
But first we have to hide these bodies, so more Blackburns do not come after us. Where is Jake, by the way?
He left. Turns out he was no hero after all.
He what?
Oh, carajo. This day just keeps getting worse. Well, sooner we get this done, the better.
Nadine. We almost lost Nadine.
Yeah.
She's still fighting for her life, but we're going to get her help. She has to pull through. It can't end like this. Jake's gone too. Damn him. Anyway, we finally made it. El Presidio. We were supposed to pick up Dr. Clark's trail here at the Jolly Good Club, but I'm not sure what good that will do us now. Those of us who are left. Everything's changed.
There she is, El Presidio.
It's grown since I was last here.
Cities have a habit of doing that.
Shouldn't be too tough to find our way around. We just need to find a safe place to park the wagon.
Oh, no. This is the end of the line for me.
What?
I'm getting Nadine to the hospital. That's as far as I go.
That's fair.
Our business is concluded.
But I thought...
No hard feelings, Leger. The journey's been interesting, for sure. Good luck finding that fortune of yours.
But...
What next?
Suppose we should find a place to stay. We'll need to plan...
Good evening. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but are you Miss Harley Leger?
Yeah, there is no fortune. Why are we even going there anymore? Alex says, I always knew Gentleman Jack was a fraud ever since your first interview with him. Citation needed on that one. Did you say anything at the time? Because I did. It's all very easy to say he's a fraud, and you knew it since the beginning. Now that we know he's a fraud. But I've been saying it for the entire game. So I have a leg to stand on. But if in our first interview with him you didn't say this guy's a fraud, sorry, man. I ain't buying what you're selling. Although I think maybe you did say it. I'd have to go back and check, which I'm not going to do. Haven't I seen you somewhere? Have we? Where would we have seen this guy? Where would we have seen this guy?
Say, you look familiar. I've seen you before.
That is entirely possible, Miss Leger. I do believe we were in Rosewater at the same time.
I'm Dr.
My
Clark.
name is Timothy King. I've been sent to welcome you to our fair city.
Oh.
Thanks?
My employer is quite keen to meet you and your associates. There's a carriage waiting to take us to the offices of Vespuccia Petrol. Please, follow me if you would.
Sorry, but I don't get into carriages with strange men.
He seems harmless. Besides, if he tries anything funny, I will put a bullet in him.
Charming. I can assure you, it won't come to that.
Better not.
I think it'll be okay. Besides, we've got him outnumbered.
Fine. Let's go then.
Alex says, I only watched like 2 to 3 hours of your last 2 streams. And there's a second monitor viewing at that.
They're here, ma'am.
So what you're saying is you didn't
Timothy.
predict it.
Miss Leger, please come in. Welcome to El Presidio. I hope your journey here wasn't too unpleasant.
How do you know me? Oh, I wish everyone was here.
How in the ether do you know who I am?
I appreciate you must have many questions, Miss Leger. I shall gladly answer them, but first, permit me to ask one of my own. Where is Mr. Ackerman?
I don't know, and I do care.
You're telling me you know Jake too?
Know him? My dear, I'm the one who hired him.
Beg pardon?
My name is D.W. Shaw. I am the owner and operator of Vespuccia Petrol. Last week, I met with Mr. Ackerman in Rosewater to discuss a business proposition. I engaged his services to track down Dr. Bennett Clark and bring him to me. A few days ago, I received a letter informing me he was on his way here, along with the team he had assembled. He seemed confident you had found a significant lead as to Clark's whereabouts.
Well, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. We were attacked by the Blackburns, and he turned tail and ran.
I see. This puts me in a rather awkward position. But perhaps all is not lost. You've come this far. I see no reason why you can't finish what Mr. Ackerman started.
Yeah.
My agreement with him was quite clear. 25,000 crowns in exchange for bringing me Dr. Clark. The same agreement applies to the three of you.
So you're telling me Clark's still alive?
Alive, and ironically, somewhere in El Presidio. What exactly was this lead you found?
Right before he disappeared, Dr. Clark was invited to stay at the Jolly Good Club.
Ah, yes, I know it. Quite exclusive. I myself have never set foot inside. You intend to search for him there?
Seems the best option.
Very good. You'll find the club on Cedar Avenue between Gull and Hare Street. In the meantime, I will ensure your stay here is comfortable. I've reserved rooms at the Presidio Hotel on the other side of town. You must be exhausted. I'll have Timothy summon a coach. Enjoy your rest. Should you need to speak with me again, you may return here. Good night to you.
She wants to murder Clark. She's in the petrol business, right? She definitely wants to kill him.
I can't remember the last time I slept in such a comfortable bed.
No, there could still be luminous ones.
So, what is our plan for tonight?
To see what we can find out at the Jolly Good Club.
The luminous ones hasn't been discredited yet. They could still exist. The ether definitely exists, right? Definitely.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
What do you suppose Nadine's chances of recovery are?
She wasn't looking too good when we parted ways.
Uh-oh.
But Miss Johnson seemed determined to get her the care she needed. And Miss Johnson's a tracker, right? If she's looking for something, she finds it. At least, I hope so. Nadine deserves a second chance.
Yeah.
What do you suppose Shaw's interest in Dr. Clark is?
Could be anything, really. But I'm guessing it has to do with making her money.
No, she wants to kill him so that he's not a threat to her petrol industry. 100%.
Sorry about Jake. You must be real busted up about it.
I was, at first. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how obvious it should have been he was full of hot air. Having me do all the shooting, never a shred of proof to back up his stories. I thought working for him was the first stepping stone on some longer path. I thought I had so much to learn from him. Guess he taught me a lesson in the end, all right.
Yeah, he sure did.
Miss Johnson really went through it with us. Hope she'll be okay.
I think she will be. At the very least, she's got a new dog friend to keep her company.
Max says, bet it's the Philadelphia experiment and the professor was shot through time. Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Phil?
He's gonna be like, I will shoot Jake in the head.
Can you believe that, Jake? How could he just leave us like that?
I feel like such a fool, believing he was any different than Stokes. Why are all the men in this country so lacking in decency and valor?
Hey, I'm not.
Certainly not, my friend. Vespuccia could use more men like you.
Yeah.
Any theories on why Shaw's so interested in Dr. Clark?
There was a fire in her eyes, a passion. Many people lost loved ones in that disaster. If she suffered a loss, she might wish to use her wealth to purchase a measure of revenge.
No.
It is a theory.
Anna says, YouTube does top chat instead of live, and I miss out on some messages, like Max's. Yeah, but that's why you changed the drop down to live, right? There's a drop down you can just change. At least I can. I assume you can.
Do you think Nadine will recover from her wound?
It looked very bad, but I have seen men rise again after receiving worse. At least she made it through the wilderness and is receiving treatment in a real city. This is cause for hope.
I mean, you're not wrong. It doesn't remember the choice, and it does reset on refresh. It's super annoying. When I'm setting up a stream, I tell it to pop it out into a new window, but then the new window isn't a real window, so then I have to right-click on that window and say convert to tab, and then I can drag the tab into my other tabs, and then I get it. And then it's pretty good. But I have to do it every stream. And if at any point in that process I've set it to top chat, then it always gets set back. Or I've set it to live chat, it always gets set back to top chat. So I have to do that last. But sometimes I forget to do it last, and then I have it in top chat, and it sucks. Ugh. But anyway.
I hope Miss Johnson will be all right.
I would not worry about her. Some creatures are pack animals, like wolves, and some are solitary hunters, like pumas. Lola Johnson is a puma if ever I met one. She knows how to look after herself.
Does it need 2 chats anyway? Not really, and I'm not even sure how it decides what is a top chat, you know? It's not like you can like a chat message or whatever. So I don't understand how it would possibly decide what a top chat is. It's just a really weird system, honestly.
A snowy winter scene must count as an exotic landscape around here. A painting of an ore mine. Maybe it's meant to be motivational? A portrait of a young soldier in uniform, practically still a kid.
I feel sad that the group split up. I'm assuming that we'll get back together. This is like the crisis in the middle, where we all go our separate ways, and then we come back together. Like, Jake's gonna redeem himself, Nadia's gonna be okay. YouTube decided Max is a spammer. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Or maybe it didn't like that he mentioned the Philadelphia experiment. The gang's gonna reunite. I have faith.
This banana looks nice and ripe.
Sure, we'll take a banana. I mean, it looked pretty red, honestly. What the hell? A red banana?
I've never seen a banana with a red peel before.
Then why are you saying it looks ripe? Oh, this banana looks ripe. Really? Yeah, it's weird though. It's red. I've never seen a red banana. Weird. Ripe like a tomato, yeah.
A painting of a city street at night. The architecture looks more like something you'd see back east. We should get a move on.
I agree, but at least we've got our banana.
It's full of tools.
Mr. Tools? Hello, Mr. Tools. Perfect timing.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. What can I do for you?
What are you doing, buddy? He was summoned.
What are you working on up there?
Just fixing the hotel sign. New management's looking to spruce the place up. Promised me a new tool set, too. Can't complain.
What's wrong with your tools?
Something wrong with your current tools?
They're old and rusty. Need a replacing years ago. But hey, better late than never, huh? I'm most looking forward to a new drill. Old one could hardly make a hole in a bar of soap.
Yes, I agree. Better late than never.
Got any tips for what to do and see around here?
Oh, first time visiting, huh? Annabro Square Park is a nice spot to relax. Closed after dusk, of course. I'd say the wharf's the beating heart of the city. But it gets pretty rough at night. It's just northeast of here. For a taste of the Far East, there's Chinatown.
Ooh.
That's on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Communicating with the folks there can be a challenge. Although, I suppose your friend could help.
Thanks. That's very helpful.
That's presumptuous. But he did say he knows Chinese, so I guess it's fair.
Are you familiar with the Jolly Good Club?
Sure, I've heard of it. Real fancy place in the north part of town. Never been inside. That sort of place ain't for people like me. No disrespect, but I doubt they let you in either.
That's fine, we're gonna heist the place. We need to go to the hospital.
Have you heard of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Can't say I have. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks for the chat. I'll let you get back to work.
Evening to you.
We need to go to El Hospital.
The Vespuccia Petrol Building. Shaw really does have a great view of the city, when it's not all blocked by fog, anyway.
Shaw's the real villain. Cool. Where's the hospital? Search area. Hold up. Oh, cool! This is potentially really cool. Okay, so we're staying on Hare Street? Hang on, if I do that, does it change them? Yeah, it does. How do we... How do we... How do we know... Is this Hare Street? No, it's Grand Avenue. Right, where's the hospital? There's her place. There's the park. This search area is interesting.
Nothing remarkable here.
It's very cool. I feel like the city's gonna be like, this is where the real game begins. The wharf. Where's the hospital? Fred! Exclamation mark. Okay. I really don't see the hospital anywhere, unless I'm blind, or it's not got a hospital signpost. I guess it could go either way on that one. I want to go to the hospital.
Nothing remarkable here.
The hospital where all your victims can be found. Yeah. That's what? Chiro... That can't be chiropractic. I want to make sure Nadine's okay. Oh well. Let's go to the wharf.
Madre mia. So many people.
Watch yourselves, friends. Big cities aren't always kind.
Oh, I wonder if we can sell our special items at the pawn shop.
They're giving those documents some serious contemplation.
Look at all this trash.
It's not trash. Maybe it's trash.
A collection of rather creepy dolls. I hate the way their eyes seem to follow me. Ask about our special behind-the-counter items.
I will. We've got money to burn.
Yes, can I help you?
I knew we could sell stuff.
You've got an impressive selection, but I was wondering what you had behind the counter.
Got some jewelry, some repair kits, and a set of lockpicks.
We've already got lockpicks.
Quite a shop you've got here.
Glad you like it.
How did the ship get up here on land?
The city extended the shoreline when it built the new breakwater. Brought the land to the ship. About that time, some big trading company went bankrupt and couldn't pay the upkeep on its derelicts. So the harbor authority seized them, converted them to lodgings and shops.
Cool.
Anything you can tell a first-time visitor about this city?
If you're not feeling it in your legs yet, you will soon. Something to look forward to. Honestly, who thought it would be a good idea to build a city in such a hilly place?
Yeah. Do you know where the hospital is?
Know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Never heard of it, sorry.
Liar.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
Nothing.
Actually, I changed my mind.
Okay.
We don't need the money.
Appreciate the help.
Sure.
I'm not getting rid of stuff when we don't need the money. So I'll probably have to buy some of his behind-the-counter items at some point.
Hard to tell which is more the ass.
Probably the donkey.
She's minding her own business, but that one fellow seems very interested.
Does he? That guy's doing a Sieg Heil every so often. Wait for it, wait for it. Come on, buddy. There it is.
You're tying one on and watching the world go by.
Yeah. How do we get to the saloon? Hey, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Yes, Holly.
How's it feel to be back here?
Hard to say. I'm glad to be back, but I'm also reminded why I left. Kind of an odd feeling.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil. What's your impression of El Presidio so far?
It is crowded, it is noisy, and it smells of manure. In other words, we are back in civilization.
Yeah. Goddamn civilization. It was good being out in the wilds.
He's sleeping one off. She's just doing her job.
Yeah. Who's that? She looks important. The violin bit of the music sounded like the Schindler's List theme. I've never seen Schindler's List.
Good evening, sir.
Evening. Get your fruit here. Pears and oranges, only 2 crowns. Lemons for 3. Coconuts for 5. Tell me what you're looking for.
Do you want a red banana?
You get many customers at night?
Oh, sure. You came from the central part of the wharf. I'm sure you saw how lively it is. Plenty of folk from the saloon come by, sucking on lemons and oranges before bed eases the hangover to come. That's what they say, anyway. Who am I to argue?
Plus, you'll surely avoid scurvy if you all eat an orange.
I'll be off.
If you need fruit, you know where to find me. I'm open all night.
Cool.
Nothing fancy, but it looks seaworthy. Good evening.
Evening to you.
Oh, we're going to have to go to an island where he's going to be doing experiments.
That boat yours?
Sure is. Easier to fish during the day, but sometimes I take folks for a sail. The price is right, of course.
And what is the right price for a ride?
Depends. A cruise around the bay will run you 20 crowns a head. If you had something specific in mind, we can negotiate.
Okay.
Thanks for the chat. Have a good night.
See you around.
We're going to have to take her somewhere specific. And it's going to be cool. We can't go there yet, but I'm assuming we'll be able to at some point. Let's go to the park. Not really sure why, but let's go there.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Why are you standing around the park at night?
I'm waiting for someone.
Do you know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Only that I could work 1,000 years and still not have enough money to be a member.
Yeah, fair enough.
The park's closed at night.
No!
We are on Cedar Avenue.
We sure are. Okay, where else can we go? I don't think there's anything else up here. We probably need to get directions to the Jolly Good Club. And they'll be like, turn left off Thingy Avenue to go to La-di-da place. It's probably going to be down here.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
What is that?
Interesting rock.
It's a lodestone, highly magnetic.
Ooh.
You have to imagine the invisible lines of power radiating out all around it.
That's nice. Can I have it?
Would you mind if I borrowed your lodestone?
Yes.
I'll trust it's for a good purpose. Just be sure to return it.
Wow.
I promise I'll hand it back to you, along with Dr. Clark.
2 promises that we will not keep.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes, Miss Leger.
What do you know about the Jolly Good Club?
Can you tell us anything more about the Jolly Good Club?
It's a club for the well-to-do men of the city to gossip and talk politics. Rather puerile, if you ask me. I can't imagine how you plan to get inside. Without Mr. Ackerman, you seem to be at a disadvantage.
We'll find a way.
That's what I like to hear.
Can you tell me where it is? That'd be really useful.
If we're going to be working for you, I'd like to know some more about you.
My, you are inquisitive.
What do your initials stand for?
Dorothy Wilhelmina, but simply DW has proved more expedient for my purposes.
How did you come to be the head of Vespuccia Petrol?
My late husband founded this company. He was a very clever man. Fortunately for him, he recognized my business acumen and relied exclusively upon my counsel. I ran the company for many years in his name. After his passing, that fiction was dispensed with.
So you killed him?
Have you lived in Vespuccia long?
Oh, about 30 years now. For some peculiar reason, Vespuccians seem to accord an English accent more respect. So I kept it.
Jolly good, pip pip.
I think that's all. Thanks.
Very good.
Oh, I thought the game crashed. Okay, there's nowhere else we can go, right? Not yet. Maybe we just have to ask everyone if they've heard of the Jolly Book Club. Jolly Good Club. Oh, wait. Oh, that's just the two different areas of the wharf, I think. Okay, fine. We'll ask literally everyone if they've heard of the Jolly Good Club. I was loath to do it.
Good evening.
Evening to you.
Top of the morning to you.
Know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Never heard of it. Sounds like it's for fancy types.
Yeah.
Ever heard of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Wasn't he the guy who blew up those people a few years back?
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose he was.
That's all I know about him. Sorry.
Fair enough.
I'd like to know about this city.
Oh, I love it here. There's a reason they call it the mouth of the West. We get all kinds coming through here from other provinces and other nations. El Presidio's been growing like crazy. Can't wait to see where it goes.
Thanks for the chat. Have a good night.
See you around.
Bye. We show this guy our red banana.
Hello again.
Good evening to you, miss.
Do you know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Sure, I deal with them from time to time.
Nice.
Can't tell you much more beyond their fruit buying habits, though.
They love a good red banana.
What can you tell an out-of-towner about this city?
Watch your step round here. Many's the time I've seen visitors lose their way in the fog and take a plunge into the bay.
Would you happen to be familiar with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The scientist? I've heard his name, but I don't know much about the man.
I'll be off.
If you need fruit, you know where to find me. I'm open all night.
All I know about Dr. Clark is his aethericity turns bananas red.
Sorry, I don't buy things. Maybe try the pawn shop?
Buddy, it's a red banana. You'd think you'd be stoked. I feel like we should be able to get into the saloon. There was nobody here to talk to, right?
She's shaking out some linens or sending secret signals across the way.
To this guy.
You're tying one on and watching the world go by.
Yeah. I really feel like there's nothing for us to do in the pawn shop. Did I ask this guy if he'd heard of Dr. Clark?
What do you need?
Appreciate the help.
Sure.
Scheiße. I assume we're going to use the magnet to... Well...
A chunk of highly magnetic lodestone.
Maybe I don't know what we're going to use the magnet for. Maybe we can use it to, like... I don't know why we'd want to magnetize something. Hello, game player. The animation's amazing. Yeah, it's hit and miss, but it's pretty good for the most part, I think. Maybe he can't see red in the night. Maybe. There has to be more we can do at the park. Let's ask this guy if he's heard of Dr. Clark. He said he was waiting for someone, right? And he did know about the club.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Would you happen to be familiar with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The mad inventor who blew up the Lamplight City Expo with his illegal doomsday weapon a few years back? Never heard of him.
Buddy, it wasn't illegal when he did it, okay?
Can you tell me about El Presidio? I'm new in town.
You don't say. This city has plenty to offer. It depends on what you're seeking.
Fair enough.
Can't think of anything to ask.
The Jolly Club of Gambling, then. Probably. The animation being like 8 frames a second is such a nostalgia. Yeah. I can't criticize this.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
This whole game was made by one guy. Think about that. Just think about it. Made by one guy. He did all the art, all the coding, everything. So you can't really criticize him for, like, the animation. Because imagine having to animate everything yourself. I couldn't even make one of these fucking characters. I wish that I could. Believe me, I wish that I could. I'd love to make a point-and-click game. But there's way too much art involved. Way too much. I feel like if you're an artist, it's easier to pick up coding than if you're a coder, it is to pick up art. Which is unfortunate. Especially the amount of coding you'd need for an adventure game. Which, let's be honest, is not that much. Not that I'm dismissing it. We haven't ran into any bugs yet. I feel like I've got nothing to ask her, right?
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes, Miss Leger.
I guess I can ask these.
Anything you can tell a first-time visitor about this city?
For such a young city, it's bursting with opportunity. Everything back east is all used up. I wouldn't be surprised if El Presidio outpaces New Britannia within 2 decades.
They built this city on rock and roll.
Why exactly do you want Dr. Clark?
It's quite complicated.
You want to kill him,
I
right?
haven't the time to go into detail. Suffice it to say, I wish to make an offer of employment.
Liar.
Why would an etheric researcher want a job at an oil company?
All that need concern you is the fact I'm paying you to procure him.
Yeah, see, it's the whole procure thing that puts your whole offer him a job in a sketchy light. Because surely you could just ask us to deliver a message. Did he make Heroin Quest? I don't think so. Maybe, though. The only game I know he did before this is the other game in this series, right? Lamplight City, which I haven't, or Lamplight something, which I might try out. Because these guys reference Lamplight all the time. And that was the other game before this one, but I didn't try that one out.
What made you decide to hire Jake, of all people, for this job?
His reputation as a capable agent. His intervention in the Boakes affair, for instance. I needed a man found and brought in discreetly, and Mr. Ackerman was already in Rosewater, where the trail began. It seemed auspicious at the time. Alas, we all make mistakes.
I think that's all. Thanks.
Very good.
Gameplayer says, my recommendation is swamped with the rat dance. I don't know what the rat dance is, man. Is it something the youth are doing? Like, flossing and T-posing and dabbing. It's a TikTok trend. Wow. Sounds real interesting. I feel like I've talked to everyone about everything. You're joking. It probably is.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. What can I do for you?
I have already heard about the sights
Thanks
to
for
see.
the chat. I'll let you get back to work.
Evening to you.
I don't think there was anything else in here, right? I mean, there was a bunch of stuff, to be fair.
A full day's sleep did me good.
A full day's sleep?
It's not that cold out, but a fire still feels nice. Bizarre, enormous creature. Don't know what I'd do if I met that out in the woods. All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Can't think of anything to ask.
Fine. I'm a little stumped. I feel like we've asked everyone everything.
It's full of tools. You see the drill the repairman mentioned.
Oh, interesting. He wanted a new drill, right? Here, do you want a red banana?
Thanks, but I can't eat on the job.
Yeah, fair enough. So he wants a new drill. Maybe there's one at the pawn shop, but why would we help him out? We've got no motivation to do so. We need someone to give us directions, right?
Nothing remarkable here.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, right? Up here looks remarkable. As in, you might remark upon it. Therefore...
Nothing remarkable here.
Damn it. It has to be the pawn shop. I just don't know how that'd help us.
These two are engaged in some highly emotional quarrel.
Coral.
These look expensive. Probably not the wisest idea to keep them so close to the door.
Don't tell him how to do his job.
Everything you'd need to start your own farm.
A drill, perchance? You keep mishearing my pawn shop. Yeah, that's fair.
Do you seek work? Find your way. Approach a laborer and say, I am a stranger. Curious.
That is curious.
It's way too faded to read.
Maybe you're just too faded to read it. I am a stranger. Let's go say it to the guy who's standing on the corner. He looked labourer-esque. Do you not think? The guy at the park. He's got labourer written all over him. Oh, maybe the ladder man.
I've got nothing more to say.
Yeah, probably the ladder man. He's waiting for someone, so I thought he might be waiting for people to say the phrase. But yeah, it probably is ladder man.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Remind me what we should see in town.
The wharf, just to the northeast,
Mm-hmm.
in Chinatown on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Thanks for the chat. I'll let you get back to work.
Evening to you.
Annabro Road between Finch and Gull. Surely there's somewhere that just looks Chinatown-esque.
Nothing remarkable here.
Finch Street. Gull Street. So this must be Chinatown.
Nothing remarkable here.
Unless it's further up the way.
Nothing remarkable here.
But I wish I understood this fucking signpost. We're clearly on Iglesia Avenue, right? Now we're on Harbour Avenue. I assume now we're on Gull Street. Yeah. We should make this Finch Street. Which would make this Finch Street. Finch and Gull. Yeah. So it should be here.
Nothing remarkable here.
Or it should be here.
Nothing remarkable here.
Or it should be here.
Nothing remarkable here.
But I really feel like maybe the roads really do go all the way up.
Nothing remarkable here.
Yeah, okay. This is still Finch, right? Yeah. I understand it now. That is where we're going, and that is where we came from. I get it. I maybe get it. Between Finch and Gull.
Nothing remarkable here.
Maybe here.
Nothing remarkable here.
But this is between Finch and Gull. Although, to be fair, he did say on something street, did he not? Enebro. Did he say Enebro Square?
Nothing remarkable here.
He said on Enebro Square, or he said on some square between Finch and Gull, which means I think he was talking about here, but...
Looks like I found Chinatown.
Yes! And they called me a madman.
I'm guessing this is where all the medicines and herbs are stored.
Oh, so we can heal what's her
Nadine
name?
would know about all this stuff. I sure hope she's holding up okay. He seems to have a very complicated order. Excuse me?
Wait your turn. Can't you see I'm helping someone already?
Geez, sorry.
How does it feel to be in Chinatown? China
All right there,
man.
Danny?
Yep.
I'm not a China man. I'm a man who hails from China. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what is it? Jimmy? Danny? What are you doing back here?
You two know each other?
It's been a long time. You're telling me. Can we come in? We need to speak to whoever's in charge.
You can, sure. Your friends are a different story.
I take full responsibility for them. They're trustworthy.
All right. I'll take your word. Come on in. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Maybe this is the place. Probably not. But maybe it is the lucky hand, whatever. The Jolly Club.
Looks like an intense game. All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Pardon me, could we have a word?
Sure. Give us a minute, Danny.
What exactly is this place?
It's the Society of Open Arms, a social club. A place for our community to gather. We take care of our own here.
You think fancy, rich white men would come to Chinatown? Maybe.
So how are you and Danny acquainted?
We grew up together.
Is that right?
Yeah, we were like brothers. Used to play on this very street. Then he ran off with Petey and some other guys. Thought I'd never see him again. It's good to know Danny got away from that crowd. I never much liked them.
They're all dead.
All right, Danny told me about Petey.
Doesn't surprise me. He idolized that kid. Did he say if anything happened to him?
Yeah, he was killed in a botched robbery.
Figures. That explains why Danny's not latched onto him anymore. Anyway, this is all ancient history.
Yeah, it happens. Just found out one of my old friends was dead. What you gonna do?
And what's your job here, Jimmy, was it?
Yeah, that's right. I do lots of things. Mostly I make sure everybody feels safe. Anything my boss asks me to do, I take care of it.
You a hitman? Who's your boss?
Your boss, huh? Who might that be?
Nobody you need to be concerned about. You got any questions or business affairs, you talk to me.
What do you know about red bananas?
I'm new in town. What's to know about El Presidio?
Ask Danny. He'll tell you all you need to know.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
My pleasure.
But I did ask Danny.
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
You son of a bitch.
These look valuable. Probably why they're kept so high up. Very colorful decorations they've got. What's that banner say, Danny?
Secrets are kept within these four walls.
Here, we value the ability to mind one's own business.
Good job, Danny.
Can't think of anything to ask.
There's nothing to do in Chinatown. I really thought this was going to open things up for us.
A painting of a Chinese landscape.
You're going to make a joke on how they'd call it a Chinese slur club, but you felt too bad to make the joke. Yeah. Plus, it's presumptuous. Are you presuming that all fancy rich white men are racists? Chinatown has done nothing for us.
Danny, can you read that sign?
It says Society of Open Arms.
At least this one's partly in English.
It's not racism, it's not their fault, they're Chinese. No, it's racist to assume that a rich white man would make a Chinese slur joke. Think about it. I feel like Chinatown did nothing for us. Which is a real problem, because I've got no idea what to do now. I guess we could ask the fruit guy. He's not really a labourer, he's a merchant. But we could definitely ask him about strangers.
I haven't got anything to ask right now. I've got nothing to say to her right now.
There's nothing.
The transcontinental route ends here. These will be headed back to cities on the East Coast.
I've talked to everyone. I've looked at everything. Siska says, I've missed so much. Stupid work. You've missed, the gang breaking up. Jake was a fraud, as predicted, and he ran away after we got tracked down by, like, a private security service or something. We killed them all. But then Jake was like, I'm a fraud, and he left. Yeah, I know, Jake a fraud, no way. Nadine, the Indian lady, I mean the Native American lady, I mean the lady, got shot in the scuffle. So the lady who was driving the cart or the steam wagon, took her to the hospital and said, I'm done. I'm washing my hands of this whole affair. There is no treasure. Jake made it up. But he was getting paid 25 grand to find Clark, which is pretty cool. So then we ended up getting to the city, El Paradiso or whatever it's called, and we went to see the person who gave him the job, and she said, well, you can just have the job then. Find Clark. But it's a little bit sus, because she runs, like, a petrol company, and Clark is like he's into that aethericity, right? Which he thinks will replace fuels. So she says she wants to offer him a job, but I think that's quote-unquote offer him a job. As in, like, offer him a job as a ghost or something. So, that's kind of where we're at. So we're trying to find... It's just us three now. Us, Danny, and Phil. Yeah, exactly. Taking out the competition. So it's us, Danny, and Phil trying to find our way into the Jolly Good Club. But we're having literally zero luck. And I've spoken to everybody about everything. The city Madlantis. Oh, Madlantis. Remember the circus in Madlantis and how much of a letdown it was? It was basically just an arcade.
Do you seek work? Find your way. Approach a laborer and say, I am a stranger. Curious.
What do you need?
I am a stranger. God damn it. I don't want to sell him
something to
something.
sell.
Okay, what?
I don't want to...
How much is this old Spanish doubloon worth?
Where did you find this?
Buried in the desert, if you can believe it.
Not bad. I can give you 45 crowns for it.
Sounds good to me.
No, it doesn't sound good to me. Can we buy it back? No.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
Take it all, man. Take it all.
Will you take this piece of petrified wood?
Sure. Could make a decent paperweight, I guess. Best I can do is 5 crowns.
That'll do.
That won't do. It should give you the option to say no once he tells you the price.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
What will you give me for this ancient arrowhead?
Depends. Where did it come from?
It was buried in the desert near Rosewater.
Well, I don't know how ancient it is. 20 crowns. And that's generous.
I'll take it.
Harley, you see when he says it depends where it comes from? That's where you spin a tale about how it's the rarest arrowhead known to existence, and you got it from the body of General Custer or something. You don't go, I found it in the desert.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
I have this tea caddy. How much would you say it's worth?
That is a rather nice piece.
Yeah.
I can pay you 16 crowns for it.
You've got a deal.
Sorry, Captain. Cha-ching.
Appreciate the help.
Sure.
I was hoping one of the things he'd go, my God, you need to take this to the Jolly Good Club right now. But he didn't.
Proprietor, Meredith Benelli. Benelli, huh? I wonder.
Benelli. What will we use that money for? I'm assuming chartering the ship. Almost certainly chartering the ship. We'll need to go somewhere.
What do you need?
Benelli. Who the hell is Michael Benelli? Were you married to Michael Benelli? What ship? The one on the wharf where the lady said, it's 20 crowns per head, or we'll negotiate if you want to go somewhere specific. Who the hell is Michael Benelli?
You wouldn't happen to have been married to a man named Michael Benelli?
You knew my husband?
No, but I recently met his former captain.
What? Captain Boylan? He's alive?
Yes, it's a long story.
Please, spare me. I've no need to dredge up the past.
Oh yeah, the letter! Also, I really thought this was a dude. This is the widow we have to deliver the letter to.
Actually, Captain Boylan gave me a letter addressed to you.
Did he now?
Do you want it?
I suppose I'll take it. I'm not sure what that man could possibly have to say to me. Might answer some questions I've had all these years. My thanks to you.
Appreciate the help.
Sure.
Great. I really thought that was gonna lead to something. No!
A variety of pistols under lock and key. Can't think of anything to ask. Ring bell.
No.
Hard to tell which is more the ass.
Yeah. We've been everywhere. We've talked to everyone. We haven't looked at the attorney at law sign.
An attorney's office. I'll be sure to stay far away.
Yeah, fair enough. I really don't know.
The lighthouse on that island must guide the ships into the harbor.
I bet the island's where we need to go. Have we been fired from our journalist gig? No, we're on our journalist gig. This journey was a big gig. Although we probably will get fired from it. I've done everything, right? Follow our lead at the Jolly Good Club. Miss Shaw told us it's at Cedar Avenue between Gull and Hare. Oh. Cedar Avenue between Gull and Hare Street. Okay. Was this Gull Street? No, it was Hare Street. This is Cedar Avenue. This is Hare Street. This is Gull Street, so it's here.
This fancy building must be the Jolly Good Club.
Yes! We didn't get paid in advance to finance the journey. She actually ripped us off on that one. She paid us for our previous commission, which we're using to finance this journey. No way they'll accept us. Well, that's what everyone said, yeah. Illuminati?
The sign of the Jolly Good Club.
Stonemasons?
May I help you?
Good evening. I was hoping you could tell me if Dr. Bennett Clark was here.
I'm afraid, madam, that I'm unable to provide information of that sort.
Don't suppose I could come inside and look?
Absolutely not. This is a members-only club.
And how does one become a member?
One must meet certain requirements. Quite frankly, you do not. Good evening.
Do you reckon the red banana is a
So
play
much for the
on...
direct approach.
Elitist scum. There must be a way for us to get inside.
Do you reckon it's a play on a red herring?
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Any suggestions for getting inside the Jolly Good Club?
I had a feeling they weren't going to let us walk right in. Maybe check around the back? See if somebody left a window open or something?
Cannibals, yeah, they might be cannibals.
Hey, Phil? Seeing as the front door is not an option, how can we get into the Jolly Good Club?
The gears of elitist establishments such as this are lubricated by the sweat of their laborers. Perhaps we might find and befriend such a person. When the front door is closed to you, go by the back.
Yeah.
Figuratively or literally.
I am a stranger, right? Laborer.
Lots going on back here.
Establishments like this run on the sweat of the oppressed. Workers see much and are themselves overlooked. Perhaps one of these people might be able to help us.
All right, Marks, calm down.
Mostly discarded food and scraps. Oh, this greasy rag might be useful.
Yeah, they usually are.
I can see into the Jolly Good Club's kitchen. Not as fancy as I was expecting.
What's he dropping in there?
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry I can't talk. I'm busy preparing dinner.
Yeah, fair
Amigo,
enough.
surely you can spare a moment.
Hey, compadre, I didn't see you there. Wait, I've seen your face before. General Marquez?
In the flesh.
General, it's an honor. What brings you to El Presidio?
My companions and I are searching for someone. We tracked him to this club.
He's gonna shoot him in the head.
See, I would love to help you, but I don't know any of the members by name.
How long have you worked here?
Nearly 10 years.
10 years? After such long, loyal service, I hope they compensate you well.
Why would they do that? Well, my pay is the same as the day I first set foot here.
Ah, my friend, please tell me a major Vespuccian city such as this one has a labor union to advocate for its workers.
Oh, I'm sure there must be one. Doesn't do anything for me, though.
Outrageous. This must change. We will find this union, and we will get you a membership.
We will?
Damn right we will.
General, what can I say? Your kindness knows no limits.
We must stand together, compadre.
Yeah. I guess that's our way in.
Excuse me, ma'am?
What you want?
I was hoping to ask you some questions.
No English, sorry.
Danny, think you might help me out here?
你好，女士。
Oh, hello, young man. I didn't realize you were friends with this woman. Did you want something?
Do you work at this club?
I wash all the bedding and linens. Why do you ask?
We're trying to get inside.
Good luck. This club is for rich white men only.
We don't want to join. We just need a quick look around.
Ah, well, now that's different. I suppose I could help you with that. Sneak you in through the employee door. But first, I will ask you a small favor.
What do you have in mind?
I have a contract with some people, and I'd like to get out of it.
What sort of people?
You don't live here, do you?
I used to when I was younger.
Then you know exactly what kind of people I mean.
Right. I'm not sure what we can do, but we could try. Who's your contract with?
The Society of Open Arms.
And what's your name?
Mei Hui.
Okay. I'll see what we can do.
Thank you, young man. Good luck.
Okay.
Well,
she can help us, but we need to do her a favor first. We need to get to Chinatown. I'll explain everything on the way.
No, sorry, buddy, we're not going. How about this hobo who's missing a shoe?
excuse me, sir, are you all...
Oh god, that smell!
Sorry, I mean...
Whatever the devil it is, I've got it bad. Save yourself and steer clear.
Can we help you in any way?
Just leave me be.
Can we just pick the lock? No!
I want that.
Okay, so I guess we've got two options, right? I guess we could help both of them. Is it implied you could have lost one of these guys, Danny/Marquez? You mean, Phil? And that's why the game gives you options. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe we'd have lost Danny if he swept down the river. I'm trying to think if he's done anything important since then. Yeah, he has. During the gunfight, right? I'm not sure how we'd have done the gunfight without him Agent 47ing. Maybe that is why there's multiple options, though. Okay. Get him into a labor union. I think the Chinatown option is going to be easier.
He seems to have a very...
I thought maybe we could get medicine for that one dude. Okay.
Pardon me, could we have a word?
Sure. Give us a minute, Danny.
Are you aware of a labor union somewhere in town?
That's not a question you want to be asking around here. Understand?
Sure. Forget I said anything.
Sure.
I want to talk about your contract with Mei Hui.
The laundress who works at that fancy club?
The very same. She wants out.
So she sent Danny and his friends to negotiate? That's strange. You make a deal with her or something?
Yeah.
We're trying to get inside the Jolly Good Club. She told us she could sneak us in if we got her out of her contract.
I see. Well, miracles do happen. If you intend to negotiate the terms of her contract on her behalf, I need you to understand exactly what you're agreeing to.
Go on.
Under Mei Hui's current deal, she donates 10% of her earnings to the club. In exchange, she gets certain benefits. She's already requested to be released from her contract. Okay, we said. We're reasonable people. All we asked was that she make a simple delivery for us first. She refused. Now you're making the same request. Okay, but precious time has been wasted here. The price has gone up. Now it's 2 jobs.
What kinds of jobs exactly?
Both still simple. The delivery is one. But first, I need you to run another errand. I have this valuable timepiece, unfortunately damaged and in need of repair. Take care of that, then we can discuss the delivery.
How'd it get broken? He's going to say, it does not matter.
What happened to this watch?
A little disagreement. Someone got upset and threw it against the door over there. Smashed open. I collected all the pieces I could.
Fair enough. The pawn shop.
Where am I supposed to get this watch repaired?
There's a pawn shop at the wharf. Lady who runs it fixes things too.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
My
lady
pleasure.
who totally sounds like a man putting on a lady's voice. Very non-convincingly. You're asking the Mafia about the labor union? Yeah, I guess so. We should probably ask the guy at the park. He's got to be good for something, right?
Excuse me?
Yes?
I am a stranger! It's weird they wouldn't let me do that earlier, but... Why couldn't he just drop the watch off if he knows where to go fix it? Because... he's dealing with plans within plans, the nuances of which we would not comprehend. Us delivering the watch is actually like a signal to someone else to do something. And if he delivered the watch, that's a completely different signal to do something else.
thought you should know. I am a stranger.
I see. If you could give me a sign of your intentions, I just might be able to help.
Fuck. Okay. A sign of our intentions, huh? Was he smoking or was he doing a sign? He's smoking. Okay. I thought he was putting his fingers on his nose.
You're tying one on and watching the world go by.
Thought it might be the Heil Hitler, but it's not. Right, let's get this watch repaired.
What do you need?
What are you buying? What are you selling?
Do you know anything about a labor union in town?
I think there is one, but I don't pay them any mind. I'm my own boss, and I don't have any employees, so it doesn't matter to me.
I was wondering if you could have a look at this watch. It needs repair.
Where did you get this?
Does it matter?
Yes. I've seen this watch before. Someone from the Tong gave it to you, didn't they?
Tracer Tong?
That place in Chinatown, the Open Arms Society, or whatever they call themselves. I already told them I wasn't interested in their business. They can send as many proxies as they like. It's not gonna change my mind.
So you won't fix this watch?
Nope.
So what am I supposed to do?
My advice would be to stop dealing with those people. But if you're hellbent, I could sell you a repair kit and you can do it yourself.
That's the way it is, huh? Womble says something missing in the watch that needs a magnet to find. Yeah.
All right, how much for the repair kit?
You're gonna do it, huh? 4 crowns. Your funeral.
Yeah, okay.
Sold.
Here you are. Pleasure doing business. And I'm in no way responsible for whatever happens next. Just to be clear.
Whatever, dude.
Sure.
I mean, lady.
This thing is in dire need of repairs.
Oh. Okay. Might be the easiest repair of all time. Actually, I'm not even sure how this would possibly work. We are missing a piece for sure.
A metal plate covering the watch's insides. Okay, this doesn't look too tough. Just have to place the right gears in the right spots.
No, we're clearly missing a gear. It couldn't be more obvious that we're missing a gear.
I'll need to turn this to get the watch running.
Where does it start, though?
This gear won't fit there.
Where does it start and where does it end? That is the question. But okay.
This gear won't fit there.
Almost says, I've got 50 pocket watches behind me in this condition. Really? You should give them to me. I'm a legend at fixing pocket watches, as you can see.
This gear won't fit there.
Now, I'll grant you, I'm not massively sure what I'm doing.
This gear won't fit there. This gear won't fit there.
Okay, that looks better. Not enough parts in them all to fix one watch. That's a sad tale. Hmm. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing here.
This gear won't fit there.
Like, I'm not sure what the objective is. Is it to spin this?
This gear won't fit there. This gear won't.
Okay, well, that looks a bit jank, I think. Thing is about this, right? This
gear won't.
Hang on. There's no...
This gear.
The only place this can fit is there. I'm pretty sure. Because if it's here, there's nothing that'll bridge that gap. Unless you're supposed to go around the back. But even then, I think that's the case. Yeah. There's nothing that'll bridge that gap. Which means he has to go there. Which means you need something that can bridge the gap to him. But there's nothing that does that either. Which implies that he doesn't go there. Or
this gear won't.
We're missing a gear. And he goes there, and there's another one that goes here. I think we're almost certainly missing a gear. And then you're supposed to do like... that or something. And then there's one... We're definitely missing a gear. Oops. But where would we find a gear? He threw it against the wall, so it's probably somewhere in that building. No, that's the JBC. He said he threw it against this door, right?
This rag is soaked in grease. Why did I think it was a good idea to carry this around?
I don't know. It do be an excellent question. Ah, the magnet.
Carefully now. Got it. I'll put it with the other loose gears. Nice. I'm 1 crown richer. There's a hole between the floorboards. It seems to be full of mouse poop. Yuck.
Well, you never know when you'll need mouse poop. Okay. That's
Okay,
better.
this
I feel like you don't touch.
This gear.
This is why you have teams to bounce ideas around. Yeah. Mouse poop could go well with a greasy rag. Yeah, exactly. They don't touch. Can you go there? Maybe they do touch just enough. Like, just enough. In which case, we need to set up the same way we had it before, right? No.
This gear.
Start from the start.
This gear won't.
He goes there, almost certainly. He goes there, almost certainly. Even though I feel like that would actually break the gears. But whatever. He goes there, almost certainly. Which would mean he goes there. Which would mean he goes there. Which would mean he goes there.
Ha! It works.
I know, I'm pretty great. I wonder where we get the hand sign for the other guy.
I've got nothing to ask right now. I got your watch fixed.
Good job. Wait here a minute.
Feeling back at home yet?
More than I'd like to, frankly.
Here you are. Deliver this to the building at Gull Street between Harbor and Iglesia. Do not
Okay.
open this box under any circumstances. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Come back here once you've finished. And remember, time is of the essence. Don't dawdle.
Look.
I hear ticking. Must be the pocket watch.
Or a bomb.
We've been asked to deliver this box to someplace on Gull Street between Harbor and Iglesia.
Okay.
Hardly. I do not wish to alarm you, but I am rather certain that the box you are carrying contains a bomb.
But why?
What gives you that idea?
The watch, the secrecy, the caution not to open it.
Danny, is Phil onto something?
I think he might be.
So what do we do?
Well, I could attempt to disarm the bomb.
All right, but be careful.
I always am. There. Facile. Now we will not have innocent blood on our hands.
Well...
I don't hear anything.
I guess we'll go there and tell them about the bomb. Gull... At least we won't have innocent blood on our hands. So this is Gull Street. This is Iglesia Street, I think. No. Is this Iglesia Street? No. Shit, what did they say?
We've been asked to deliver this box to someplace on Gull Street between Harbor and Iglesia.
Okay, so it's on Gull Street. Between Harbor and Iglesia. This is Harbor. And I assume this is Iglesia. Yeah.
Well now, what have we here?
The Workers' Union? Yeah.
A slew of advertisements plastered on the wall.
We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Maybe.
Yes?
Special delivery. I've brought you a package.
Who sent it?
No return address. We're just the messengers.
Odd. Leave it on top of the crate to your left.
Okay.
That's that, I guess.
That was a lot easier than I was expecting.
Won't hear me complaining.
Boom!
It's the package.
He's not going to be happy. We could have blown them up. But that would have pissed off,
Pardon me, could we have a word?
Sure. Give us a minute, Danny.
That would have pissed off Phil. And I don't want him to abandon us as well.
We delivered the package.
Excellent. Maybe now those smug union bastards will learn their lesson. Here, take this to Mehui. It's a letter releasing her from her contract with us.
Thanks. Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
My pleasure.
And we can play the innocent, right? No, we delivered it. Oh, did they disarm it? That's a real shame. We did find the Union. I want to help out the other guy as well before we break in. Which means I need the signal. I need the signal, right?
He's busy. I'll leave him be.
Yeah, fair enough. I can't think of any signal that we've seen. Oh, they took the bomb.
Yes?
I'm sorry. I think I've got the wrong address.
We can't say to them, oh, by the way, that was going to kill you guys, but we saved you.
A slew of advertisements.
I thought we might be able to hide here and see a signal. It's a Union signal we need, right? For sure. For sure. Isn't he the same guy from the Union?
I haven't got anything to ask right now.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
What do you need?
Nothing. Just browsing.
Don't ring the bell then.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Maybe we have to do something inside to get the Union thingamajig. So let's go back to the Jolly Good Club.
Our friend must continue his work, Harley.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Here you are, ma'am.
You're no longer in debt to the Society of Open Arms.
Oh, is it true? Thank you so much. I had a feeling I could count on you.
So, about getting inside?
Yes, of course. I can sneak you in on my laundry cart. But it's not big enough to fit all three of you.
I think my friend Harley will be the one going in then.
Yeah. Fine. I take her through the door that leads to the club library. I think there's a presentation tonight, so most of the men will be distracted. Your friend should be able to sneak around undisturbed.
Nice.
So make sure she doesn't get caught. And if she does, you never met me.
Understood. Thanks for your help, ma'am. Okay, Harley, you're going in. Just climb inside the laundry cart.
This had better be worth it.
Yeah.
Now to find Clark. The letter said he'd be staying in this L person's suite. So who and where is that?
L, huh?
I wonder if these could actually be used in combat. I imagine most of the folks in here are great admirers of Mr. Atwood. After all, he always did make a point of standing up for the great big rich guy.
There's a lot of shit in here. Let's look at the book. Jolly good club members. What's his name in here? No. Jake isn't part of the club. Do you reckon it's a coincidence that some of the letters are bolded? Or do you reckon it's just the font? Maybe it's just the font. I think it's just the font. L, huh? I'll be right back and then we're gonna decipher this. L. 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 Someone's gonna have the nickname L, right? Nope. Okay. I really thought they would. L, 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 L. L, 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 L. L, 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 L. Okay.
Edgar Whitmire, founder of the Jolly Good Club. There's a plaque above all those portraits that says In Memoriam. Seems these are former club members. I wonder how long it would take to read every one of these books, and if any of them are worth it.
Don't be so judgmental. They probably are worth it. At least some of them. Hello. Hey, it's that lady putting on the thingy.
As you see, gentlemen, my analysis was correct. The region is absolutely ideal for the formation and preservation of fossils. The dig site yielded a bounty of fossils never before seen.
Yeah.
Not only that, they all fit together to form a complete specimen. This is, to my knowledge, the very first reconstruction of this particular dinosaur of a type previously unknown to science. Quite a fearsome beast, isn't he? This ancient lizard, which I have christened the Orimosaurus, probably roamed the lands near the San Bernardo Valley over 72 million years ago.
This is fascinating, but I'd better get a move on.
We did that.
Stern-looking fellow. He's got a medal on his chest with 4 stars on it. General Lancaster Bevins, 1770 to 1832.
Cool.
Bat. Mrs. Edgar Whitmire. I bet she's never set foot in this place either. Ham.
Bat ham.
Archie. Aurum Star members. Where have I heard that before?
That do be a good question.
Fancy ring. Probably worth a few 100 crowns. Why is that man pointing at a skull? Does he think it makes him look mysterious? He's wearing a medal shaped like a leaf. I've never understood men who grow beards without mustaches.
I've never understood men who look like Nicolas Cage with a mustache added.
What a sourpuss. I don't think I'd like to get on his bad side.
Okay. Interesting. The Aurum Star, was that not in Marjal? Maybe. Aurum is gold, right?
Kit. Chan. Warm air is coming from the grate. They must have that indoor steam heating I've read about.
Ooh.
Lige. Willie. Barnabas Jordan, 1801 to 1845. Ned.
Okay. Thank God the corridor does end.
Finny. Warm air is coming from the grate. Sigh. We've only been in El Presidio 1 day and I already miss the country.
Yeah, me too. I assume if we go back and look at that book, she's going to be like, ah. I assume. Now, granted, I don't know, because there is no L in that book. There's Elijah. Bat is Bartholomew Egerton. Ham is Hampton Cabell. I can't remember what the other ones were. But none of these seem to matter.
Display cases with different exhibits. Haven't got time or inclination to study them.
Yeah. It's going to be one of these pictures or something.
A painting of a cafe. Looks like somewhere in Europe. A nondescript landscape, not very well executed. A pharotype showing a bunch of men outside the club. The plaque says opening day. Various pharotypes of rich people enjoying themselves. Suppose they need to prove how happy they are.
Look, maybe they were just enjoying themselves. Jeez. She's so anti-rich people, even though she plans on becoming a rich person.
Volumes and volumes of books. Nothing particularly noteworthy, though.
Oh, they needed to prove what a good time they were having. People take photos of good times all the time. I'd say she's really stretching it when she comes to criticizing them. I also have no idea what I'm doing. I hope we're not actually on a time limit.
Bat.
Okay, bat, ham. I mean, it's probably Elijah, right? Lige.
Archie.
But I feel like it's not going to be. That's too obvious.
Kit.
Does anyone want to be a pal and write all these down in chat? Bat, ham, Archie, Kit.
Chan.
Chan.
Lige.
Lige. It's probably Lige, but it's probably not Lige. It's too obvious. Bat, ham, Archie, Kit. Whatever the other ones were.
Willie.
Willy Wonka. William Wallace.
Ned.
Ned. Thank you, Alex.
Finny. Sigh.
Okay. Bat, ham, Archie, Kit. Finny, ham. No, wait, ham's already in there. Willie, Ned, Finny, Sigh.
Sigh.
Okay. We're still missing some. Are we not? Eli. That was Willie, Ned.
Willie.
Then I think there's the two in the middle, which is Elijah and someone?
Lige.
Elijah and Maurice?
Chan.
Chan. Chan and Lige. And I think that's them all.
Kit.
Yeah, okay. Chan and Lige. Now...
Jovial looking fellow. Either that or he's got a secret.
Yeah.
This man's got a vacant expression. Wonder what he was thinking about.
Okay. I feel like this has to be something, but I don't know what it would be. Let's go and check out who everyone is. Okay, Bat is Bartholomew Egerton. That doesn't sound like an L. Ham is Hampton Cabell. That doesn't sound like an L. Archie is Archibald Clements. That doesn't sound like an L. Kit is Christopher Jones. He's an inventor. Could be Chris Jones. I mean, it's not an L, but it could be Chris Jones. Willie... is William Laporte. He could be L. No, oh no, that's Willie. Although actually, I think it is just spelt with a Y. So it could be Willie. Ned, Finney, or Cy? Cy is Simon Kerrigan. I don't think it's him. He's an attorney. Chan. Finney is Walsh. He's a stockbroker. No, wait, that's Phil. Finney is an attorney. It almost has to be, Willie, right? But I don't know why he'd call himself L. I don't know why he'd call himself L. Lige is an attorney. I don't know why it'd be him. Ned is a financier. He's got nothing L related in his name. Did he ever find Chan? He's a captain. Hang on.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersoul. P.S.
Shit.
How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me.
I thought that was the letter. Where the hell did we learn about L? His diary. Do we still have his diary? L. It wasn't in his diary.
February 9th, 18. Clark, I have a proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership.
He's an
and
Orem
military
Star.
rank afford me certain privileges.
And he's a militant.
You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your...
His military rank, and he's an Orem Star member. His military rank. Fuck, I need to go through them again. Bat is a sailor. That's not a militant. Ham is a captain. I feel like that's just not a high enough rank. Archie is a general. Do you reckon it's Archie Clements? I don't know how I'd prove that Archie Clements is a member of the Orem 5 or whatever. That he's an Orem Star member. Why would he call himself L, though? Why would he call himself L? Were any of the other ones generals? Elijah was an attorney. I keep losing track of them all. Kit was an inventor. So out of the first 4, I'm going by Alex's list. After the first 4, only Archie really is viable. I guess Ham is as well, but not really. I think Archie is, because he's a general. I think he's the one. Are there any on this page? Willie, Ned. I wish I had a better way of navigating these. I'm really bad at keeping track of these. Willie is a general as well. William Willie Laporte. And he would actually be L, right? So it's probably Willie. It's almost certainly Willie. I mean, I guess I could just look at the generals and see where they match up. But I think it's got to be Willie. But how would we prove that? What did she say when we first looked at the thing? She said, "Oh, I've seen this guy before."
General Lancaster.
Didn't she say, "I've seen these people before"? The first time we looked at it.
Aurum Star members. Where have I heard that before?
How would we prove that? I mean, he's a general, right? Nicolas Cage is a general.
What a sourpuss. I don't think I'd like to get on his bad side.
How do we prove that he is Willie? Maybe we don't. Maybe we just go into the Willie room. Maybe we just go into the Willie room.
Archie.
Willie was number 6, I think.
Willie.
It has to be Willie. It just has to be.
Locked, of course.
Yeah. Hang on. William Wakespeare. Yeah. Simple door lock. She said it was the simplest lock, right?
Nothing to it.
Oh, okay.
I think this is the room I'm looking for. Yes, there's the safe.
Good. We're probably getting caught, but that's okay. Waft werewolves.
Still life of some fruit and flowers. Hotel art.
Mm.
Strange device. Something to do with the planets.
Mm.
Can't believe I've been wearing the same clothes nearly 2 weeks now.
Yeah. That is pretty shocking. Even what's his name changed his clothes. Jake.
Completely empty. I found a crumpled note. Better take it.
We're gonna find out that he's on an island.
Nothing else. General Laporte, as per your request, we have provided your suite with a safe. The combination is 12 right, 9 left, 5 right. Please share this information only with those you trust. Management.
I assumed there was going to be a puzzle, but okay.
General Laporte.
1295.
Well, I'll be. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Some kind of wooden card? Better hang on to it.
A tarot card?
Journal, but not Clark's. Uh-oh. Sounds like the presentation's wrapping up. I'd better make myself scarce.
Jump out the window. Hide in the closet. Then I opened the closet.
And who might you be?
Da-da-da-da-da closet. Name's Harley Ledger. Who are you? Let's own this.
Me? Why, I'm Harley Leger. What's your name?
My, I don't think I've ever met such a friendly burglar.
Burglar? What are you talking about?
This is a members-only club, and you clearly aren't a member. Therefore, I can only assume that you must have broken in. Your intent was to steal something, I suppose?
I didn't break in.
You're wrong. I didn't break in.
Am I to believe someone let you in?
Let's just say it's good to have friends in low places.
No, we snitched.
You're quite clever. Very well, you can go. Let it not be said that General Laporte can't be merciful. But if I ever see you in here again, I won't be so lenient. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Laturd.
Well, did you find him?
I think so, but let's get out of here.
Yeah, we really stitched up that washerwoman.
Now, let's see what's in this diary I found.
Oh my god. Here we go. I'm ready for it. November 22nd, 1844. The soldier is not a political animal. His sole concern is to determine how to achieve the objectives he's been given with all the resources he can muster. The motives behind the order, the whys and wherefores, are not his to question. That is politics, and it is for politicians. But a soldier is also a private citizen of his republic. He's endowed with a vote and a voice, and may, indeed must, use all his faculties of discernment and discretion in the exercise thereof. Siska says, terrible font choice, hard to read it. I can read it fine. But I agree, it's pretty whack. As a citizen, he may be rightfully interested in national affairs and move to do all that is within his power to deflect a march towards ruin. Any less would be a dereliction of his patriotic duty. I write this not as a soldier, but as a concerned citizen. Indulging the basest populist fears, Leroy is pursuing a Labourite agenda of anti-tech appeasement that will shackle the productive capabilities of this country for generations. The inevitable result will be an economic depression and want of military readiness that will put us at the mercy of our enemies and render us a permanently dependent, withered and diseased appendage of the crown. Steam tech and its even more potent successor, aethericity, are the engines that will power our prosperity and military might. Maybe it is quite hard to read. If we do not pursue these technologies with all robustness, we may be assured that others will. Both as a citizen and as a soldier charged with the defence of our Commonwealth, I cannot stand idly by and watch our future destroyed. June 12th, 1847. An infant industry is poised to be strangled in its crib, and its genius father must suffer his reputation to be torn to tatters, all because of a single unfortunate accident. I refer, of course, to the incident at the Lamplight City Expo, which Leroy has seized upon as an opportunity to decry the intolerable dangers of the whole Etheric project and agitate for a total ban. The way of progress was never smooth, but after stumbling over the first pebble in the road, a timorous populace now wrings its hands in hysterical anguish. Political opportunists now rush to coddle simple minds by vying to introduce the most stringent measures yet proposed. These men are ignoramuses, who cannot see the potential in what Dr. Clark has wrought. The nation that first tames the unbridled power of aethericity will be the unrivaled leader of the world, and need genuflect to no potentate. Vespucia needs an etheric project of her own, not subject to the whims of politics or commerce, and Dr. Clark is just the man to carry it through. He must not be allowed to succumb to the passing winds of ill favour. July 25th, 1847. Fort Beaumont is a conveniently situated outpost, out of the way of common traffic, yet close enough to the rail terminus in the town of Rosewater. Close by, in the San Bernardo Valley, is a village of indigenous people, who might be kept in a state of sufficient aggregation and agitation to render the fort an indispensable bulwark against them. As none may dispute that certain campaigns of suppression emanating from Fort Beaumont must therefore be waged, a fivefold increase in its annual allotment of material to fund such operations will provoke no complaint. Oh, the guy's going to be in the fort. It's an elaborate ruse. We're going to have to go all the way back to Rosewater and he's going to be in the fort. However, I cannot work with Captain Mayhew. He's principled and proud and will not be susceptible to the usual inducements. A tour patrolling the Laurentian border will provide him ample opportunity for the honourable and distinguished service he craves, far from here. As a replacement, there is in Clayton Creek a certain Lieutenant Stokes, presently facing summary court-martial on charges of disorderly conduct and public drunkenness, after causing the death of a local in some dispute over a woman of low virtue. I know, what a crazy red banana, eh? It happens that Stokes descends from an old military family. His grandfather, no less a man than Colonel Remington Stokes, lost his life in the pacification skirmishes that ultimately civilized Dixie. Consequently, the lieutenant harbors no love for savages, and a strong aversion to any stain of dishonor upon his distinguished family name. In gratitude for the dismissal of charges and a promotion to captain, such a man would prove exceptionally complacent. March 3rd, 1850. The first cup of water given to a man rescued from a shipwreck at sea tastes as sweet as the finest wine. How much sweeter, then, the finest wine must be, accompanied by steak and lobster, and followed by a quantity of port and a good cigar. Dr. Clark has accepted the hospitality of my club, and given ear to my entreaties. I've impressed upon him the need for utmost discretion. In return, he will be at liberty to continue his research here, sheltered from disturbance and wholly provided for in the smallest detail. It is an offer that no man in his position could possibly refuse. Then why are you funding the fort, man? Why do you need such a thing? March 11th, 1850. All has been arranged on Gannet Island, at no small expense, and the facility is ready to receive its chief researcher. Preparations were underway well in advance of his acceptance. Had Dr. Clark proved unwilling, another expert, less proficient and likely less tractable, would have to have been procured. It's for the better that such contingencies were not necessary. With Dr. Clark leading the effort, Project Rosewater can commence imminently. Rapid progress is expected. When my country is ready to sup on the fruits of this labour, she may well thank me for my foresight. I don't get it. I mean, I get that we have to use the boat to go to an island, Gannet Island, that's fine. But why? Why does he care about Fort Beaumont? Why does he care about Fort Beaumont? So they can use the aethericity to wipe out the natives. Maybe that's going to be his test place. That's the closest I can get to a guess. I don't know why he needs the fort to be an indispensable bulwark. Why would he care? Why would he care? Why would he care? Why would he care?
Clark's not at the club anymore, but I found out who invited him to El Presidio. An army general named Laporte. He's got Clark on Gannett Island working on some secret operation called Project Rosewater.
Project Rosewater?
No idea what it is, but it's the whole reason Laporte brought Clark here.
Wait a minute. Remember those crates on the army supply wagon?
Yes.
The ones marked Rosewater?
Yes.
They weren't going to the town of Rosewater. I bet they were coming here for Project Rosewater.
Fort Beaumont was just a waypoint. It sure seemed like a lot of stuff for one little outpost in the middle of nowhere.
So, the night deliveries, the Aurum bars.
Something big is going on here. We need to have a talk with Shaw.
So it's called Rosewater because of...
Miss Legere, have you any news?
Because of Project Rosewater.
Clark's been moved to Gannett Island.
Gannett Island? There's nothing there, just a crumbling fort and lighthouse.
I get it.
Have you heard of an army general named Laporte? Or something called Project Rosewater?
Neither. Go on.
I get it. So, he needed all these materials. So, he set up Project Rosewater in this town. And then the army sent loads of materials to Fort Beaumont. And then Fort Beaumont sent them here, I guess. Which is why he needed a corrupt captain. I get it. Probably.
You said your reasons for seeking Dr. Clark were complicated. This quest has run us afoul of some very dangerous people. If you expect us to get Clark for you, I want to know why you want him so badly.
Very well. Imagine airships, engines, furnaces, powered not by petroleum and coal, but by ethericity, an infinitely renewable energy source that comes from the sky itself, clean, efficient, and economical.
But you run an oil company.
I run an energy company, Miss Legere. Energy takes many forms. With Dr. Clark in my employ, we can lay the groundwork now for a pivot from oil to ethericity.
Liar.
Once the benefits become apparent, the market will clamour for clean, safe, etheric energy. And only one company will be equipped to meet that demand on day one. Mine.
What about the ban?
Bans are imposed by governments, and governments change, Miss Legere. Not everyone supports Leroy's technophobic policies. The Labourites are barely hanging on. It's not just Atwood's trade party that would like to see etheric advancement back on the table. Royalists, justice, pioneers, even the Christian Union would all get on board. In these fractious times, ethericity has the potential to be a great uniter. Change is just over the horizon. But enough politics. You know where Clark is. Go get him. Best of luck. Yeah, before you go, my lodestone.
Oh, sure. Here.
Thank you.
It was pretty useful. We never helped that guy get into the labor union. I guess it was an alternate path. It won't let us go back to the park now. Yeah, okay. Let's see how much she wants for the boat trip. Maybe we're near the end of the game.
Nothing fancy. Good evening.
Evening to you.
How much to go to Gannett Island?
Oh, hell. There's no amount of money could get me to set foot on that island.
Why not?
It's cursed. Haunted by demonic spirits.
Come on, really?
I've seen them with my own eyes.
Luminous ones?
Horrid specters floating around the place, ready to kill anyone who gets too close. When they're out dancing in the sky at night, you can feel their evil influence in the air, too. Hot shivers going down the back of your neck. If you know what's good for you, you'll get any idea going out there out of your head.
Luminous ones?
Look, we really need to get to that island.
Good luck to you, then. Nobody in their right mind will take you there.
You said no amount of money could get you to set foot on the island. What if you just dropped us off?
Yeah.
You're dead set on going, aren't you?
Yep.
I thought I'd made that clear.
All right. If you have such a disregard for your life, there's nothing I can do about it. But I won't take you there for any less than 60 crowns.
Deal.
You drive a hard bargain, but we're not giving up. Here's the money.
Easy money. We still got 100 left.
All right. The minute I drop you off, I'm gone.
How are we supposed to get back?
I'll come back for you. At dawn. If the ghosts haven't killed you before then, that is.
We'll take our chances. Let's go. Owing to the island's reputation as the accursed haunt of assorted malignant spooks and spirits, it has cost us a comely copper to induce one of the credulous locals to transport us here. I do have to admit that this place presents a rather eerie aspect. It's easy enough to imagine ghosts drifting along the ramparts of the ruined fort, or floating among the after images of the lighthouse beam. But there's only one ghost I'm interested in finding here.
Remember, I'll be back at sunrise. Then I'm heading home whether you're on my boat or not.
I think we fucked up.
Que mareo. I am glad to be back on solid ground.
Look, there's smoke coming from the chimney of that cabin.
I guess this island isn't all that abandoned. Stay alert.
Think about this, right? You know when we were trying to get into the Jolly Good Club? So we could have Danny help us with the laundry lady. We could have Phil help us with the chef. There was that guy who was sick. Nadine would have been able to help with that. For sure. For sure. Jake could have got us in through the front door. I think we done goofed. I think we could have had everyone here. I think we could have had everyone here. This is a suboptimal run. What a pisser. That's really upsetting. But I wonder how you get them to stay. You'd have to probably inspire Jake, let him do stuff so that he doesn't feel like a loser, right? Like when he wanted to shoot the bear, maybe you let him shoot the bear. He was like, I can shoot the bear. And we were like, nah, man. Maybe you have to do stuff like that. Nadine getting shot. I don't know how you'd avoid that. But maybe Jake not being a loser means he wouldn't run off. Which means he'd save her. Also, the only reason we started that fight with those guys, think about this, is because we had the dog. And they were going to shoot the dog, so we started a fight with them. What if we just didn't take the dog? Which is optional. I think. Whoa, this game, man. It really warrants a second playthrough. Assuming I'm right.
Hello? Anyone home? No one here. We can do some prowling.
And I think I am right.
If this is lit, it means someone's been here recently.
But where are they now?
A box of chamomile tea. Feels nearly full.
Okay.
It's got a dragon on it, but no indication of what tea is inside. Feels mostly full.
Okay.
By Ji Guan. Some kind of Chinese tea, I guess. Nearly empty.
Okay.
Oolong. I think I've had this stuff before. Running pretty low. This one's not labeled. Hey, there's something rattling around in here. A small silver key. I'll just hang on to it.
Okay. Interesting.
Locked. Because of course it is.
Yeah. We've got a key.
Here we are. It's empty, except for a couple of bullets. I'll take those.
Cool.
It's keeping this place nice and warm. A spare lantern. How rustic. It's getting late. I hope we can make that dawn rendezvous.
Horseshoe? Stop the devil coming in?
Whoever's staying in here must believe the stories about the island being haunted.
Yeah, who is staying here?
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Pretty spooky place, this island.
I'll say. I can see why people think it's haunted.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
I don't know, but we should be careful. Make sure you don't whistle or anything, okay?
What? Why not?
Just trust me.
I wonder if you can end up being here with it just being us. Like super with everything.
Hey, Phil? This is one spooky island.
Do not be afraid. We have dealt with far worse than some fog. Unlike that boat woman, I do not believe in ghosts. Nor do you, I suspect.
Someone must keep this lighthouse running.
Yeah. But will it blend?
Shh. Not another step. There's a guard. Stay quiet. Odd device. Looks like it's meant to be spoken into. The guard keeps drinking from this cup.
We don't have any poison, do we?
A strange wooden card lined with metal. It's got some holes on one side.
Yeah. We don't have any poison. Or anything to put him to sleep. Unless there's something about one of these teas that I'm unaware of.
Feels mostly...
Why would we care that they feel mostly full and stuff? Okay. You heard red bananas contain lethal dosages of potassium.
If this is lit, it means someone's been here recently.
But where are they now?
Yes, where are they now?
Bet this fort was impressive in its day. It's a crumbling ruin now.
Oh.
Stay here. I'm going to see what's through that door over there.
Ooh.
There's a lot of broken glass in here. What's this? One container hasn't been broken. I might be able to use it.
Poison.
An empty glass beaker.
Okay.
A nice mountainside landscape. Cheery. Just a dirty old sheet, and I see no reason to get any closer. Nothing, just some muck.
Well, you never know when some muck could come in handy.
This place is falling apart.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got a beaker, which, yeah, I guess we could use for tea. But how would tea help us?
An empty glass beaker.
Yeah.
It's empty. Feel like I could lie down and sleep for weeks. Maybe I will when we're through. Hey, Phil? Got any ideas for getting rid of that guard?
Yes, it is perhaps a gamble, but I think I might have a plan. This island is rumored to be haunted, no? The atmosphere is certainly eerie enough. I believe that with a little pageantry, we might convince the guard the rumors are true. I will need a couple of props.
Such as?
Some kind of light source and something I can cover myself with.
The sheet. What's your idea, Danny? I'm assuming you've got one.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Any ideas for getting us past that guard?
Actually, yes. He doesn't look too tough. I could probably scare him off with a little gunplay. Only trouble is, I'm out of bullets.
Actually, I've already got some.
Great. Shall we go ahead with the plan?
No, I want to see him pretend to be a ghost.
I don't know. Let's see if I can think of something else.
Okay, let me know if you change your mind.
It's very important to me that we see him pretend to be a ghost. Nadine would have probably been like, we can poison his drink. Jake would have probably... I don't know, actually.
Just a dirty old sheet. This could be what Phil's looking for.
Yeah.
Ugh. Hope I don't have to carry this for long.
Oh, I'm sad we didn't have everyone here. Damn it. I didn't know they were all going to up and leave. I would have treated them better. Although I think I treated them pretty well, honestly. Playthrough number 2 next weekend. Yeah, maybe. Thing is, we'd probably end up skipping a lot of the dialogue. So for new folk, they'd be like, what?
This will work. But it needs to be lit.
Buddy, you have matches.
I'm not sticking this lantern in a hot stove. There's got to be a safer way to light it. There. Now I've got my own lit lantern.
You're old folk and like what?
Here,
Most
will
of the
this do?
time.
This
Yeah, that's
will
fair.
be perfect.
It's even covered in blood.
Here, can you use this?
I would have preferred it to be less soiled, but I will make do. Perfecto. This is everything I need. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go for it.
Very good. I will need some help from you, too. Come, I will explain.
Cool.
All right, help me put this together.
Huh? What's that?
What mortal foot treads upon this cursed ground? Your bones will mix with the dust of our bones. Flee, or join us in the dance of eternal torment.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! I don't get paid enough for this.
Nice.
Chilling stuff, Phil. Wow.
What can I say? I felt inspired. Perhaps some of Jake's showmanship has rubbed off, eh?
Now to get those doors open. Somehow.
I miss you, Jake. Oh, the card.
It's a small slot. Looks like something flat and rectangular would fit.
Yeah.
It fits.
Nice.
Santa Maria.
Wow. That's something.
You're telling me. Better take this card back. Don't want to be stuck down there.
Yeah. I miss Jake.
All right, folks. I think this is it. Wherever this takes us, I have a feeling Dr. Clark will be there.
The real question is, will we be able to return here once we've found him?
I sure hope so.
Maybe one of us should stay up here, just in case.
There's no telling what we'll find down there. We should all stick together.
Okay, let's go then.
Yeah. Oh, Jakey.
What in the ether is this place?
Caramba! Oh, we had better not be trapped down here.
Damn, I knew one of us should have stayed up there.
So now we're looking for two things. Clark and the exit.
I don't know. I feel like this is the exit.
What? We weren't expecting, who are you?
Who are you?
I could easily ask you the same thing.
I'm one of Dr. Clark's lab assistants.
I see. Could you take us to him?
Hang on. You still haven't said why you're here.
We've come on General Laporte's orders.
Yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Right, come with me.
The perfect crime.
Goodness, this place is really something.
I'm glad you think so.
What's that big glowing thing down there?
That's our etheric generator. Powers most everything down here. You get used to the noise. Follow me, please.
Ooh.
I'll just be a moment.
Have they got an etheric toaster?
Do you think he suspects anything?
I
Yes.
think we're okay so far. Just follow my lead.
I suppose General Laporte's curiosity was too much for him to bear. I told him he could come for a demonstration next week. Instead, he sends 3 proxies. I will never understand that man's rationale. But you're here now, so you may as well see what we've got.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Bennett Clark, by the way. And you are?
I'm Miss Legere. This is Mr. Marquez and Mr. Luo. We are General Laporte's press corps, here to learn about your research.
The General wants to inform the press now? Already? After everything we've gone through to keep it quiet.
Fuck.
I swear the man changes his mind more often than most change their breeches. Alright, let's go have a look at Project Rosewater.
Yeah.
I'm afraid the testing chamber only accommodates 4. One of you will have to stay out here with Joshua, but you may observe the test through the window. As I said, we weren't expecting anyone until next week. The prototype still needs refinement. Nevertheless, we have made a breakthrough.
Prototype of what, exactly?
You mean the General didn't tell you? Why am I not surprised? There on the tripod, the etheric pistol. The whole purpose and object of Project Rosewater. Juliet, is the prototype ready for demonstration?
I believe so, Doctor. But who are we demonstrating it for?
Miss Leger and her companions, the team sent by General Laporte. Now, please, do us the honors.
Yes, Doctor.
Damn. They sent him to the ether.
Cielo.
Whoa.
We have managed to confine the chaotic etheric discharge to a very narrow, focused beam over a distance of up to 6 meters, without significant dissipation or redirection of energy, reaching nearly 68.2% efficiency. This results in complete vaporization of most organic targets, with only minimal atmospheric disturbances in the immediate vicinity. You might be feeling warmth, or a slight tingling sensation on your skin, and a change of pressure in your ears, perfectly harmless. Oh, and if you are experiencing any alteration to your color vision, I assure you that is also completely temporary.
Can you smell that music?
There are sometimes minor synesthetic side effects. That too will pass. Of course, there is plenty of room for improvement in range, energy efficiency, fine-tuning of the beam's intensity and area of effect, user-friendliness and safety. But, as proof of concept, this irrefutably demonstrates that the principle is sound, and that it can be scaled up. The rest is iteration.
Well, thank you for that thorough explanation.
Now I'm afraid you must excuse me. I have some time-sensitive tasks I must attend to. If only I'd been forewarned of your arrival, I might have made arrangements. In any event, if you have questions, I or my assistants can answer them. Just be mindful not to touch anything.
Oh, I'm a touch of everything. Also, there totally was room in here for more than 2 people. What were you talking about, man? There was easily room for more than 2 people. Double also. Do you think this guy always sticks around no matter what? And Danny might choose to leave. And in that scenario, you always have this guy coming in, which is why they say only 1 person's allowed in here.
Hey, Phil? Would you look at this place? It's incredible.
When we entered Clark's lab in the desert, I considered it an abomination. But now, I cannot find the words to describe this accursed place. The sooner we find a way back to the surface, the better.
Don't touch that.
Not while Clark's around. Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Just how long have you been down in this facility?
8 months. We've made extraordinary progress, as you can see. I admit, I had some misgivings when I first learned what would be required of us, but it turns out the isolation has done wonders for our productivity.
So who built this whole underground complex anyway? I'm I'm guessing it wasn't always a secret ethericity lab.
I'm not entirely sure. Apart from the additional equipment I specified, everything was already prepared for us when I arrived in El Presidio. General Laporte isn't exactly forthcoming with information he considers irrelevant.
How did this project get the name Rosewater?
My idea. Sentimental, really. I suppose I had gotten attached to my dry and dusty little desert lab. After all, Rosewater was my refuge when I lost everything else. I just made an offhand comment to that effect one day while discussing arrangements with the general. And he said, well, in that case, why don't you bring Rosewater with you? When I found out he made that the official title of the project, it made me smile, I'll admit.
No. He's planning on using these weapons to kill the natives, probably.
What exactly is the goal of this project?
Well, once the etheric pistol is complete, we'll begin experimenting with larger caliber weapons.
Etheric rifles?
Yes, and whatever else the general sees fit to pursue.
Where does it stop?
You'd have to ask him that question.
How much longer until Project Rosewater is finished?
We're nearing the end of this phase. If all goes well, we should have a stable, fully functioning prototype by the end of the year.
It ain't gonna go well. We're gonna trash it.
Who came up with Project Rosewater?
My understanding is that this work is for the benefit of the Vespuccian army. General Laporte is in charge of the project. Everything goes through him. Other than the facility guards, I've had contact with no one else.
Why did you agree to work on this project?
Why? I just experienced the worst disaster of my life. My work was first ridiculed and then outlawed, and I was exiled to a barren wasteland. The only prospect I could see was to leave the country and start everything over. But then I received General Laporte's offer. I could continue my work in safety and solitude. Everything I needed would be provided. No investors, no reporters, no loonies, no distractions. I'm certain anyone in my position would have jumped at the opportunity.
I don't know, man. Maybe they would.
Just how did you come to discover the existence of ethericity?
Now that's a story. When I was a boy, I read about the ancient Greeks and their studies of the heavens. Certain texts made obscure references to observations of energy subsisting in the atmosphere, something entirely different from electricity. The idea seized my imagination and sparked my passion for the pursuit of ethericity. I developed an instrument that I called the aetherometer in order to probe the atmospheric potential. Imagine my delight when I discovered that ethericity was in fact real. Unfortunately, the aetherometer has been appropriated by so-called spiritualists who believe they can use it to talk with the dead.
Maybe they can. You don't know. Goddamn scientists. They think they're the only ones who can, like, learn what something does. Oh, no, we just use it to make weapons. They think they can use it to talk to the dead. Buddy, you're conjuring energy out of thin air. Maybe they can use it to talk to the dead. You don't know. Goddamn arrogant scientists. Oh, we just found out that you can literally pluck energy from nothing. Maybe you're getting it from the afterlife. Maybe it's powered by ghosts. You literally don't know. Anyway. Funny how he casually talks about making crazy weapons. I know, man. I know. This guy's a nut job.
I'd like to know your perspective on the Lamplight City Expo incident.
That was a dark day. Everything I worked for came crashing down in a matter of seconds. Being maligned and ostracized was bad enough, but I can still hear the screams of those 15 poor souls. If anything good can be said to have come from that horrible event, it taught me that nothing in this life is guaranteed.
Goddamn right, buddy. We're gonna shoot you with your own gun.
What inspired you to become a scientist?
Trite as it may sound, I wanted to make the world better. I had a fortunate birth. My parents were able to pay for my studies in Paris, which is where I earned my doctorate in physics. But even as a boy, I still saw plenty of terrible things going on around me. Others seem not to see, but I did. Upon my return to Vespuccia, I began teaching and conducting independent research. My only explicit goal was to make some sort of discovery or development that would serve the advancement of mankind. I would like to believe I've achieved that.
No, you're gonna blow up the world, man.
Do you know much about General Laporte?
Not a great deal, no. I only met him when he summoned me to El Presidio. We speak occasionally, but only about professional matters. Just as well, I suppose. His interests don't align particularly well with mine.
So your relationship is purely professional?
It's an acquaintanceship at best.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
How are we gonna get rid of him?
The lab assistant's desk. She's written some notes, but I have no idea what they mean. I don't think I'm allowed in there. At least, not while there's someone watching.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was really something.
So Laporte's got Clark developing etheric weapons for the military. This throws a wrench in Shaw's plans.
Despicable. Typical military. Working in secret to secure for itself awesome powers of death and destruction, without the knowledge or consent of the people. Perhaps Dr. Clark will be willing to abandon this project and turn his ambitions to something less wicked.
No.
Perhaps. But I can't just ask him with his assistant right there.
Why not?
Maybe I can get her to leave the testing chamber so I can have a moment alone with Clark.
Oh, I guess his assistants are probably on, what's his name's pay.
Some kind of little oven for heating food, I think. This thing is in dire need of repairs.
It really is an etheric toaster. Who's this guy?
Hey, can we talk?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Nothing.
Okay, see you around.
Bye.
An etheric generator. It's big and loud. There's a card slot next to the door. Seems to be locked.
Cool.
It doesn't fit.
Oh. Whatever. I didn't want to go there anyway.
The box is full of odds and ends. Some sewing and personal grooming supplies. A set of encyclopedias. The only indication of time down here.
Ooh.
Just some clothes and a couple of storage boxes.
Well, come on, what's in the boxes?
Just some clothes and a couple of storage boxes.
Yeah, but what's in the boxes?
The lab assistants share a room? Not sure if that's progressive or scandalous.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Okay.
Looks like a more complex version of the console back in Clark's desert lab. Controls, gauges, and dials. Who knows what they're for?
I don't know, but we could probably fuck with them.
These tomatoes are thriving. Must be all the exposure to ethericity.
Yeah. Goddamn ethericity. Let's take that wire.
A couple of wires from that food heating device.
Not really sure what we'll do with them, but...
It appears to be a charging device. There's a small round socket at the top. Flashing lights and other displays. I can't tell if it means something or is just meant to look pretty.
Probably means something, to be fair.
Looks like some demented puzzle box.
Ooh. How would we Get her to leave. We'd put the banana on the floor and she'd slip on it. It's the perfect crime. Damn it. Do you want a banana?
Get that out of here. No foodstuffs of any kind in the testing chamber.
Okay, buddy.
Can't think of anything to ask.
Let's ask Danny boy. Oh, Danny boy. Do you want to shoot this guy in the head?
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
How do you suppose they managed to build a place like this under an island?
Don't know, but whoever did it must be real serious about Dr. Clark's research.
Okay, we'll talk to this fool.
Hey, can we talk?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Have you been down here long?
About 7 months, I think. Without any sunlight, you really lose all sense of time. Sometimes it feels like decades.
Don't you ever get bored here?
Sure, all the time. We've got books, but I've read them all. This is my 3rd time through this one. At least this phase of the project's near completion. Maybe we'll get some time up top before the next one.
Probably not.
No sunlight? You mean you never go outside?
No, of course not. Is this some kind of test? The terms were made very clear when we signed onto this project. We don't break protocol. I do really miss the sun, though. Sometimes I feel like a mushroom down here.
How did you become interested in etheric research?
I was already a researcher when I met Dr. Clark, but my field was chemistry. I had dabbled some with etheric experiments after hearing about Clark's research. When I saw him at the Lamplight City Expo, I knew I wanted to work with him, despite what happened. After the dust settled, I approached him about taking me on as an assistant. I got the feeling he was just surprised to still have any support.
What are your thoughts on Project Rosewater?
Honestly, I try not to think about it too much. We're doing important scientific research. I can't deny that. Just because our focus is on weapons doesn't mean our results can't be used for other applications.
Well, that's true, but I feel like the weapons are taking priority.
Know anything about General Laporte?
I saw him once, right at the start of the project. Didn't talk to him. He seemed kind of intense. He's the one running this show, as far as I can tell. Beyond that, the man's a total mystery.
How do you like working with Dr. Clark?
It has its moments, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't stressful. He gets wound up sometimes, which I understand. But other times he picks strange things to get cross about.
Like what?
Well, his biggest bugbear is food in the testing chamber.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of taking my lunch in there once, and he just about had a conniption. Cleanliness is one thing, but this is a whole other level.
Sure doesn't like it.
So Clark dislikes food in the testing chamber, does he?
Dislikes? More like detests.
Okay.
Okay, see you around.
Bye.
We slip the banana onto her. I'm not really sure how we'll do that, but we do.
She's busy.
Yeah, she is.
Clark will see me.
Okay,
It's displaying all sorts of numbers and readings I can't begin to comprehend.
Can you distract Clark?
Hey, Phil? Think you might occupy Dr. Clark's attention for a few minutes?
Of course. I can be very engaging after all.
You sure can.
Dr. Clark, may I have a moment?
Yes, what is it?
Go, go, go! Banana!
There. Now to watch the fireworks.
The red banana, it was useful! It wasn't a red herring.
What? Miss Montgomery, what is the meaning of this? How many times have I said, no food in the testing chamber?
But I...
I don't want excuses. Clear it out. Put away the power cell. We're done with testing today.
Yes, Dr. Clark.
Surely she'd be like, but I literally didn't put that red banana there. Surely she'd be more insistent, right? Her and that other guy are gonna bang.
Apologize for that, Miss Leger, but I'm very particular about rules.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Dr. Clark, there's something I need to tell you.
Yeah.
We're not really from General Laporte's press corps.
What? Who are you then?
Some folks who are hired by D.W. Shaw to come find you.
The head of Vespuccia Petrol.
The very same.
What does she want with me?
She wants you to help her company pivot from oil to ethericity.
How does she intend to circumvent the ban?
She seems to think it'll be lifted soon. Or that she can influence things in that direction.
So she would have me work for VP to generate etheric energy for widespread use?
Yep.
As an alternative power source, yes. It might even replace coal and oil someday.
Well, that's certainly more appealing than weaponry. But extreme arrangements have been made to develop this project in secret, and at considerable expense, I'm sure. It's not the sort of thing one can just walk away from.
Fake your death.
Laporte doesn't have to know anything about this. We could fake your death somehow and get you away.
Miss Leger, let's not be ridiculous.
Well...
So you're dead set on staying here? You won't consider Shaw's offer?
I admit it's enticing, but is it worth the risk?
Buddy, if you don't, I'm going to find a way to murder you. So is it worth the risk to say no?
If it's Laporte you're afraid of, I'm sure Shaw can protect you.
Can she? The General is a powerful man. I'm not willing to risk getting on his bad side.
I'm not so sure Laporte is acting in his capacity as a military general with the full backing and authority of the Vespuccian government here.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of things that don't add up. The clandestine nighttime shipments, the hired private agents, the hidden underground base, all the convoluted arrangements here, the fact that all this research is still technically illegal. I think this is all a side gig. Some kind of secret conspiracy running on misappropriated funds. Don't you see? That means he doesn't have power over you. You could expose everything that's going on here. You'd have leverage over him.
I think that means he could send someone to murder me to keep me quiet, and not lose a wink of sleep over it. That's not exactly convincing me to leave.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. We're probably going to have to find something completely new.
If nothing else, don't you want to get back into the world again?
Perhaps, but not badly enough to defy the Vespuccian military.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
We should say, like, we're gonna spread it to the world, and then he'll have you murdered anyway. And we're gonna say it was your idea.
Can't think of anything to ask.
Okay, let's go talk to the lady. There has to be a reason for this room, and it's gonna be that she's in there.
Can we talk?
I suppose so.
I was blown away by that demonstration. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Huh. We've been working on it non-stop, but there are a lot of kinks to work out before it'll be field ready. For instance, we still can't get more than one shot out of each power cell. I suppose in an actual battlefield situation, you'd need to carry around a lot of cells and reload for every shot, like cannonballs. But the power cells are still very difficult to construct, so we only have a few prototypes. We have to recharge them constantly.
How long does it normally take to charge one of the power cells?
Around 6 hours.
Wow.
Wow is right. Joshua hooked one up to the etheric generator and discovered that it charged instantly. But Dr. Clark wasn't happy about it.
Why not?
He said it made the power cell unstable. But we didn't have to wait all day for the next trial, and Joshua was even able to get 2 shots out of that one. The
Wow.
overcharge effect is certainly something we should investigate later.
Between you and me, doesn't it concern you that ethericity is being weaponized?
Not at all. It's a powerful energy source, and this is one of many practical applications.
Sure, but isn't it better to use it for less destructive purposes?
We live in a dangerous world, and these are uncertain times. Other nations probably have their own etheric weaponry development programs underway. If we didn't pursue this research, we'd be falling behind. A new weapon is most useful as a deterrent. Having it in your back pocket means everyone else thinks twice before firing on you. I know Dr. Clark's had some moral reservations about the military applications of ethericity, but he's a professional through and through.
Just how long have you been working down here?
Good question. It's difficult keeping track of time. We're in September, right?
November, actually.
Oh, then it's been longer than I thought. We came down here in March.
Don't you ever get bored? No, I banged that other guy.
How do you keep from getting bored?
The work is pretty all-consuming, and we don't have much of a social scene down here. Dr. Clark is kind enough to lend us his books to pass the quiet hours.
Okay.
So, what's working with Dr. Clark like?
He's a brilliant man. I learn something new from him every day.
He seems short-tempered.
Well, yes, but that's just the genius mind, isn't it? No room left over for navigating social niceties.
Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about General Report?
Not really. I know he's the one overseeing this project, but I've never had the opportunity to speak with him.
Well, you'll probably get your chance. He's probably on his way here. We stole his card and he's gonna notice.
What sparked your interest in etheric research?
I followed Dr. Clark's career from the early days. He was one of the first to begin advancing etheric theory with practical experiments. Not only that, he was getting results. After I graduated from university, I sent him my thesis on the effects of ethericity on plants and animals. I guess that made me one of the few practical researchers out there too. He wrote back immediately with an offer of employment.
Cool.
Do you know who built this place?
Rock
I suppose this is
and
an old
roll.
army base, but Clark's had it fitted with some really state-of-the-art equipment. We're lucky to be so well-resourced.
Okay.
I appreciate the chat.
It's nice to have someone new to talk to.
I don't think that got us any new intel. Danny boy, have you got any ideas?
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
No. Okay. We need to get him out of the room, right? I don't think they're gonna let me in here while Clark's here.
I don't think I'm allowed.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
You'd prefer your research be used to find new ways to kill people?
No, but
Look, I understand. You suffered a terrible setback after the expo. I'm sure it must have been hard. You probably felt like nobody would ever take you seriously again.
You have no idea.
I do know that if I were in your shoes, I'd have probably grabbed onto any lifeline. But I can tell your heart's not really in it, especially knowing what it is you're building.
Yes, well...
So you're gonna squander this opportunity to do some real good in the world because you're afraid of a stuffy old general?
You're right, Miss Leger. This isn't about me. This is about humanity.
Yeah.
I'll come with you.
Good.
But... oh, goodness. How shall we... We need to do this discreetly. My assistants can't know what's going on. I'm going to my quarters to settle some things. Excuse me.
Okay, I'm gonna steal your gun and a power cell, and charge the power cell, and then murder your assistants.
Damn. The revolution could use someone with your persuasive skills.
Too bad my Spanish is lousy.
Right, grab a power cell.
Locked, naturally.
Whatever, we've got lockpicks.
Got it. I'm sure they won't miss just one power cell. Or maybe they will. Either way, I've got one now.
Yeah.
Looks like some...
Okay. Grab the gun.
Let's hope nobody notices this is missing.
They almost certainly will. Now. Charge it directly from the thingy, right? And then we get 2 shots.
There's nowhere to plug the power cell in. I'll have to find a way to connect it to the generator.
Okay, that's what our wires are for. Wires in the toaster. I already thought that was it.
The only thing I can load this pistol with is a charged power cell.
Yeah.
Some kind of this thing is...
We need a way to plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in, plug it in. I don't think there was anything else in here, right?
The lab assistant's desk.
Interesting.
Can't think of any...
I guess these guys are out of ideas.
All right there, Dan?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, we can go into his room now.
Ah, hello. I'm just leaving a note for my assistants.
Don't.
Explaining why you're giving them the slip?
I feel I owe it to them.
You don't. You don't owe it to them.
A toolbox. Naturally, Clark would be a tinkerer.
Nice.
Might I borrow your screwdriver, Dr. Clark?
By all means.
I'm going to make this place explode. It'll be the perfect crime. At the perfect time.
I'd better not.
Yeah, that's fair.
The only thing...
Screwdriver, screwdriver. We need some way to plug that in. Screwdriver on. Why would we do it on this?
Can't charge that.
What? Oh, this is the charging thing.
There, it's charging. I think.
But it takes forever.
This thing is taking forever.
There is a faster way.
Drat.
There is a faster way.
A couple of wires. Just your run-of-the-mill screwdriver.
Yeah. I feel like I just don't know. Yeah, I thought it'd be something to do with the toaster, but we can't use a screwdriver with it. He said everything was powered by ethericity. So maybe like... his door panel?
That won't go in the...
Yeah. Maybe something up here? He said literally everything was powered by ethericity. This ain't gonna work.
I don't see any screws. Odd device.
It would probably be wise to...
I agree.
All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Just like the one in the courtyard above. It should theoretically call the elevator. There's a metal panel covering part of this contraption.
Perfect. This doesn't help us, but...
There we go.
Well, maybe it does help us. Hang on. I thought that was going to be a card slot.
Interesting. This metal plate has several contact points. Guess I pressed too many. Guess I pressed too many.
Okay.
Guess I pressed too many.
I assume we need to do all the contact points. You do 2. You do 2. You do 2. You do 2. Do they all do 2? No,
Guess I
you do
pressed
1,
too many.
right? You do 1. You do 2. You do 2. You do 2.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
Code, huh? Okay. Interesting. Let's go look at his pictures.
A ferrotype of a desert landscape. It's a ferrotype of Clark's old lab near Rosewater. Who are those busts of?
Galileo, Copernicus, Da Vinci. 3 great men who changed the world as we know it.
Hoping to add your likeness to the collection someday?
Well, I wouldn't be opposed, if I'd earned it, of course.
Totally.
At least there's plenty of books down here. Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Did you know that a group of Ethericity worshippers flocked to your old lab and set up a commune there?
My lab in Rosewater?
Yup. We met them when we went there looking for clues as to your whereabouts. They picked everything clean. Built a kind of museum to you and your work.
I had no idea, but my work always attracted strange sorts. Curious gawkers would show up now and again, hoping to catch a glimpse of something spectacular. Or the angry bereaved, threatening vengeance for the victims of the disaster. It's been quite a relief, not having to worry about all that down here.
Do you reckon he'd use the same logic for his code?
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
His first code was the year he started. Do you reckon it's 1950 on this one? Yeah, 1850. Exactly. There's no 0.
Guess I pressed too many. Guess that wasn't the right code.
I guess not. Poop. Okay, let's go talk to the goons. They've moved.
Can we talk?
I suppose so.
I appreciate the chat.
It's nice to have someone new to talk to.
Yeah.
He's asleep. Best keep it that way.
I agree. Plug it directly to the generator.
Some kind of little up this thing?
Yeah.
Controls, gauges. Looks like a more complete.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm like rapidly running out of the old ideas. Where would we find that code? Probably by talking to Clark.
It's displaying all sorts of numbers and readings I can't begin to comprehend.
Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, I'm not sure Clark could even have access to the code. Isn't he, like, locked down here?
That is one messy desk. What is it they say about desks and minds?
Yeah.
Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
So how do we make our escape without alerting your assistants?
First things first. We need to call the elevator so we have a way out. But we also need to find a way to disable the communications relay. Otherwise, the alarm will be raised and they'll catch us in no time.
Okay.
So how can we call the elevator?
Good question. It requires a 4-digit code. To my knowledge, the only people who know it are General Laporte and the guard upstairs.
Okay.
Too bad I didn't think to ask what it was before getting rid of him.
Without that code, we are stuck.
I'll figure something out. Could you explain this communications relay thing?
Of course. Next to the elevator, there's a device we can use to contact the person standing guard upstairs. It's mainly for emergency use. If the guard doesn't respond after a time, the wires relay the signal to Laporte's office.
So we need to disable it to keep Laporte from suspecting anything.
Precisely.
Okay.
Something I've been wondering about.
Hmm?
When we first started looking for you, the idea was floated, let's say, that you had a stash somewhere of cash left over from investments in your research that had to be concealed once the work became illegal. Is there any truth to that notion?
No.
You're asking me to tell you if I have a secret hidden fortune.
Well, I don't expect you to tell me where or hand it over or anything. I'm just burning to know if there was really anything to the rumor at all, or if it was all just dust and fairy tales.
What do you think?
I want to believe.
Call me a romantic, but I just have a feeling there's more to this story. You strike me as a man who might have some tricks up his sleeve, and 1 or 2 secrets. I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we use the comms, it's going to patch us directly through to the Generalissimo.
It's the communications relay. We need to disable it before getting Clark out of here.
Yeah, we can shoot it, right?
I don't see any screws, and stabbing it won't help.
We can shoot it, I assume.
Never seen a lamp glow green before.
It is rather eerie.
Seems to be the only way out of here. There's no way to open it manually.
Yeah. We need to get the code, but the only 2 people who know it, we can't talk to either of them. That do be mildly problematic.
Hey, Phil? I can't quite figure out this doohickey that runs the elevator.
It seems pressing the buttons causes those pistons to lower, no?
Yeah.
Clearly there is some configuration that will call the elevator. Perhaps it has something to do with the keycard you used above ground.
Phil, you legend!
A strange wooden.
Okay. So it's the top 3. It's a Tetris T and like a triangle. You're not a Tetris T or a triangle. Now you I can work with. Okay, look, I'll be honest, I don't really know how to make a Tetris T using these. Unless it's upside down. I feel like there's no combination here that will do a Tetris T. I mean, that did a Tetris T, but not in the right place. Am I tripping? Wasn't it doing it in the corner last time? Maybe not.
Guess that wasn't the right. Damn. The configuration of the piston seems to be the key.
Yeah. It's a Tetris T. And then I guess it's only a 3. This doesn't make sense as a configuration. You've got the Tetris T, right? I guess maybe it does make sense. It is at an angle. No, it doesn't make sense. It's a 3x5, is it not? The by 5 makes sense. The by 3 does not make sense. I really feel like you're looking at 4 different lines there. What if it's opposite the dots? Oh, like inverted. That's even harder to do. I think it's... The problem is, right? 1, 2, 3. Fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fair enough. But this is in between these two. Which really messes up the whole thing. Okay, let's look at the buttons and see what we can work with in the top. But I can only do a Tetris T in the middle. I think. I mean, maybe it's the
Guess I
inverted
pressed
dots.
too many. Guess I pressed too many.
This puzzle sucks because I've got... Well, I guess it's okay. I've got no memory for shapes or anything. Anything like shape related, I can't do it. But I really do feel like there's no way to do a Tetris T, or even an inverted Tetris T. Hang on. Five, 4. How did I do it? I had all 3 of these, did I not? I really feel like I just had all 3 of these. I'm going crazy. I'm sure I just had all 3 of these. I thought 8-7 did it, but when you do 8-7, it does the middle 3, I'm sure. And that's what's driving me nuts. It was 8 and something else to get this corner one. Three. 8, 3, 5. One? Not 1, I meant 2. 8, 3, 5, 2.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
But it was the right code.
Guess that's still not getting. Guess that wasn't the right code.
Say it again.
Guess that wasn't the right code. Guess that wasn't the right code.
Damn it. I feel like 8, 3, 2 is correct. No, 8, 3... 8, 3, 5 is correct. Yeah. I think it's correct as well. The question then is... what does this translate into? I mean, we've only got a few options left, right?
Guess that wasn't the right code.
It's not 7. It's not 6. Which means I feel like I've tried everything.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
I don't think order matters, right? It'd be perfect for saying, like, 1835. But I don't know what's special about 1835. And I also think that's horribly wrong.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
Roar! This doesn't make sense as a diagram. It really doesn't make sense as a diagram. But none of the other ones interact with this corner. But there's no way to fill in these two, I think. Can't get these two, I think. Seven does those two, which is not part of any schematic. Unless we really do think about inverting it. But then I'm not sure we can invert it either. If we were inverting it, then we would need to do these three, which I don't think we can do. I think we can maybe do two of them, but not all three. We'd need to do this one. And we need to do... Well, we can kind of figure it out, right? How many dots are there? 7. How many are there in total? 15. Four can be 7 or 15. 4 button presses can be 7 or 15. Because one of them only does 1. They all do 2 except one of them which does 1. So it either has to be 7 or 8. And it can be 7 or 8. But inverting might be possible. Let's keep playing around. Let's just go through them all again. I'm really bad at this kind of puzzle. It's like, honestly, my worst kind of puzzle. Okay, we would need you. We'd need 1. We wouldn't want 2. We wouldn't want 3. We would want 4. We wouldn't want 5 because 5 is the singular one, which if we're doing inverted, we cannot use the singular one. We are looking for inverse, yeah. We would want 6. We would want 7. We wouldn't want 8. What did I say we'd need? 6, 7. Three, did I say? No, I didn't say 3. Maybe I said 4. Yeah, 6, 7, 3, 4. No, not 6, 7, 3, 4. I'm so bad at this. 6, 7, 8, 4? Nope. 6, 7 something 4. Six, 7, 2, 4. No. Did we never find a way to solve that corner problem? Six, 7, 4 is a gimme, but then we need to get that corner done, which you can't do. Which makes me think it can't be inverted. And if it can't be inverted, then we know 6 and 7 are no good. Which means it'd be the opposite, right? Wait, what did 1 do? 1 is what we need. It's 6, 7. I believed in your we don't need 1, but we do need 1. It's 6, 7, 1, 4.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
I've managed to do it both inverted and not inverted. I mean, we could have just flipped the numbers, I think. No, for inverted you do want 1, right? And 6. 6 gives you that, which leaves you getting the T here. And if you get in the T here, then you need these 3 to be empty. Which 6, 7, 1. 1 is doing the one behind here, you just can't see it. 4. That gives you the inverted. The inverted.
Guess that wasn't the right code.
1476? Maybe the number matters. $16.74. I'm trying to think of any date that would matter. 1746. And that gives us it the opposite way.
There. That was it.
But I tried that
figured out the
before.
code. The elevator's ready to be called.
Excelente. Let us make our escape.
Not just yet. I need to take care of the communications relay.
The what?
That contraption on the wall there. Clark said we need to disable it before we leave.
Did I not try that before? Oh, you weren't putting the Tetris T in the bottom right? Rookie mistake. Right, to disable it, we almost certainly need to shoot it, right? Almost certainly. Is this the gold?
Bars of Aurum. Lots of them.
You're not sure what I ended up using in the end? I ended up using the inverse of the inverse. 1, 5... 1, 3, 5, 8. But I thought I tried every combination with 8, 3, and 5. Whatever. We solved it. Right, how do we hook it up to that? She says she can't do it, right?
There's nowhere to plug the power cell in. I'll have to find a way to connect it to the generator.
1853. Yeah, maybe. Find a way to connect it to the generator. You really would think it'd be the toaster. But we stole its wires.
Hey, Phil? Any ideas to disable the communications relay?
Well, I never encountered a piece of machinery I could not blow up.
Exactly, we need to shoot it.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Any idea how we can disable the communications relay?
Don't suppose there's an off switch?
None that I can see.
Maybe it's time to look for a sledgehammer.
Yeah, we shoot it.
Some kind of little... this thing?
She does say it's in dire need of repairs, but I think we're supposed to... See, I really thought we'd attach the wires to this to charge it directly.
This seems like a good place to attach the wires.
But I tried that before, did I not? I swear I'm losing my mind. I'm sure I tried that before.
Here we go. Hope this works. Wow, it charged up almost instantly.
I'm so sure I tried the wires on this thing. I'm like beyond sure.
Locked and loaded.
Nice. And then we've got one shot left to kill the Generalissimo.
Stand back. I'm taking this thing out.
Whoa! Híjole!
I thought the plan was to do this discreetly.
Desperate times and all that. Now come on, let's get out of here.
You're taking the prototype, I see. Wait, where did you get a charged power cell? We only charged one up, and we used it in the demonstration.
I hooked this one up to the etheric generator.
You what? That's incredibly dangerous. That kind of unfiltered surge would leave the power cell completely unstable. Unless it's discharged within the next, 20 minutes. It will explode.
Oh, we'll have to worry about that later. Let's get back topside before your assistants figure out what's going on.
If that power cell starts glowing white, you had better let me know quick.
I mean, I feel like you could just fire it into the sky, right?
After you, Doctor.
Uh-oh.
Hold it right there.
Shouldn't you be cowering under your bed?
Shut up. Hand over your weapons and come with us. There's someone wants to see you.
Don't take my laser gun.
Taking some air, Dr. Clark? Kindly stand over there if you would. You three, up against the wall.
Well. There do be enough room on the wall for 5 of us.
Funny pistol on her.
Ah, there it is. Can't let this fall into the wrong hands, can we? Now, have you got anything to say for yourself?
How did you find us?
How did you know we were here?
I had you followed after our encounter at the Jolly Good Club. You thieves are all
Just
the
keep him
same.
talking, right?
We are not thieves.
No, you raided my supply wagon, broke into my private room, took my key card from my safe, and stole my etheric pistol. If you're not thieves, you should consider taking it up. You're naturals.
We had no idea the wagon was yours. We were only trying to help the Otham right a wrong done to them.
Friends to the savages, how noble. It's clear to me you've no idea what you've stepped into. So, who put you up to this?
Yeah, it's gonna explode, right? So, we just keep him talking.
It was Gentleman Jake. He was leading us on a search supposedly for Clark's lost fortune.
Lost fortune? Curious. Though I'd be rather shocked if he came up with that all on his own. We've chatted long enough.
General, what are you doing?
Conducting my own test, Doctor. It's time to see if your prototype really works.
Not so fast, Laporte. I would strongly advise you not to fire that pistol.
And just who in blazes are you?
Timothy King, representing D.W. Shaw and Vespuccia Petrol.
Why have you come to this little summit?
Miss Legere and her companions were charged with delivering Dr. Clark to my employer. They are the company's responsibility.
Yeah.
I have to insist you stop interfering with our agents and let them go.
You can't be serious.
I am.
Boys, take care of this louse.
Stand down, pendejo!
Lieutenant General!
Well, we've got all kinds coming out of the woodwork tonight. And who might you be?
Lieutenant General Marisol de la Vega. You must be General Laporte.
Seems you new Spanish revolutionaries are much cleverer than I was led to believe.
Cabron.
General Marquez assigned me to trace the suspicious shipments of Aurum passing through Fort Beaumont. The trail led here.
Well, bully for you. Perhaps if you attended more to affairs in your own country, you rebels could accomplish more than mounting the occasional irritating riot for Spain to put down.
Oh.
But instead, here you are irritating me.
I gotta put a bullet in your head, Laporte.
Do so, and you'll receive one in kind. That goes for Mr. King as well.
It would seem we have reached an impasse.
Not quite.
Jake!
Jake?
I knew he'd be back.
I didn't.
Ackerman, I presume?
That's right. And you are?
General William Laporte.
Well, now we're acquainted, we can get to business. Harley, can you and the others step aside, please?
What are you doing, Jake?
What I should have done back at the wagon. Now move. General Laporte, I challenge you to a gentleman's duel.
Oh, please. Is the sad old washed-up cowboy that desperate for one last chance at glory?
No. He's looking for one last chance to do right by his friends.
Yes!
Now draw.
You picked the wrong man to duel, Laporte.
Yeah.
We'll see about that.
3, 2, 1.
You can do it, Jakey boy! It's gonna explode. It should have no energy left in it. He already fired the shot. No. No. He's with the Lumerians now.
No! Hands up, cobarde!
Miss Leger, are you unharmed?
I think so. You all right, Danny?
Yeah.
I can't believe... Guess deep down you were a hero after all.
Let's get off this rock, shall we?
Well done, Lieutenant General. I knew you would come through.
Of course, Comandante. Now that we have discovered the destination of Laporte's clandestine Orem shipments, how shall we proceed?
It is clear the General will no longer be needing his Orem. How remarkable that in his final moments he chose to donate it all to the glorious cause of the revolution. You will find it all stashed away down in the base underground. I leave the arrangements in your hands.
Will you be returning with me?
Not just yet. I need to return with the others to collect our payment.
Very well. We can rendezvous on the island later.
No, I wonder if Jake has to die.
We're back, ma'am.
I assume everything has been taken care of?
All loose ends have been tied.
Splendid. Send them in. You've no idea how pleased I am at your success. It's good to finally make your acquaintance, Doctor. I am D.W. Shaw.
The pleasure is all mine, madame.
We have much to discuss. First, I must conclude my business with Miss Leger and her companions.
Of course.
You've been through a great deal. I cannot thank you enough.
True. You know, in those cowboy showdowns, why do you reckon they, like, hesitate before drawing on each other? Surely it's in your best interest to draw first. Why do they, like, sit there glaring at each other? I've never got it. Surely you should just pull out your gun and shoot, right? Otherwise the other guy gets an edge. It doesn't make sense.
We were almost killed, you know.
I imagined it would be a dangerous undertaking. Yet here you stand before me. I won't keep you any longer. Here is your payment. Mr. Ackerman was promised 25,000, but considering all your trouble, I've increased it to 27.
Wow.
I'm sure you'll find it easier to divide.
True.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw.
Pleasure doing business with you. Before you go, I made some inquiries and learned a few rather compelling things about General Laporte. I could share the information if you like.
I mean, he's dead. Who cares, right? But go on then.
Go on then.
It seems General Laporte was a staunch supporter of Mr. Atwood's trade party, quite vocal about his desire for the advancement of steam tech and etheric research. There were also rumours that he held some more controversial opinions.
He was planning a
regarding
coup.
His country's sovereignty.
A coup.
He was a separatist?
Apparently so.
You think Project Rosewater was meant to arm some kind of etheric revolution?
I am merely relaying the information I've learned. Anything beyond that is pure speculation. The only person with knowledge of Laporte's motives is the man himself.
And that information died with him. Well, with him gone and the prototype pistol destroyed, whatever plans he had can't come to fruition.
For now, yes. But I can tell you one thing about this world. It is rare that one accomplishes anything of note alone.
We should get back to our hotel. It's been a long night.
Indeed.
The weapons will come.
I hope you and your friends enjoy the rest of your time in El Presidio.
And thank you, Miss Leger. I appreciate your facilitating this new opportunity.
Best of luck to you, Dr. Clark. This was all very enlightening.
Yeah? The luminous ones? Enlightening?
So, what are you two planning on doing next?
Lieutenant, General de la Vega means to return and fight. She should be well equipped after securing Laporte's Aurum. But I feel it is my duty to assist those who were displaced here.
What about you, Danny?
I'm not really sure. Suppose it wouldn't be such a bad idea to visit my folks. It's been too long.
Yeah.
After that, guess I've got to find a new line of work. And what about you, Harley?
Suppose I'll head back to Rosewater. I've got an article to write after all.
So, this is where we bid each other farewell, eh?
This is where we part ways, for now. But you know where to find me. And you can be damn sure I'll write back.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Lola? How did you find us?
I'm a tracker, remember? Anyways, I'm heading back to Rosewater. Wanted to see if you needed a lift.
Yeah, that'd be much appreciated.
Then let's get a move on.
You ever for a moment consider just slowing down a tad?
Never. Say your farewells and let's go.
Is Nadine dead?
I'll see you both around. It was a real pleasure traveling with you.
Hasta luego.
So long.
Also, why are we even writing this article? We're gonna get like 40 bucks
Well,
for
look
it.
what the cat dragged in.
Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Let's see. There was a dust devil by the saloon that nearly knocked Sheriff Gamble's hat off.
Wow.
Front page news, then.
Seriously, though, I spoke with the leader of the Autumn. She gave me some good stuff. The article runs next week. What of your great adventure?
Concluded now. But I've got plenty of material for an article. Maybe even 5.
And you'd best get to it. Better to jot everything down while it's still fresh.
Right you are, boss. They say the end of every journey marks the beginning of another.
Yeah.
If there's any truth to that, this writer hopes the next one is decidedly duller. My companions and I set out from Rosewater and traveled across the Vespuccian frontier, encountering bandits, rebels, visionaries, eccentrics, and many more friends and foes. We were led to
Bandits?
believe that our quest was for Dr. Bennett Clark's missing fortune, but as it turned out, we were on the trail of the very man himself.
I don't remember
The
any
following
bandits.
is an account of that journey, with no detail spared, no fact left unrelated.
I really don't remember any bandits.
And so at the journey's end, you may ask yourself, dear reader, what of the main players in this saga? Danny went home to a happy reunion with his parents. He says he's hung up his pistols and retired from gunslinging, with the intent of pursuing a culinary career.
What a
I said I'd
waste.
be a regular if he ever opened a restaurant. I shall have to honor that promise should it come to pass. General Marquez, known to us as Phil, has reunited with a group of new Spanish refugees in the town of Shivering Pines. He is helping them to acclimate to this new land, and has helped them secure jobs and living quarters.
And he's only
I have
shot a
no
few of them
news
in the
new
head.
Spanish Revolution, but Phil seems happy to be leading his people to a new life here in Vespuccia. I wish them all the best. Nadine Redbird has written to tell me she has fully recovered from her wounds and begun the process of obtaining her medical license.
Cool.
She tells me she plans to convert Lola Johnson's wagon into a kind of mobile clinic, traveling the frontier helping those in need. It will be a welcome change from the usual traveling merchants hawking miracle cures. I can think of no one more qualified to dispense medical care. As for Miss Johnson, this new business venture will hopefully be more to her liking.
Yeah, I was
At the
gonna
very
say.
least, she now sets her own course, rather than bending to the whims of her clients. Miss Johnson truly opened up and offered me her friendship, for which I am ever grateful. I am truly happy that she and Nadine have found each other.
Yeah.
Naturally, I cannot fail to comment on Gentleman Jake Ackerman, the man who set this whole adventure in motion. My relationship with Jake could best be described as complex. While I never found myself taken with his tales, he seemed to me a genuine hero. That illusion was shattered when we were ambushed by Blackburn agents on the way to El Presidio. Jake disgracefully turned and fled, leaving us to face the ruthless barbarians on our own. However, he proved his true heroism when he returned in another moment of need. Jake bravely gave his life to save us from the wicked machinations of General Laporte.
Yeah.
The etheric blast burned his shadow on a nearby wall, which has since become a monument to his bravery. I am told that it is visited daily by Jake's fans, admirers, and the odd curious traveler. In death, Jake managed to achieve the status of legendary hero he so craved. As for Dr. Clark, he seems happy in his new employment at Vespuccia Petrol. I can only hope his contributions to Mrs. Shaw's enterprise offer greater balm to the restless, inventive mind and the manufacture of apocalyptic weaponry. That, dear readers, is the long and the short of it. This was an adventure unlike any other I've been on. I doubt any other will ever compare. Though I say this not in reference to our route, purpose, or any of the situations or people encountered along the way. Rather because I doubt I will ever again find a group, a family, as dear to me as the wonderful, complicated, beautiful, and flawed souls who accompanied me on this venture.
Yeah.
Whew, my hand hurts. We'll see what Joni has to say about this in the morning.
It's garbage. I'll give you 5 crowns.
Well, what do you think?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
Yes, of course I do.
It's good. Very good. It's great, actually. There's just no way on God's green earth we can print this.
Why not?
Secret underground laboratories, government conspiracies, special projects to develop etheric weapons. No one will believe a word of it. Not to mention you name some very powerful and important people who'd have me locked up for libel with a snap of a finger.
But it's all true. I mean, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if it's all true, right? So I wrote it all for nothing.
You're telling me I spent all night writing this article for nothing?
No, let's not be hasty. Maybe what you wrote just wasn't what you meant to write.
Come again?
This story's got everything. Adventure, mad scientists, conspiracies, betrayals. Folk could pay through the nose to read this. If it were a novel.
Novel?
Sure. All you have to do is change the names, do a little narrative restructuring. You can even say it's based on actual events. That way we're off the hook if anyone's feathers get ruffled. What do you think?
A whole book, huh?
Trust me, I have a nose for these things. This one smells like a hit. You're sitting on a pile of aurum.
All right. I'll do it.
Excellent. Now all we need's a title.
That's your job, isn't it?
Suppose it is. It needs to be something catchy. Something simple yet evocative. Something like...
Rosewater! Yeah. Cool! That was a fun game! And I'm pretty sure I screwed up half of it. I wonder if the guy can live. Tarot card illustrations. Tarot cards. I don't remember any tarot cards. Oh, it's that guy's song.
Desde que crucé tu jardín, si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir. Y cuando volveré,
I like that game. Oh, I love a good point and click game. Who played the Pawn shop owner. Sissy Jones. I said they sound like a man. Whoops. I think the game is meant for multiple playthroughs, yeah. Let's have a look at the achievements, right? We'll have a look at the achievements after after we're done with this. Oh my god. Were all the names in that book Kickstarter backers? Maybe. Maybe. Custom dialogue module, huh? Okay, I guess he didn't program the whole game himself. I think he was a bit, it was a bit much for him to say that he did in the intro credits. There's a lot of shit there that's like this was made by someone else. But still, fair enough. Kevin MacLeod. Oh, not Connor MacLeod. Kevin MacLeod. I guess the question is, what will we do tomorrow? What will we do tomorrow? CDDA. I feel like CDDA is more of a weekend game, where you can like devote a weekend to it. Probably. Why does your mother get thanked twice? Huh? I wonder how your dad feels about that. What is Stormfall? Oh, that says Atomfall. Maybe I'm going blind. No AI was used in the making of this game. Don't do that, man. Don't pander people who are anti-AI. Ooh, bonus content. It's probably going to be like sketches or whatever. New Game Plus? New Game Plus? New Game Plus. That's interesting. There's 37 achievements I didn't get. $37 achievements I didn't get. There's loads of stuff I didn't do. Loads of stuff. I'll be right back. I am back. And look at this, right? Look how many achievements there are that I didn't get. Only 7% of players dealt with Hernandez. Only 3% of players convinced everyone to pose for Mr. Treadway. Only 4% of players had Phil disarm the bomb. I guess only 8% of players have beaten the game. New Game Plus is very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, there's some that are like pick Nadine's plan for the raid. Save Cormac. Yeah, we didn't do that. Get the Fortune family to open up. Oh. Help the sick coyote. I didn't even see a sick coyote. Who the hell is Lady Tai Chi? I never met a Lady Tai Chi. Help Danny with the memorial. Which memorial? Catch fish? Some are probably New Game Plus exclusive. Yeah, they might be, right? Who the hell is Martha? Pawn one of your companion's belongings. Bandits. We didn't meet any bandits. $11 hidden achievements. This game has so much more to it than I thought. Well, I thought it had quite a lot, but I didn't think it had that much. Maybe some of them are New Game Plus exclusive, but I don't know how different it's going to be. Like whether it's worth doing another stream to check it out. Maybe. There's a lot of stuff in there that looked really interesting. That is up to me. That's true. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. I do love this game. It's just if a New Game Plus is going to be like mostly the same, I don't think it'd be worthwhile. Maybe the encounters are random along the way. Maybe they're all random encounters. Yeah, I could partially believe that. Who's that? I can't see all of that image. Who is that? Maybe the wagon driving lady, but, well, it looks like she might have an eye patch. It's probably the wagon driving lady. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it's 2 AM, so sadly, I know the title of the stream says probably some Noita at the end. Sadly, we can't do any Noita. It's 2 AM, and I've got work in the morning. Yeah, it is kind of a scam. It do be kind of a scam. Oh well. That's life. When I don't say there's Noita, we do Noita, and then when I'm like, oh, there'll probably be Noita, I end up not doing it. But you know what? Whatever. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. The probably saves you from the lawsuits. Yeah, exactly right. I did say probably. And it's a notorious truth that when I say probably, what it really means is probably not. Even when I don't intend it to. But anyway, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. I am going to bed. And I will catch you later. Adios.